I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, the privileged and the deprived.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all the beautiful people today here under this roof. It's lovely to hear good morning back also at this earlier. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to all these three tables here in the front. Can I hear a little louder good morning from the back also? Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, I was just making sure that everyone's awake before we start this day. So thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased and honored to welcome all of you today here on behalf of BW Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming all of you to the inaugural edition of the BW Business World Generative AI or GenAI Summit 2024. My name is Sumati Anand and I'm honored to be a host for the day. Thank you so much once again for joining in today. Now, why are we here? What are we going to do? What are we going to learn? In today's dynamic landscape, generative AI has become, we all know, an undeniable force across various industries. It has not only transformed traditional technology, but has also demonstrated unparalleled innovation, creativity, and ability to generate fresh, new, and original content. And I think we'll all would agree with that if we are here. Yes? No? Yes? No? Yes. I can hear some yes. Thank you so much. Now, the BW Business World Gen AI Summit serves as a pivotal platform to bring together top AI visionaries, all of you present here today, for a collective discussion on how Gen AI is reshaping the technical landscape and propelling industries to new heights. Today, we are going to have a lot of keynotes, conclusive discussions, case studies, corporate AVs on interesting subjects by industry experts. Once again, by all of you. So thank you. I know that you have prepared a lot for this amazing day, amazing learnings that we are going to have throughout the day. Business World, BW, Business World, we all have heard this name, we all know this name, which is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor in Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. Now, with changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio, as well as with the sectoral business leaders. And today we are going to create all of us together. We are going to have an environment where we're going to learn, we are going to collaborate together. Now, with all of this, just to remind that if we want to keep ourselves abreast from development, let's please subscribe together to the Business World Group magazines, all of us together. Why? It would add to our professional quest for knowledge, insights, and learnings. Now, there are a lot of exciting offers for the attendees today, all of you who are here. Our latest issue dives deep into the India's emerging pet care economy, explores regional boosts to domestic air travel, and features emerging stars of India's auto industry. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW business platforms, including our social media channels and on www.businessworld.in. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we flag off today's event, I would encourage everyone, all of us, to join in conversations, share our learnings with our industry colleagues. To all the people we'll know, how are we going to do that? We will use the hashtag throughout the day, which is BW Gen AI. Once again, I'm repeating, we're going to share the learnings with the hashtag BW Gen AI. Now, let's have a sneak peek into what we are going to learn throughout the day, what this day holds for us. I'll request our team, BW team, to please help us with the AV. Gen AI Summit 2024. Before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to thank our partners for the day: Knowledge Partner, ICFI Group; Event Partners, Joy Travels Private Limited; Fandrum, Beanley Coffee; The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, Impact.com, Pitch. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's commence this day. Now, before we commence any beautiful day, it's always an amazing idea to put our hands together, cheer up for each one of us. I know we have a lot of speakers, we have a lot of attendees who are going to learn a lot. Can we one time, just one time, can we please put our hands together for all of us before we commence this beautiful day? Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would I would like to request our chairman and editor in chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a practice. So now is the final time when we are going to put our hands together one more time and have on stage Dr. Anurag Batra for the opening remark. Sir, the stage is going to be all your, and we're looking forward to the opening remark. Thank you.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here uh, to this first edition of the BW Business World Generative AI Summit. It was born out of a discussion with my friends who are in the AI fraternity. I'd like to first of all welcome our keynote speaker for the day. He'll be here on stage. He's from a company that has put in a lot of time and energy into being a key player or a leading player in AI. So first of all, let me welcome Mr. Sandeep Patel, who's the MD and CEO of IBM in India, for being here. Please give him a bigger round of applause. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome all the speakers. Some of you I've met outside. Uh, there is also, this, you know, Mr. Tilak Raj Parmar, Mr. Arjun Prasad, Mr. Weimer were here, and the QX Labs team who's come from Dubai to be at the conference. As I was telling Sandeep, QX is a company that is trying to build something that will do India proud. I remember one of the leading players in the generative AI space said India has lost the plot. The bus has already left. I think they'll create a new ship, so to say. So really, I'm sure they'll talk about what QXAI is and what Ask QX is. Uh, I also want to say that at Business World, we started our first AI conference 7+ years back. It was at the Leela Gurgaon. We had blocked all the three halls in the morning. We had 1,000 people between the three halls. So we did do our first AI conference 7 or 8 years back. I'm not 100% sure. Definitely seven, maybe eight. And somewhere then we didn't do this. Uh, We've been writing about AI, we've been writing about generative AI, we've been writing about the impact of it, we've been writing about the investments in it. I have two small presentations. Normally, I don't make a presentation. I don't use a PowerPoint presentation. You know why, Sandeep? Do you know why? Weimer, I believe PowerPoint presentations are made by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm your friend, so clearly I have both. But just to contextualize, you're all leaders in this space. I am an observer or maybe a user. These are the two hats that I have. But just to contextualize what you're saying, I'll quickly run you through what's happening in the AI space. But let me ask you, how many of you use any tool of AI? How many of you in this room use any tool? Doesn't matter whether you use Ask UX, you use Chat GPT. That's like 80%. That's good. How many of you use a paid version of a AI tool? Say 30%, so from 80 to 30. Let me ask you, please don't Google this. I asked Sandeep this, and he, how many paid users of Chat GPT Pro in the world? Take a guess. No, you know it, so don't say it. I asked you this. Tilak, of course, you guys educated me, so you know. How many paid users? Guess. Don't Google. Hoshi, you're Googling. Take a guess, yeah. 10 million. So that's what most people say, 5 million, 10 million. The best is 20 million. It's 180 million. How many? So, it tells you that leaders in the world, whether they're CXOs, whether they're founders, professionals are using AI for improving what they do. Madhav is here from NASCOM. He has a understanding. He leads the AI practice. He has an understanding of what's happening. Now, I have a small, again, as I said, you know this space, you are creating this space, you're leaders in this space. Mr. Sandeep Patel is here. He'll talk to you about what they are doing. And they made some announcements in the recent past. And one of the functions of conferences is to collaborate, to talk to each other. And the amount of interest in this conference, about to sleep. I sleep by 11, but I slept much earlier than you, Arjun and Tilak. I slept at 12:30. And just about when I was about to sleep, a very senior editor friend of mine, Sumit Avasti, texted me and said he wanted somebody to come for this. And that's the kind of interest in this conference, and it's already a full house. But I'm sure during the day we'll have a even bigger audience, and the content is going beyond this room on our digital platforms, on our social media handles. Of course, it will be covered by Business World and its associated platforms. Now, we are starting with Sandeep, and in the evening, Sunil from Rakuten is our final speaker, and in between, we have leaders. startup founders, people who are building AI companies, people who are building AI tools, people who are using AI. So we have the complete ecosystem. So, you know, we know this generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that uses machine learning models to create new data that is like the data it has been trained on. So for AI, you need time and you need data sets. Money is important, but you also need these two. It cannot, like a child cannot be born in less than 9 months. It can be born in 8 months, 7 months. Some people are very fast, so they come in 7 months. But mostly you need a certain time for a baby to be born. Similarly, in AI, just money is not. There are companies, without naming them, very big companies, very well-funded companies who said they will make bets on AI. For 1 year, they haven't showed up anything. They will possibly acquire. It's difficult to build. So collaboration is key. I hope you meet each other. So this is what's happening. It learns from existing example and then applies that learning to generate new content or predictions. Now, the domain I come, which is content creation. I was talking to one of my friends from MDI. He's the CEO of a large agency. Kiran Ramurthy just quit from Media Monks, which is Martin Sorrell's S4 company. He was the co-CEO, and I met him in Bangalore on Saturday for breakfast. And I asked him, so what is happening to advertising? Are AI tools going to replace, some of your jobs? Will it put extra pressure on your fees? And he said, yes. He said, while the human creativity has its own advantage, but a lot of basic tasks are being done by AI, and it's eliminating. He gave me the example of a leading FMCG company which has only two people in its digital marketing. They use a plethora of AI tools, and they were a 30 people team. So it's down to two people, and they're effective. So he gave me example. So in the business that I'm in now, generative AI creates net new content, whether it's images, chatbots, design, video, code, language, audio. It has. I mean, I have examples, but I'll leave the presentation with you. But really, again, there is a disc. Some of you are, this space deeply, or you understand the technology terms, but the discriminative technique and the generative technique, and there is a discriminative model and a generative model. Uh, and there are lots of ads I have. They're all created with all this is created with generative AI. If I didn't tell you, you won't believe it. It's that good. Again, there are auto-regressive models. There are variational auto encoders. There are generative adversarial networks, GANs. So really, all these people don't exist. They were created through Gen AI. We know what the Gen AI influencers are doing in the content space. They're making money. They are all generated through technology. This is advertising again created with Gen AI. Now, I was at a seminar on 16 Gen by Dr. Mohan Birsani. He's the deputy dean or associate dean at the Kellogg Business School. And, uh, you know, he makes a lot of presentations. He talks to students. And he told me that normally a good professor at a good business school writes 2 case studies in a year. 2 case studies. Exceptional ones, maybe 3, and 4 is outer. But he said, using chat GPT tools, I was able to write 20 case studies. I was able to dictate to the chat GPT tools, and they created auto content for me looking at my past. That's one of them, right? So, this is just an example, and it was done in 10 minutes. It was done in 10 minutes. That's also important. And I could, now also he said he was doing a research on OTT. And he said, what will work, what will not work. He was doing, so he said, I defined a set of parameters, fed them in, and they gave me what will be they wrote a full report, what will be the TAM, target addressable market. So really, Chat GPT is doing a lot of things whether it's for CEOs, whether it's for founders, whether it's for academicians, whether it's for healthcare professional, legal, or every sector is benefit. And he gave example. Now, g- already generative AI is transforming the nature of work. Uh, for example, first is automation, giving software the human tasks that are tedious and could not be automated before. Acceleration, we talked about how you can create it in 10 minutes, and from doing 3, 4 cases to doing 20 cases and very good quality. So there wasn't a drop in quality. As life is, as I'm growing old and I'm growing younger, but I ask myself the right question. Should I be doing business with people I meet in the Taj Lounge? Arjun, the question is no. Okay. So life is about asking the right question. It's about prompts. AI is about how intelligently you ask questions. So human intelligence will always have a role. And like swimming, like driving, like speaking at public forums, whatever you do well, whatever you prepare for, you will automatically over a period of time become good. AI is a bit like that. It mirrors real life. So the quality of what you get is what you put in. So a person who's using AI has to be adept at using AI. And that's a huge market by itself, which me and Sandeep were talking about. So it helps in acceleration, which is extract and index knowledge to shorten innovation cycles, enabling continuous innovation. Augmentation, enhance human productivity to do more work more effectively. On 15th December 2022, uh, both my children are speaking at a TEDx conclave, and they had called me 2 days before and said, both my daughter and son, can you prepare a speech, Papa? So I said, you should be doing, we have this, we have that. Can you help? And so I did. But on 15th morning, they were speaking in the second half. I met a young entrepreneur who told me about ChatGPT. It was released in November, if I'm not wrong. And he said, you can. So we created one version for both my children using ChatGPT, and it wasn't bad. But it has issues of IPR, who has there is a lot of content and a lot of data sets that are not original, or you do not have legal rights. So the AI companies that solve that puzzle will be more successful. And Sandeep has something to add here. I don't want to steal your thunder. So really, generative AI is doing automation, acceleration, and augmentation. Now, the generative AI landscape is broadly like this. Again, it is broad, it is a little oversimplification, so there is an application layer where there are startup companies like Jasper, Synthesia, then there are embedded models, co-pilots, almost every technology company, almost every, it has a co-pilot, whether it's a Adobe Firefly, it's Microsoft 365 Copilot, and I will ask US in this for my next presentation. Then there is a foundation model layer, open source, where you have Stable Diffusion XL, you have Llama 2, then is closed source, which is ChatGPT 4, Gemini, Mistral AI. Then there is the infrastructure layer, which is the cloud platforms and computing hardware. Cloud platforms, you have Microsoft Azure, AWS, compute hardware, you have NVIDIA, you have AMD. And I was hearing a speech by the NVIDIA founder and also another analysis by a stock analyst, and they're saying the NVIDIA stock price is still very cheap. And I met a guy with Arjun and Tilak who in 2013 or 14 said NVIDIA stock is very cheap. One should buy now, right? It was cheap then, it is cheap now. So clearly the world is moving into a huge adoption of AI. That's the point. This is what's happening. Also, as CPUs are the computing power, and we'll not talk about sustainability, but it's important. I'm sure we'll figure out that puzzle also. But as CPUs are the heart of your computer, GPUs and TPUs are the heart of generative AI systems. The graphic processing units or the tensor processing units, these are critical, and that's why companies, there is a paucity, there is waiting time, and the story that NVIDIA had a huge order from the Chinese government. Last year, the US government said nothing doing, we'll buy everything. So the world, like we had raw defense power, jets and aircraft carriers and missiles, the future of dominance in the world is about who dominates in the generative AI space, like energy security. uh, Generative AI superiority is very important for nations. India, a couple of months back, announced with its success in the digital public infrastructure space with UPI, with ONDC, with CoWIN. It also said we will build something in AI and announced the initial $1.5 billion. It will take much more money. And if uh, India decides to say we want to be the center for AI because we have the talent, we have the huge market internally for it, we can be very big, we can lead it. And when the government decides to do something, it moves fast, it makes sure everybody moves fast. And everybody in the world, whether it is Saudi Arabia, whether it's Dubai, whether they're smaller nations in Europe, they're trying to become centers of artificial intelligence. They're trying to attract intelligence talent, whether it's developers, CTOs, founders. So I think India has the right conditions for it to be a leading player. It could be a very, very important player in this segment, and it must be. Now, we know all this. I'm not going to go into what it can do. Data is text, images, speech, structured data, 3D signals. They're trained on a foundation model, and adoption happens to perform tasks like question answering, which is a very basic form of chat GPT. I prepared a speech also in the morning. Uh, but of course, it was very basic. Okay. Again, it's about the kind of prompts you put in. The better prompts you put in, the better speech will come out. Sentiment analysis, information extraction, image captioning, recognition, and instruction following. We're now this is an ad. I'm not, this is advertising. Since I have a background in exchange for media, I have lots of advertising. So all these ads were created using generative AI. We have a session, so I'll not go into it. So I leave. I do want to keep to my time, so I'll skip some. Uh, I face now the biggest is adoption. As I said, the more you play with anything, I have my parents were 85 and 86 years old, and I was with them on Sunday, and they don't know how to use a WhatsApp video call. They didn't know till Sunday. I spent 20 minutes with them and I taught them how to use a WhatsApp video call because they had a mind block saying, no, no, we are okay with voice call. Now they know. Similarly, it's a very example, but the more you play with it, the more you use it, the more tasks you perform, you yourself get proficient in the usage of. So basically, if you had to say at the crawl stage, using prompt engineering to query foundation models, walk is incorporate proprietary data to fine-tune foundation models, run is to develop proprietary, and the companies that develop proprietary foundation models are the companies that will have a more chances of winning. And fly is productize models for customer or developer use. That's the ultimate goal. And we are just getting started, at least in India. US may be different. I don't know how many of this 180 million is India, but my hunch is at least 10% would be from India. It could be 5, definitely 5%, at best 10%. So it could be 9 million to 18 million, which is huge. 9 million Indians. I don't know whether it's 5, it's 3, it's 12. I don't know. I'm guessing that granularity on data is not available. Uh, Now, executives personally use generative AI platforms and tools in their day-to-day work. Businesses leverage out-of-the-box solutions for synthesis, summarization, and creation of content. And technical teams experiment with hitting open source APIs and ideate on features. Existing models like ChatGPT-4, Claude Plus, and Gemini give an idea for the current range of possibilities and limitations. So, QX, you may want to download QX. Any Indian company doing it's called Ask QX, the tool, and I'm sure Tilak and Arjun will talk about it. But point I'm trying to make is that there has to be a prompt strategy. In fact, I've been wanting to start an AI podcast, and I'm calling it Prompt because life is about prompts, not just AI. A prompt strategy is a way of phrasing your request to an LLM, such as a Chat GPT or Mistral prompt strategies in the process of engaging with it. These are technical. Now, basically, like a query is to search engines, the prompt you enter is key to getting the most powerful, accurate, and informative response. Good prompts increase your chance of getting a good output from the model. As the old going says, garbage in, garbage out applies in AI too. Like any skill being a power use can be learned, executives need to be power users. And at some stage, we will hopefully collaborate with some of you to make sure that the CXO use tools in a deep way. Uh, Again, these are prompt crafting strategies, zero shot prompting, few shot prompting, and so on and so forth. I just want to get to the. By the way, there are prompt marketplaces. You can buy prompts. How many of you knew that there was a prompt marketplace? 10% of you, of course, you Tilak. Ved, you also knew. I should spend more time with you here. Okay. Now, it has almost 100,000 plus AI prompts from the world's best AI creators. From Midjourney, from Chat GPT, from DAL, E, Stable Diffusion, so on and so. So really, this is the kind of world we are going to live in. And this is just a start of the Gen AI revolution, so to say. I mean, Gen AI existed for at least 10 years, but only in the last 20 odd months it's got its due attention and usage. Now, this is the case study he was talking about. I'll jump onto. Now, these are some of the companies in this space, just to give you the idea. And again, the beauty of AI is that it is impacting every domain. Legal services and legal services delivery is a huge area where AI is already having an impact and is likely because the lawyers have to deal with large amounts of, they have to refer to past, judgments. They have to look at similar judgments. They have to look through lots of data to be able to prepare for a case. So there is a company called Lexicon, is a Series B legal contract management company powered by AI and based in Seattle. And the problem it's trying to solve is legal teams are bogged down by menial tasks like filing contracts and manual reporting. And Lexicon is trying to help them. And it's been founded by leaders at the Allen Institute for AI. In India, there is the number of cases that are pending is 5 crore cases, 50 million cases pendency. Imagine if we can use the power of AI to be able to move forward and the quality of work that lawyers do gets upgraded. So this is one, again, I can give you, again, it is not surprising there is an Indian who's this founder and CEO. I don't know him. It is all from the net. His name is Gaurav Oberoi. So really, they have an AI contract assist. It's in the beta stage, but I'm sure they evolve. Okay. So there are many companies, and I can go on, but I just want to really say that the beauty about AI is while the 3 or 4 big players in each segment and sub-segment are right now ruling the roast, and because of its bets in AI, Microsoft has done well on its stock price. About 40 days back, for a half a day on the stock market, it was the most valuable company. Clearly, it shows the promise and the power of AI. So it is between Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. And Amazon is a little late in the space, but the fact is Amazon has Amazon Prime. It has Amazon Shopping. That means they have data sets. So anyone who has data sets has a natural advantage. And Amazon also has AWS. Don't forget that. With a large amount. So really these 3 companies are primed. Companies like IBM, for which for at least a decade has been doing maybe more, pouring in money, time, attention in this space, are also likely to lead. And then there is the chip manufacturers like NVIDIA and so on and so forth. But the beauty is that in almost every segment, sub-segment, there'll be startups that will come because they will innovate in technology. Tilak and Arjun were telling about 40 days back on how they have a differentiated way of working on it, in which gives them a advantage over everyone. Sandeep will talk to you about something that he has and his company has solved in terms of which is a big limitation. So the beauty about AI is that there'll be a lot of players because it is in the infancy. So there is a space for all of you. There is a future for all of you. Who knows, some of the companies represented in this room will go on to build products, services, or play in some area of AI and be able to dominate the world. The next set of startups in AI will also come from Indian founders in India. And I just want to say that while we're talking about AI, I want to end by saying that really, in a world of technology, the tools are increasing, but the value of human touch, the value of human creativity is only going up. It's at a premium. And the only limitation of AI, I'm sure AI will solve it as we go along. We know the principle of singularity. Singularity is predicted in 2034, but I'm sure singularity will happen at the pace at which we are progressing. It may happen well before 2034. I don't know when, neither I'm an astrologer, nor a futurist, or nor an AI tech founder, but I'm sure it will happen before 2034. But what is the only limitation AI is which works for human beings is that we've created AI. And while there are, last year 52 leading voices on AI wrote to the president of US about the risk associated with Gen AI, what it could do. I'm sure as human beings we'll find tools like deepfake is growing. As deepfake grows, the tools to be able to tackle deepfake also are there. Similarly, AI will also have mechanisms to be able to deal with, if I may use the word rogue Gen AI. I'm sure humans will be able to find that. And AI is about past. It's about learning from the past. But human brain is capable of creating new things without looking at the past. And that's why human beings will always be ahead of AI. I do genuinely. We could have done this on Zoom or any other digital platform, but we are doing it face to face because there's a value of human touch. The three things that I want to end this opening note is, one is your very bad ambassadors, Arjun, Tilak, and Vimal, for this piece that I'm going to talk about, is sleep. How many of you sleep 8 hours every night? I assume nobody sleeps in the day. How many of you sleep 8 hours? Like 20% of you here, okay? Out of about 90 people, maybe 20, 18, 20 people. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? Less than 6. I know, you don't have to raise your hand, okay? I know, right? So, while we are busy pursuing our dreams, sleep is the most important thing for your health. All these tools are will no value if you don't have health. And I had a young friend who died at 37 2 days back. 37. So really sleep more, sleep 8 hours. I mostly sleep 8 hours. Last night I slept only 7, and the night before 5.5. So I need to catch up on my sleep tonight. Sleep is the most, I tell Thalis all the time, sleep 8 hours. It's the most important thing. So do in your dreams, you will get even more ideas. But while you chase your dreams, your health needs to be good. All of us neglect our health. I do my yoga. I started to go for my walk. A year back, I turned vegetarian. I don't smoke. I don't drink. Um so really, sleep is the most important foundational pillar for health. Those of you want to lose weight, sleep 8 hours. Sleep 8 hours, 30 days, and see what happens to your body weight. I've done this once before. I lost 17 kgs in 2.5 months in 2014. Second is kindness. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others. I know we are very competitive. We have compare. Life is about abundance. There is enough for everyone. Enough. There's enough. Chat GPT will also do well. Ask QX will also do well. IBM will also do well. Other companies in the room will also do well. Third is sustainability. We know with what's happened in the last 15, 20 days, and this is an issue I read in July. I don't know when it says May. Is it May? Whenever Time magazine last year, sometime I read September, right? Uh, and I was in the Habitat library. I was waiting for a journalist friend, so I took a photo, and while I get it at home, I read it then, and it talked about the shrinking oceans and how they are a big issue for us humans. because there are large mammals in the oceans that whose excreta absorbs the carbon dioxide and it helps us, right? So the shrinking flora and fauna is a very big issue. And look at the temperature rising in every parts of the world. Look at wildfires in America, in Europe, in Australia. So there's no part of the world. So really, whatever you do, uh, Gen AI is about computing. Computing means large amount of football ground kind of computing power. So we have to somewhere strike the balance. And as long as we have some consciousness towards sustainability, we'll be able to do well. I don't want to stand between you and Mr. Patel. I've already taken a little more time than I should have, but I wish you luck. It's the start of a journey from business world to track this sector, to be more relevant in this sector, to make sure the adoption of Gen AI, we play a small role in adoption. It will automatically happen. So we can be a small catalyst, and we can really make sure that the CXO community that we reach out to, we're able to help that community use AI tools for their good. I had a presentation on how the cost also come down over a period of time. If you may invest in AI now or on a recurring basis, the cost of doing business comes down. But I'm sure Mr. Patel and the founders will talk about it. My hope is that when we meet in a couple of months, and we plan to do this in Bangalore, we plan to do this in Bombay, at least these two cities, we are able to see many more Indian companies doing well in this space and making a significant impact. In the evening, we also, for the first time, we've instituted uh, kind of and awards are a way of encouraging uh, the players. Any amount of appreciation from the right platform for the right reason is welcome. So we have three awards that we are giving. It is chosen by our editorial board. We didn't have the time to be able to do a jury process that we do for all our awards, but tonight we'll be giving out three awards. Uh, One is to a Gen AI founder, Gen AI company, and also an international company that is making bets in Gen AI in India. So we have three awards. At some stage, Noor will talk about it. But thank you for your attention. Thank you for being here. And I look forward to all of you having a day of learnings and getting inspired and hopefully connecting with each other to be able to collaborate to build something mutually valuable. Thank you. God bless you.
You so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for sharing the big picture. I'm sure with this opening remark, we are very excited for what this day holds for us. Without wasting any time, ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon the next speaker among us. Everyone, Managing Director, IBM India and South Asia. Let's please put our hands together for Mr. Sandeep Patel, who's going to share the Gen AI trends that are shaping India.
Thank you. So, Anurag, I think you made the point about PowerPoints. I've actually done away with PowerPoints altogether. I don't use them anymore. So, hopefully, this is a lot of content, some perspectives in terms of where I see this technology going. We see this technology going as an organization, and it's a great pleasure to address this group on this particular topic because I do believe that this is a technology that's not only here to stay, but it's something that all of us should learn about and should learn about how to apply it for business. So I am going to make a little bit of a distinction in terms of AI, what is generative AI, what is generative AI for business specifically, and why there is so much potential in India to really harness this technology and play a leadership role for this technology around the world. So I'm going to ask you to, imagine with me a few scenarios. Imagine a Bharat where a farmer in Haryana, using his smartphone in his own native language, Haryanvi, can get real time weather, soil, and water data to generate agricultural forecasting models to help him plan his crop planting, production, land utilization, supply chain, market demand, making his Vani the key to access all the tech he needs. Another scenario, imagine a Bharat where a small scale entrepreneur setting up her business to make incense sticks, agarbatti, out of recycled flowers in Rajasthan needs only her creativity and command prompts to her laptop to build a website and a mobile app for end-to-end generation of design elements for her product packaging that would appeal to her potential customers without having to spend a huge amount of money by hiring people who can build these web tools and others for her, leveling the playing field for her, where not having an access to tech shouldn't be the factor holding her back. Imagine a Bharat where companies can proactively identify shadow data, monitor for abnormal data access, have the system shut down a potential data breach, and alert cybersecurity professionals to detect and remediate potential cyber crimes and cyber threats in real time. Imagine a Bharat where a large financial services institution can significantly boost coding or developer productivity by automating code migration from COBOL to Java to accelerate their platform modernization with reduced risks and costs. Whilst these some of these may seem to be out in the future and dreams, it's not. All of this can be achieved by artificial intelligence today. And I know that Anurag talked a little bit about AI, but let me just lay out a few definitions really quick just to set the context for what I mean. Simply defined, artificial intelligence or AI is technology that enables computers and machines to simulate and, more importantly, augment human intelligence and problem solving capabilities. When we take it to the next step of generative AI, it refers to the deep learning models that can take raw data, say all of Wikipedia or all the collected works of Rembrandt, and learn to generate statistically probable outputs when it is prompted. At a high level, generative models encode a simplified representation of their training data and draw from it to create a new work that's similar but may not be identical to the original data. Today, generative AI can learn, synthesize not just human language, but other types of data, including images, video, software code, and even molecular structures. And I think I think we had a NASCOM event, NTLF, a couple of months ago, and there were a lot of questions. Is generative AI hype? I think all of us who spoke at it made it very clear that it's well past its hype. It's here to stay and scale, and its potential impact is just too significant to ignore. Take our economy, for example. As Gen AI breaks out from labs and proofs of concept into real world consumer and, more importantly, business enterprise applications, its impact on India will be profound. According to an EY report that was recently published, generative AI could boost India's GDP by about over $400 billion, which by 2030, which represents almost a 7% increase. The cumulative impact could reach well over 1.2, $1.3 trillion dollars, adding another, almost a point to annual growth. And businesses today are increasingly considering this technology. CEOs know they need to tread carefully, but they also feel the need to act fast. We recently did a AI adoption index report that we did a survey globally. 64% of CEOs, they say that they face significant pressure from investors, creditors, and lenders to accelerate the adoption of generative AI. And in some respects, it actually gets to the point of being a little comical. So I was talking to a client executive of mine a few months ago, and he had just sort of come out of the whole B20 cycles and others that had happened, And he said, Sandeep, the pressure from the board, from our C-suite is so large. And then to top it all, we have people sort of making statements that actually make it even worse. And so he gave me an example. He was at a B20 event, I think in either it was in Orissa or MP, I forget exactly, but it was in one of those locations. And a very senior academician, stood up on stage, and he actually made a statement saying, "Oh, I've been using metaverse for 20 years now." And this gentleman said, the moment that was said, I got all these messages saying, why aren't we using metaverse, right? So there is an element, and I mean the whole the fallacy of it is, metaverse, using metaverse for 20 years, that itself is comical in itself. But when you have these comments sort of flying around, right, you do have a lot of questions from the C-suite. Are we missing out on something, right? And but without even putting all of that hype aside, right, and putting all of that notion aside, today, one of the things that our adoption index report cited and laid out is that today 59% of large Indian enterprises, which is 1,000 people or more, are actively using AI in their businesses, and about 27% are actually exploring it. Interestingly enough, across all the countries that were surveyed, India actually topped the list with those percentages. And the top factors that were cited for adoption of AI in India are access to AI tools, clearly a lot of startups, a lot of tools which are out there, the need to reduce cost and drive automation, and increase AI that is embedded in off-the-shelf business applications. So when you look at the pure data sets, right, India is actually experimenting a lot more with AI than probably anyone else in the world. And again, I understand that surveys are what they are. They're a point in time, and they obviously are reflective of sample size and all the rest of it. But it gives you an indicator about the amount of activity that's going on in India. Second, our golden demographics and rapidly growing technical talent pool have provided us with a tremendous opportunity here in India. Interestingly, all the progress that we are seeing around us today, with all of that talent pool, it's actually being done by a remarkably small group of people. If we consider, the data from a BCG and an Ahmedabad report, it says that India only has around 4.5% of the world's AI professionals currently. I'll leave it to you to calculate the multiplier effect if we can just double or triple that number. So the focus on skill sets is going to become important. But more importantly, when you put all of these data sets together, I see no other nation better placed than India to actually lead this revolution. So the question then becomes, how do we make this relevant for business? There's a lot of work going on with, there's use of ChatGPT. Anurag shared the number of 180 million paid subscribers on ChatGPT. People are experimenting with it. But I think what's going to become more important is, how do we use this for business? How do we scale it for business? And it does start with the understanding what the enterprise truly wants to achieve, and ensuring these goals are tightly coupled with strategy, and defining what specifically needs to change to make that vision a reality. Leaders need to assess where work can be streamlined or augmented, and how generative AI can be used to deliver greater value every day. The focus on business relevant use cases becomes really, really important. If you use this as a hammer looking for a nail, it's not going to get you the results that you need. The CEOs also need to have an in-depth knowledge about the risks and exposures the organization will face on this journey. Some will be similar to what they've seen in the past, including things like privacy, accuracy, explainability, bias. I'll talk about that in a bit. But others will be entirely new, and proper oversight will be needed to correctly identify, quantify, and manage these inherent risks. This actually then brings me to the key considerations. Again, I'm assuming this is mostly a business audience. So as you start thinking about using generative AI for business, I'll try to give you a few key principles as to where I see this technology going. And this is based on two filters or vantage points. One, the time that we've spent in developing our own AI, generative AI platform, Watson X, uh, which is built on these principles that I'm going to talk about. But more importantly, on learnings from 700 plus pilots and projects that we are doing with clients globally over the last several months. First, AI will be multimodal. One model will not rule at all. In fact, and as Anurag talked about different, the LLMs and others that are out there. In fact, 60% of enterprises today are leveraging a combination of models. They could be they could be specific models like the ones which we have is Granite, their own proprietary models that companies are building out, open source models like Llama. But the rationale is very simple: cost, security, privacy, flexibility, and innovation. And at times, that's actually regulatory concerns. And you'll hear from other founders. I was just talking to a few of them earlier. The focus to make these models and make them a lot more cost effective, that now is a quest for innovation that will continue. Second, AI must be hybrid by design. That is, companies should be able to run their AI workloads on public clouds, private clouds, within their firewalls, as well as on-prem. And this is, I think, very, very critical, particularly with data security and data privacy issues. And in many respects, we've currently most of the AI platforms that are out there basically require data to go to AI and then come back with outcomes. I think we are moving more and more into a world, and this is sort of where we've focused our platform, is AI should come to the data and data should stay where it is. Third, for AI to work, it must be built responsibly as a backbone of any new technology because it has to be trusted. And this comes from transparency, explainability, and a lack of bias. And I'll get into that in just a second. Fourth, data does matter. In our pilots, we saw that enterprises with high data wealth are gaining an edge, delivering up to 2x the ROI on AI projects. But this is where data governance and compliance become very, very important. Fifth, while enterprises are still early in their journey, the need to tie experimentation to business value, i.e., picking the right use cases that will get using the right LLM, the right deployment option will make or break your ROI. And so really focusing in it on why are you using AI? This is the notion around not having, a hammer looking for a nail, but really determining what is the business value that you're trying to solve so that the ROI value can be delivered. That is really, really important. And this is where I think there's a lot of discussion around, are large language models the way to go? Bigger is not always better. As a matter of fact, we've just published some work which demonstrates that if you have the right sized fit for purpose models that could be a lot smaller, they have a much higher latency and they actually get the work done at a much lower cost. So I think these are decisions that are going to become more and more relevant as this technology matures, as innovation continues to evolve, and as businesses start to use this. Now, there are several examples which are out there. I mean, clearly, if you think about life sciences industries, drug discovery and production typically takes a huge amount of resources and time. With AI powered automation, this can actually reduce the speed and improve production speed and quality very significantly. In education and training, AI can tailor education materials and to each individual's training needs, where it can focus for teachers as to where students need help and attention. Automotive manufacturers can more effectively predict and adjust production to respond to changes in supply and demand, streamline workflows, and the rest of it. So there are several examples like this, but I think this is where it's really important to pick the right business cases to really really drive this technology forward. And so the applicability clearly limited to our ingenuity. Now let me indulge me for a bit, and can I ask for a show of hands of how many of you would happily use an AI system where all you are able to see is the output or result, and put blind faith on the system that has taken all the data correctly in the right context and without bias? Quick show of hands. And that brings me to my next point. I had three people raise their hands. They're ready to take the leap. All of what I've said will purely be a dream if we don't build trust in AI systems. And trust is built with responsible AI that is enabled with data and AI governance. So, just to go back to the AI Adoption Index report that I talked about, it found that near unanimous agreement by those who surveyed in India that consumers are more likely to choose services from companies with transparent and ethical AI practices. While 94% believe that being able to explain how their AI reached a decision is business critical. So, this brings home the point that while not all AI models are created equal, every model does need to be governed. Taken lightly, this can lead to data privacy issues, legal complications, and ethical dilemmas, cases that we've already seen plaguing many across the world. So, what is truly important, I think, as this technology advances, and more importantly, as it gets scaled for business, is how do we take steps towards trustworthy AI? And a few areas that I would just encourage everyone or organizations that are looking at AI, right, to think about as you govern your data and AI models. First, it's the provenance of data, as data is the lifeblood of every AI model. I think we have a saying in our company: there is no AI without IA. So if you don't have an information architecture, you don't have AI. So we need to be able to determine whether the right data was used, where it originated, how it has evolved, and more importantly, identify the discrepancies. We are seeing a spate of lawsuits against companies using AI for copyright and intellectual property infringement. And this will be more and more important as this technology scales. Most AI companies, they offer indemnity for copyright protection, but not IP infringement. And that's where the numbers become really large. For our own models, for example, we have always indemnified against both because of the governance that we put around our models. But this is going to become an issue, I think, as this technology matures and scales. Second, AI systems will need to be robust. They need to be built to withstand intentional and unintentional interference by protecting against vulnerabilities to effectively handle exceptional conditions, such as abnormalities in input or malicious attacks. Really critical, right? And third, AI models must be transparent and explainable so we can reduce any harmful disinformation, hallucinations, or deceptive content. We've heard about deep fakes and all the rest of it. It's really important that we are able to explain the outcome of where the results came from. And lastly, fairness and elimination of bias is really important, especially true in a geographically and culturally diverse country like ours, where the detrimental repercussions of biased decisions based on incomplete or inaccurate data and models can be very significant. That's why, for us, we have pledged the use of responsible AI, and I'm encouraging all of you to do that as well. So, in conclusion, I want you to take three things away from what I have said. For India to become the Gen AI capital of the world, each of us sitting in this room and beyond will play a critical part, not only in experimenting with, but scaling the adoption and applying AI tools to solve some of the key business and societal challenges. Again, not using it as a hammer looking for a nail, but for key business reasons that we can actually solve. whether it's solving our climate crisis, broadening financial inclusion, improving cybersecurity, or fighting the next pandemic, right? Uh, and just as an example, Gartner report recently said that 54% of AI projects, only 54% are making it from pilot to production. So it becomes incumbent on all of us not just start to work with AI, but to actually scale it in our organization. Second, we will all need to commit to understanding this technology and skilling ourselves on how to work with it, how to make our organizations leverage it, and upskill our own employees to work with it. We are working to close this skill gap, as best as we can. We have committed to train 2 million learners in AI by the end of 2026, and with a more focus on underrepresented communities. We also recently signed an MOU with the government of India to collaborate in establishing an AI innovation platform that will focus on AI skilling, ecosystem development, and integrating advanced foundational models and generative AI capabilities to support India's scientific, commercial, and human capital development in this space. Third point, AI will change Bharat, but the terms on which it happens, they are up to us. That's why responsible AI will be the key to building generative AI for Bharat, AI that is transparent, explainable, trusted, and without bias. So I will end from where I began, borrowing the words of the great Albert Einstein. Logic will get you from A to B, imagination will take you everywhere. And that is the charter for all of us. Thank you for listening and hope the remainder of today's sessions engage and inspire you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir, for these amazing insights. Everyone, let's please put our hands together one more time for this amazing learnings that we just had a look at. Now, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another amazing speaker on the stage. Let's please put our hands together for the co-founder and CEO of QX Lab AI. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, we have Mr. Tilakraj Parmar. Everyone, let's please put our hands together and have him on the stage, Mr. Tilakraj Parmar. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we'll request for the leadership insights, Mr. Tilakraj Parmar, co-founder and CEO of QX Lab AI. And till the time we are having him in the room, check. Thank you. Till the time we are having Mr. Tilakraj in the room, why don't we just stand up once? I know a little bit of work. We're learning about Gen AI, but we're also learning with this, as Anurag sir mentioned, as Sandeep sir mentioned, how important human brains are, right? How important we all are in this journey of Gen AI. So why don't we do a small exercise to just exercise our brains so that we can keep learning throughout the day? You might have done this before, but it's always better to, keep exercising more. What we are going to do, we are going to raise our right hands a little bit. Thank you. And we are going to try draw a circle. Somebody said, "Arre, I genuinely heard that." We'll just try, yes? Thank you. I can see a lot of people doing. It's I think not even 11 in the morning. We can be a little more energized. So thank you. Thank you so much. Now what we are going to do, we'll keep doing this and we'll also raise our left hand and we'll try to make a triangle. Can we all do that? I'll also try that with you. Can we? I think all of us we are doing is we are making a circle, then we are making a triangle. Let's try it, making it together. Possible? Good, sir. That's a good try. But we stop and then cool, yeah. So thank you. We're still pausing. We'll keep trying that. I can actually see a lot of people. The lady mentioned perfectly right now. What's your name?
Dr. Subi Chaturvedi.
Dr. Subi just mentioned. First of all, a big round of applause for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. You guys were trying to make a circle and a triangle, but yeah, as Dr. Subi mentioned, what I was seeing, all of you were doing bhangra in slow motion. So it was like, that's all I could see. But thank you, everyone. Let's please take our seats. We'll just take a second and we'll take our seats. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we go ahead, on the screens, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at the latest issue of the magazine Among Us, which is going to be about a lot of issues and a lot of things, a lot of topics. Let's have a look at the AV on the screens. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's always, something that we have learned in the school that if there's somebody who tells us something, we won't remember it for a longer time. But it's always great to learn with audio and visuals. Now, let's have a look at another AV, which is going to be about the BW legacy of the years that we have. All of you have been a part of this journey. Let's have a look at the legacy AV. I'll request our team to please have the AV on screen. Thank you.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, 42 years of excellence, business world. And today we are here. And as said, learning is a process. Now it's time to have another speaker among us on the stage and continue the learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite CEO and founder of Vizhi Inc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together for Mr. Vishnu Vardhan. Everyone, let's please put our hands together and have him on the stage. Sir, the stage is going to be all yours.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And it's a real honor to be on this stage talking to you on generative AI. They asked me what is going to be your, the title of your talk. I said the title of this conference itself will be the title of my talk, because this is exactly what we are trying to do. So I'm an orthopedic surgeon. So by training, I have nothing to do with AI or generative AI or anything. So after having worked in many hospitals, I even worked for United Nations. That's when I came across the power of technology. And Mr. Sandeep is not there. Thanks to his company, it had a great role to play. I was in United Nations, and my mandate was to build a lot of trauma centers across many war zones in Africa. So like countries like Somalia, Mozambique, and Chad. It was more than a decade ago where telemedicine was not that famous like it's today. And when we had to do that, so we had to bring in a lot of technology. In the sense, we used Indian military service to even build basic internet there. Like if you have to build a telemedicine, you need internet. Somalia didn't have internet. So we had to bring internet first and then bring. Then I came across a lot of tech that's happening, which can really change the world. Because with very minimal people, we could really give a lot of great services to war zones where like doctors can't even go. So that really spurred my interest in healthcare technology. And it took me to Boston. I went to MIT after having done my MS and all the health tech. I again went to the school. So I did a master's, mostly working on machine learning there in technology. So that's what took us into building a health tech company called Vizhi. That's what we are doing. So Viz is doing something which we call as the metabolic signature. So what we do as a company is, if you see a lot of information is there in the body, which can tell us why exactly a disease has happened and what is the root cause of the disease. So it's hidden in our genes, it's hidden in our proteins, it's hidden in many things. When we do this test, what we end up is generating a lot of data. Like each metabolic signature we do generates 250 GB data, which is very unwieldy for anyone. The first set we did, it took us like 3 months to even like understand the data. So for us to just understand 107 data points, it took us 2 years. So after 2 years of starting a company, all I had is 107 data sets. That's when we said like this is so unwieldy. It's never going to click. Like it's a deep tech company, so nobody would invest in a company which takes 107 patients data sets. It takes 2 years. That's when I came across a group in India working in IIT who are building transformers, using transformers in healthcare. So I met them in Boston, and then I said, I want to start a project here in India. I came back to Bombay, and we started this. At that time, we didn't know that generative AI is going to be so popular. This was 3 years back. We said like we'll use transformers in our company, and then we funded a research project here, and it did very well. We built a lot of encoders, which really brought down the time which takes to understand our data sets. And then when we were working there, ChatGPT happened, and then the world changed. So ChatGPT became so popular. Then the same group who are working with us, they said we want to build Bharat GPT. So I said like this great with a lot of information and knowledge we have been using. So maybe you should do that, and I can support you. So 7 IITs came together, and then they said like we'll do Bharat GPT. And when we started doing that, the first problem we faced was, where is the compute gonna come from? So there were no GPUs in India, and hardly the compute of all the IITs was not even sufficing. So we went to a lot of places to ask for the compute. Have virtually met all the companies who manufacture GPUs, and the NVIDIA waiting period was nearly 52 weeks. They said like, you order it today, we can deliver it 50 weeks. That's not even like, because when US and Gulf countries are buying in tens of thousands, if somebody goes from India and asks for like, say, give me 256 GPUs, you'd be maybe 100th on the list. So virtually, it took us like many months to even like figure out where we are going to source the GPUs from. It took me to Taiwan, where I met a company who were doing OEM manufacturing for GPUs. We bought the first H100s to India. It's there in a data center in Bombay. So that's how our building generative AI for Bharat started. So, and then that really gave us a lot of insights on how to really do this, how to bring the H100s, how to even connect them, a lot of things. It took us 2 months to just piece those things out, because that's the kind of effort it needs when you don't have that infrastructure. So this is the background of how the whole thing started. Today, things have moved a lot, and we have a huge compute now. Like I have 1,000 GPUs, which is working behind the models which we are building, and these models are being called as Hanuman. So when we announced Hanuman in NASSCOM conference, a lot of people even thought, is it a movie, Hanuman, which is come? So yeah, in fact, when we talk like why we even named these models as Hanuman, it's an interesting story. We went to Carnegie Mellon University, and then there were a lot of professors who were working on generative AI, and they said, you see, like why many companies don't try to build this kind of things, because it's a very responsible work. Like AI is a very powerful tool, but you need to be super responsible, because many things can happen, and which you have to take a liability on. So if it's not responsible, you don't even try to do it. So you should have a big framework for what is going to be the responsible AI. This really put us back. Like we were thinking on what is going to be a framework, like how do you even write a framework for responsible AI to make it so simple that everyone even gets it easily. That's when this idea hit upon us that we are thinking about like what is going to be responsible AI. Then we understood that there is a huge framework in Hanuman itself for the responsible AI. Hanuman, if you go by aerobics, he was the most powerful entity. He had huge power. He could lift mountains. But if you see his life, he has never used it for his own selfish purpose. He could have become king of Lanka, but he told Vibhishan to become king of Lanka. So he always used with public good. He said, this is such a simple framework, which will give us like our model should be right. Like, so then we said, why don't we just even not just use this? Why don't we name it as Hanuman? Because we are building generative AI for Bharat, and something rooted in Bharat should be the name of our models. That's how the Hanuman model name came out. So there was another conversation that's happening.
இல்லைங்க கொஞ்சம் அர்ஜென்ட்டா வேணும் எப்படியாவது ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுத்துருங்க நான் அனுப்பான் கிட்ட கேட்டு பார்க்கலாம் இந்த இஷ்யூ உடனே ரெடி பண்ணி
These are the use cases which we are addressing to Hanuman. So our biggest point in why we had to build something from foundation. If you see, a lot of people are trying to use models which are already been built there. There is even a huge conversation going on. Do we even need to build a foundational model? Why can't we just use open source models already available and then fine tune them? So we have also seen a lot of language models being released in different languages, which have been fine tuned on other models. But the biggest problem with something like that is, number one, if you see any big language model like say ChatGPT, it has nearly 90% English tokens. The German tokens are about 5 to 6%. Something like a Malayalam, which has about nearly 3 crore people speaking that language, has only 0.16% tokens. So that makes it very, very expensive to use something like that model for Indian languages. And if you see the India market, only 10 to 20% of us who are here can really use English very well. All the use cases I have shown mostly come from people who are in that 80% people who can't use English. So they need to work in their own language. Like a school kid in a village, would we have, if she has to learn physics, that's why physics wala is so famous, because he makes it so easy. He tells you in Hindi, so you get it easily. But if some elite school is teaching that course, somebody puts it on YouTube, it can't be accessed by that kid. So to build this kind of model from scratch up in India, we needed huge number of data sets. And they're not there in real. If you see English language tokens, there are nearly 30 trillion tokens available. Anybody can build an English language model, but you have to build a model in, say, Telugu, which is my mother tongue. There were only 7 billion tokens. With the 7 billion tokens, you can't build a model. It's going to be trivial. And if you take those little tokens and then use a English language model and then try to build a Telugu language model, it will be like putting 2 drops of water into a bucket and then thinking that the color of the water will change. And also the important thing is when somebody has to bring back the tokens, the model has to do a lot. So that's why it costs a lot if you ask ChatGPT to find a language token. Like we did a study where we saw that a language called Burmese, which has highest expense when it comes to tokens, it costs 300 times more than an English token when somebody has to bring it from Burmese language. So that's because the tokens are less. Now, our team has done a tremendous work on this. What they have figured out is Indian languages have something of a different architecture. Like English is A, B, C, D, E, and all Indian languages, you take anything, whether it is Tamil or Hindi or Assamese, they're all Kaka, Gagana, and I. So it's a different canonization. What we did was, there is a lot of similarities in languages. Telugu and Kannada are virtually, the script is same. Tamil, Malayalam, the script is same. A lot of vocabularies are same. So nearly, if you look at it from that perspective, 80% of Indian language tokens can be virtually used for any other language. They can be interchanged. Only that nuances are 20%, which is what our model has learned. So what it makes is, like, there is something called double R. It's called Ra, which is only used in Telugu language. It knows that. So there is a word called La, which is not there in Hindi, but it's there in Kannada. So this way, there is a difference, but there is also a lot of, 80% is interchangeably usable. That's how we built our data sets from bottom up and then bringing these models, which will not have the dominance of English, but can speak in nearly 8 to 9 languages today. And our plan is to even release it for like small languages like Mizoram and Manipuri, which will take us to 22 Indian languages in next 2 years. And another biggest factor we have found out is, as even IBM research was saying, that the big models cost a lot to maintain. It's very easy to use a model in a POC, but if you have to use it on a large enterprise scale, it's going to be super expensive. It costs millions of dollars because they have put hundreds of thousands of GPUs to run that model. But if you go for a war, you need to have different kind of things. You need to have infantry, you need to have cavalry. You can't use, fighter jets for everything. So that's how we are building these models. And one model will be, as small as 7 billion, 13 billion, and 40 billion. And because you don't need every skill to be for every use case. Few use cases need very limited skills. And for that, you don't need to take a huge model, which is like 175 billion parameter model, and then try to solve it. So the best thing is to use models which horses for courses kind of models. That's the, we also even call them as small language models. It's not small language. We just named it like that, which can be used on an enterprise. They can be deployed on a prem, and you can put your own data sources there and then use it. Because the biggest challenge would be, one, how the companies or anyone who is using this retain their IP, keep their data secure, can they manage it? The other one is there are many use cases where a country needs, sovereign models, like say if it's a defense or a banking, you don't want your data to go to, other country. So you want to have your own models where you have to use it. That brought us to a lot of government use cases which we are working on, where the data has to be sovereign. So we are working with them. The models work there, and then we use their data sets. They don't need to send their data to other model, because ultimately you want to retain your IP. And most importantly, because of the way our language speaks, lot of applications which can be used in education, health sector. The last one which I showed is what our company is building in Visi. It's a very high cutting edge thing for performance athletes. So anything from like a school kid learning physics to a high end genomic data sets, we can use these models because they're very adaptable, and they come with a lot of hybridization. And another important factor which we have also seen is the GPUs itself. There are like 3-4 companies who are making GPUs. NVIDIA is very popular because it works superbly well. Virtually, you can run anything on that, but it's also super expensive. There are other GPUs which are very difficult to work with. We work with all the 4 systems currently available, and we have learned a lot there, like how to even use the other GPUs, which are costing less, but very difficult to use. You have to build a lot of libraries, understand them. Basic things are also sometimes not there, but we have learned it. That way, our cost can come down, because if there is a competition in the GPU market, which is going to be the major factor for any generative AI product or a company running it, where you can use GPUs, like NVIDIA works very well in few things. For other things, like text and all, you can use other GPUs, but there are no libraries, it's very difficult to use. So this hybrid cloud is what we are trying to bring, where you can put other GPUs together and then bring down the cost itself. That's going to be the big change, a game changer for India, because if you can build models which are like data efficient, use less compute, and which can work in many other languages apart from English, India is surely going to be, generative AI model capital of the world. So that's our vision. That's what we are trying to do from Hanuman. And it's a public and government partnership, because a lot of universities, a lot of researchers who have worked before us have come together to build this. And that's what, we call it as India's first multilingual, multimodal language model built in India for the world. Thank you very much for patiently listening.
Check. Thank you so much, Vishnu sir, for sharing the knowledge. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the knowledge and insights. I would like to invite the next speaker on the stage, who's the Global SVF Chief Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Officer in Mobi Group, also the former member of MHE, United Nations Internet Governance Forum. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for none other than Dr. Subi Chaturvedi. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and invite Dr. Subi on the stage. I'll request the team to please help us with the clicker.
Thank you. Hi everybody, and sorry about my voice. I wouldn't have done this for anyone else, but Anurag is truly special, and this occasion is extremely momentous. The fact that we're all here in the middle of a workday tells us how important the issue at hand is. I am truly delighted, and I first want to start by congratulating the entire BW team for pulling this together. There can't be a better time to discuss AI. what you have amongst us today are some of the best minds and leaders who are making things happen for India. So, Dr. Vishnu, thank you for that extremely engaging presentation. We're very excited about Hanuman, and many congratulations from all of us. Sandeep spoke about the broader picture. What we're going to do today in the next 15 minutes or so is talk about why AI truly matters. Why does it matter to each of us? How is it that we're engaging? And what is it that all of us can do to make sure that this is not just a conversation within rooms, and people who are going to be catalysts to make this happen are instrumental. They're sitting in this room, and each of us I see as change makers, as enablers who can truly get us our place under the sun when it comes to AI and India. So when Sumati was introducing me, and by the way, you're absolutely outstanding and terrific. Thank you for keeping us all engaged. I represent a company that is one of India's first unicorns, and we became a unicorn back in 2011. We're now in 26 countries. It's just when you talk about small language models or large language models and the hype around AI, this is a testimony to what is it that's possible. It is a conversation about hope. It is a conversation about the potential that India holds. So it's not about innovation happening in the West, and then we're trying to look at diffusion models where India then starts adopting. We're talking about AI, and we're talking about AI in a post-COVID world where technologies almost made this a level playing field. So here is the opportunity where, unlike, let's say, a 3G or 4G, India will not be playing catch up. So what's happened now, this is a bit about my journey, which is why the conversation across academia, technology, the fact that we've been negotiating not just how India runs its internet, but how the world looks at internet governance processes. So before we get into AI, it's very important to understand, if you're not on the table, you will be on the menu. The fact that conversations so far were happening in distant places like Vilnius, in Baku, in Geneva, they were deciding what internet models are going to look like. So AI is not something that's new. When the timeline is very, very clear, we'll come to this. But the conversation that we need to have is around the fact that what is it that really changed? So first, the hype is genuine. And why is it genuine? Because it's sort of become democratic to use. So my mother sitting in Lucknow can now look at, hey, what plant is this? What is the season that I need to look at? What is the kind of cropping soil conditions are required? Anybody can now use large language models easily. So this made technology accessible. The conversation that we need to have is, what is the kind of generative AI and what is the kind of AI as a whole that our country can harness? How is it that it links up to the larger conversation around a Viksit Bharat, around our Vision 2047? What is it that each of the stakeholders need to do so that we're able to unlock, we're able to harness the potential of AI? So it's no longer about why AI or when AI, it is about how AI. It's a natural choice where we'll get to it, right? So if I go back, the key conversation here, when you're looking at what is essential, and Sandeep talked about the trust index, and he's right when he says India leading the adoption. So 57% of companies, this is actually an IBM study, 57% of companies in India have already explored, they've already adopted. So when it comes to trust, we're trusting of technology. We're no longer scared. We're no longer resisting change. And sorry, I just want to take you back to this is the opportunity that we're talking about. So, and these are very, very hard numbers. When we're talking about potential in the global market. We're at roughly about $1,811 billion. When you're looking at the India AI market alone, you're looking at numbers upwards of 17 billion. When you're looking at addition to the global economy, it's 15.7 trillion. These are not small numbers. When you're looking at the combined contribution to the world's GDP, this is going to be larger than both India and China combined. So which is why it's incumbent that not only do we play catch up, we start adopting AI organically. And housewives and homemakers and cooks in India do that really well. When you're preparing gravy and you need to add curd or you need to add things which are tangy and sour to make the gravy whole and not disintegrate, they know exactly when the infusion needs to happen. So one of the things that we need to really look at is what is it that you need to do where your organization can truly benefit, and not just look after this like an arms race that everybody's talking about AI. So no matter which industry, which sector I'm in, I need to start looking at AI. That's not the conversation that we need to have. And therefore, you've got specialists. Therefore, you've got people who will analyze and get you the right balance between when to infuse technology and how do I make it work for my business and my sector. So it's not going to be uniform for everyone. It's not going to happen at the same time. But when it comes to deployment, this is the kind of readiness index that companies and sectors are showing in India. So unlike other technology, where there was a lot of fear mongering and people talked about, this happens in every phase. When it comes to automation, it will happen. But the big question, or let's say the proverbial elephant in the room is, am I going to lose jobs? No, jobs are going to get transformed. And how we engage with technology will help you upskill. So what does India have working for it? We've got the highest potential number of engineers. We've got content, we've got culture, we've got creativity. We've got some of the most talented bunch of people sitting within our engineering institutions. But why is it that an Infosys or a TCS needs to create a bridge program for them? That's because of the readiness or the skill sets that we're imparting. So this is where just bridging these programs, and that's what VEF is saying, that your top skills are critical thinking. Your top skills are your ability to analyze, use cognitive skill sets. And on an average, they're saying it'll take about 3 to 5 months to upskill your entire workforce if you start now. So this is easy, this is doable, and it gives you so much in terms of an incredible incremental advantage. Now, one of the biggest questions that we're discussing today, and I'll always wear my policy hat when I look at it, is how do I build an AI that works for India? How do I build, and at the heart of all digital conversations is trust. So we believe in our world that sunlight is the best disinfectant. So how is the data being collected? Where is the data being stored? Who has access to the data? What is the quality of that data set? For which purpose will it be utilized? For how long will it be utilized? And will there be transparency? And will there be accountability? These are the kind of models, these are the kind of interventions that make your model or your system or your offering trustworthy. As we speak today, not very far from here, barely 5 to 7 kilometers, there is a robust discussion that's going on in the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, where they're talking about AI greenwashing. So a lot of companies today are talking about AI being included in their products when it is not really AI, when it is just large amount of data analysis. So it's a bit like nutraceuticals. This has got almonds, so it'll make your brain sharper, right? What is the quantity of turmeric or what is the quantity of curcumin in that turmeric? Is it really going to help with my inflammatory issues? This is the level of detail that Government of India is today getting into, the same as their guidelines on environmental greenwashing. So on one hand, this room needs to grapple with the problem that how do I get on to the AI bandwagon? The second is how do I make sure that I use principles which are going to be true, which are actually going to be utilizing artificial intelligence, and that makes my product better, right? Not just making sure that I've got this label and I say, hey, we're AI enabled. So why is AI essential? Our attempt is not to look at growth. Our attempt is not to look at defining our progress just in terms of numbers. So when we looked at the comparison between the state gross domestic product, because of the number of people in my home state, which is Uttar Pradesh, we stood at per capita GDP at about 0.83, which is less than a lakh per person. So when I'm looking at social inequalities, or when I'm looking at growing productivity per hectare, which is now small farmers, landless laborers, or small enterprises, the next growth is going to come from the next 100 Indian companies becoming champions for India. And this is where AI can really play a key role. So when it comes to use cases, when it comes to social economic disparities, when it comes to ensuring interventions in the fundamentals. So what is expected of a democracy? That you'll have great law and order, you'll have fantastic infrastructure, you will have business do business. And if we can get that, which is at the basic state, and healthcare will be affordable. So those are the kind of interventions that the government is trying to make today. And with Dr. Vishnu, you heard the fantastic example of telemedicine and how large data sets of predictable patterns of illness can become preventive early warning signs. So Covin, the app, benefited from large amounts of data, which we voluntarily shared. So if everybody understands the value of data today, right, and people start talking about data being the new oil, I think data is not oil. Data is even more precious, and it is more different than oil. Oil can be put in measurable barrels. Data will manifest and change itself. The amount of data that you put together and the quality and richness of data that you give to AI and large language models can give you very, very different and incremental inputs into your businesses. So we talked about trust. India ranks as the highest country where we trust in AI and we trust in technology. Of course, every survey would have limitations, but it means that as a country, we're ready for technology. Technology is not a bad word anymore. Technology is, we're okay in terms of perception, in terms of mindset. It's now cool to be part of embracing technology. So what is it that AI can do? And this is where we need to be very, very careful. We need to be realistic. So first, look at limitations. When it comes to creativity, there is no comparison to the infinite possibilities and the beauty of the human mind. So on your right, you'll still see the limitations of generative AI or large language models. At this point, I'll take a step back and basically look at AI like a large Excel sheet, which has a lot of columns. It has a lot of data. This is not just text. It is also numbers. It is also videos. It is also images. Now, if you had like a supercomputer, which could pull in all this data together, and instead of, when you look at a popular search engine, it gives you links, then you still need to go back and do your homework. Here is somebody who's doing the basic work for you. But when you look at even ChatGPT, it will very transparently tell you that, hey, I don't have an opinion. I can tell you what the facts are. So if you were creating a website and it needed to have a green box against the picture of the promoter of your company, this coding would take you probably 3 days and thousands of lines of code. So see ChatGPT as something that takes you from point A to point B, but much faster. So any task that requires automation, any task that requires manual labor, any task that requires personalization, large sets of image recognition, speech recognition, so many positive use cases. And, we only get attention for negative things. So when a very popular actor's video went viral, and you all saw that happen on Twitter, Then there were national debates on deepfake and videos that are being created. We're also in the election season, so you will see a lot of videos where politicians will come and say, hey, that was not me, right? So the big question again comes back to trust. How do I trust technology? At the heart of AI is also trust. And there again, the same question. I spent a lot of time first deducting and deducing for the lovely anchors on television in prime time that AI is not the same thing as obscenity. It's again differentiating technology from the use to which it is being put through. So even to counter deepfakes, which is being seen as a big criticism, you will need very smart, developed AI models that will continue to work and tell you, hey, this is fake, this has been made, because only AI can go after AI. So the big ask today is to look at transparency, look at what is it that I can do which makes my business smarter, my life easier as a key decision maker, as a CEO, as a manager, as a mid-career professional. How do I embrace AI and start doing my bit so that India goes faster and higher? So we understand that the use cases in the mid section will still need either AI to get better, more refined, or it'll need at least 2 or 3 more tools that will help AI work for me much, much better so that results are more reliable, right? So this is why we believe AI is for everybody. You can use at this day, and as we speak today, we're roughly about 7 billion people. We already have over 8.5 billion chatbots. So when you enter a bank virtually, they're observing every single behavior as a consumer. Which products did you stop at? Are you looking at investment? What is the time of the month? Where is it that your choices will lie? So one of the biggest use of AI today is in marketing and understanding consumer behavior, is in profiling you as a user. And how do I make sure that I give you convenience, I give you back time, and I give you products that are meant tailor-made for you, right? So you will always have rogue actors. You will always have people who will sell you more than what you need. They will give you what you may want, but may not necessarily need. So that's where marketing models are getting smarter. They're getting more refined. Now, this is a very simple use case of AI, right? The famous painting that we all look at. So if you go to DALL-E, which is free to use, has limited tokens, and you wanted to figure out what would be the background behind a Mona Lisa painting, right? That's what AI can do. It can tell you what the landscape of the time would have looked like. If I wanted to extend this landscape, this is what I really get to see, that this is what the topography of the painting, this is what it would have been. Many, many more use cases lends itself to a lot of imagination. This is Mid-Journey. If I put in characteristics of every hero or every character from the Mahabharata, this is the rendition that it would give me. So a Hollywood producer who was going to invest billions of dollars in building a huge studio has just decided to change his decision. And he's saying that Mid-Journey and a lot of other video and image generation softwares can do that job for me better. I don't need to make that investment, which means you're getting professional, high quality images and videos, which is saving you a lot of money, which is much, much faster, and it's giving you higher yields on your returns, right? So this is a video, very, very famous video that Sam Altman himself put out. And here the prompt was very simple. Sora, you just need to give in a command. It said, animals of the sea competing in an Olympic race. And in about 30 seconds, you got a video for a minute, which had fantastic SFX. You did not need an editor. You did not need a video image generator, right? And it's fantastic. It's incredible in terms of what it can do. So there are a lot of analysis. If you look at Sora's video, you'll see that there are problems with 8 or 10 fingers in a hand. They're saying they're working on refining the model still, but it's going to get better. So that's the potential. Sandeep also talked about agriculture. Again, a very UP reference. We're still primarily agrarian. When is it going to rain? So today rain is predicted. and very heavy rain is predicted. In Andhra, the price of lemons went up because all the flowers fell off because it was extremely hot when the season wasn't right, and lemons couldn't get formed. In Shimla, the temperatures have gone up so much that farmers have had to shift their orchids for apples upwards. So predicting large sets of data, looking at temperature, which I cannot do, which you cannot do, is the utilization that public-private partnerships are helping states which are primarily dependent upon agrarian revenues for their sustenance. So predictive analysis, yield forecasting, which can help governments determine prices for those commodities, predict inflation, predict budgetary planning. These are huge choices that your states and your governments are making based on AI. Again, lot of use cases in irrigation management. Bengaluru, which is where a lot of my tech friends come from, which is where 3,000 of our... thank you. That's where there's a lot of water scarcity right now. So drip irrigation, smarter choices, utilizing water, making sure you're predicting traffic better. Kerala's just had its first AI teacher. Our student-teacher ratios can definitely do with a lot more intervention. So schools which are very, very far off, which are in dangerous territories, which have limited number of children, they can do with positive AI use cases. Before I close, the last thought that I wanted to leave you with was the ABCD of AI and the choice-based systems. So a lot of us have been talking about AI, which may have bias. A lot of us have been talking about models which are coming out of the West. So why is there a need to make sure that all of us are able to pull together models which are more local, which are more sustainable? This is the election season, and a lot of our friends and people who we know are getting tickets. So one of my most favorite examples now, which the Secretary Consumer Affairs shared, that was in the US, if you looked at congratulating someone for getting a ticket, it would mean that you've done a traffic violation. Then that is why you got a ticket. Here, a ticket means this is your chance to serve your country and your people. So one, language connotations, cultural biases, ethical notations, which is why you need smaller models. And that's why when we did it with Param and we were able to integrate compute powers across campuses, models like Hanuman, the experiments that we're doing at InMobi and Glance, where your lock screen, which is your phone, which does not even need to be unlocked, becomes your first port of call for consuming content technology, which is personalized, is something that's going to work for India. So the ABCD of choice, which is adoption, which is balance, which is choice, and which is development, which is localized. That's the framework that we gave, which is going to create Gen AI models that work towards a Viksit Bharat and AI that starts working for India instead of a catch-up that we're trying to play. Thank you once again for giving me time and for being a fantastic audience and so much energy and participation. And again, many, many congratulations to Anurag and the entire BW team for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subi, for sharing all what AI can do for us. And now we also have a better idea of what we can do better than AI. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, this is the time for the very first panel discussion of the day, where we're going to learn more about the success stories of Gen AI implementation across different Indian industries. Let's please welcome these amazing panelists on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ms. Lily Prasad, Chief Technology Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Everyone, please help me. Let's put our hands together and invite the very first panelist on the stage, Ms. Lily Prasad. Next up, I'll request Mr. Madhav Bisa, Program Director, NASCOM AI, to please join us on the stage. Please, sir, join us on the stage. Next up, we'll have Dr. Santanu Bhattacharya, Scientist, MIT Media Lab. I request Dr. Santanu also to please join us on the stage. Next, we have founder and CEO of IIT Technologies, Mr. Upendran Nandakumar. I'll request Mr. Upendran to please join us on the stage. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this panel discussion, we have Mr. Nishit Pathak, Global Lead Tech Architecture and Innovation, DXC Technology. Mr. Nishit, this amazing panel is going to be all yours, and we are looking forward to learn more about the success stories of Gen AI.
So good afternoon, everyone. So we will make this session quite interesting in terms of it because we are in the middle of this session between us and the lunch. So we'll make sure that we have a food of thought of Gen AI talking together. So myself, Nishit Pathak, and we have extremely great panelists. Gen AI has been a talk of a town quite a number of times, and it has been a lot of discussions have been a case. We have seen Gen AI talking from ChatGPT days to the AI case stuff like Sora. We have talked about Apple MM1, which has got recently released. Every industry has been, currently getting transformed through the use of, Gen AI. What we are going to discuss is I have collated quite a number of questions. We are going to, ask it up pertinently, some of the questions which has been always been in the area of industries, and we have some exciting panelists, sharing those side of questions, and sharing the answers as well. So let me start with asking some of the questions as well. So let me ask the questions. When we start talking about Gen AI, the first thing that comes over a period of time is all about challenges, right? So first question, let me talk to Madhav. Because Madhav is from NASCOM, he talks a lot about industries, connects with all the industry eminents, right? So Madhav, what are the some common challenges that have been encountered during the implementation of Gen AI across different industries?
Thank you, Nishit. So the challenges we can during the implementation, even before that, even before starting the implementation, the challenges can be termed in categories such as data, compute, models, talent, regulation, IP. Now, when we go towards implementation, it's just the form in which the questions are asked for these challenges. They change. For example, in talent, who's going to be on the team? From how long this person is going to be on the team. So that becomes a challenge. So the data, where are we going to get the data? Is the data that we are the data that we are getting? Is it verified? Is it something that we can use? With the model that we are going to use, well, we have a lot of options of the models, but is there a model wherein we can develop the solution in responsible way or not? So that becomes a great challenge as well, because data tends to change at times with new things coming in, new trends coming in. So what happens is that these challenges, they remain the same. The categories remain the same. It's just the form and structure change. Then there are IP challenges there. While they're developing, they realize, oh, there must be something which must have been built. Let me just go and check. And at times they find out, oh, it's already been done. That's another challenge. So, so if we go by this, so what happens at the end of the day is that any organization which is implementing Gen AI or AI has to keep those challenges always in front of them, is to see, are these challenges changing any forms? So they will remain the same. The categories will almost remain the same, just the forms will change.
Makes sense. I think great. So Shantanu, you have again vast experience during the MIT days as well. You want to share, how MIT is presumably utilizing the Gen AI and what are the challenges, to be honest, right? That you have seen, your industries or the people who are interacting with you has faced.
All right. Thank you, Nishan. Let's take it slightly broader perspective on the problems that the generative AI that is supposedly going to solve in the industries and so on and so off, right? Today, we are in the middle of a hype cycle in generative AI. So everything that when you have a tool called Hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? And people are now going and saying, oh, let me go, solve every problem with generative AI. In fact, anything that used to be called a regression problem back in the 90s became an AI problem 10 years back, and now has become a generative AI problem, right? So the first question you typically ask when you're doing, and by the way, I have been an academic as well as an industry. Last two jobs were bank and telco. First question to ask you is there a straight line to the customer problem? If there is no customer problem you're solving, and the customer could be internal customer could be external customer could be a process owner, right? Then generative AI, for the sake of doing generative AI, is actually not the right way to do that. But it does cost a lot of money, compute, data, talents, regulations. Like the same problem that you can solve by regular AI versus generative AI, more regulations will kick in, right? So you need to take it through the mesh or the filter of this set of questions. Like, look, why am I doing it? What is the big benefit, right? So, for example, I'll tell you something very simple. At a senior level in a large corporation, 40 to 50% of my job is summarization, which means I used to get in my last job about 800 emails a day. There's no way I could have read 800 emails and make a judgment unless I could summarize. And I would actually spend 5-6 hours on email at night. Now, if there's an engine that just summarizes my email, and like the way you do that is read from the bottom to the top and then summarize it, that's a great solution for corporate productivity. It does not violate any of the privacies because it's corporate email. It does not require a lot of regulations to deal with. The data is already there and the computer is not massively expensive. So I think if you look at the block of things, summarization as an example, and figure out where is a summary needed in your company, emails, customer queries, product brochures, that will give you a huge benefit before you even go and turn on tackle the problems that are more complex and more customer facing.
Oh, I think well said. To be very honest, right, if I sum this all together, at least at a high level, what I feel that the organization still needs a clear roadmap about how they want to utilize the investment of Gen AI. The other thing that definitely is talent is always a scarcity during the kind of transformation that is happening. Getting the right cleaner data is again another example of where we can utilize. And above all, having a robust, framework for doing a data governance and having an ethical mode of utilizing AI is always been a criteria. And that leads to me the second question about the ethical governance. And that is something that I'm going to ask, starting with Lily, that how do you ensure that generative AI adhere to the ethical standards and promote the responsible AI practices, which is really very, very important when you are creating any of the Gen AI apps?
Good afternoon. I think very rightly placed. Gen AI, I think, is the most hyped term of IT industry nowadays. And when we talk of implementation of Gen AI as far as ethical business is concerned, we need to have a very robust planning. How am I going to use? What is the method adopted or the model that you talked about, so that there is data consistency, integrity is in place, and then there is a single source of truth, so that data which is reflected across applications, dashboards, utilities created, or any form of use case for that matter, speaks about the data itself, interpretation, usability, scalability, and robustness. So, FSSI being the regulator, we are very concerned about how much and what data is to be used as far as Gen AI is concerned. And I think that as far as e-governance is concerned, we have to have a lot of brainstorming session so that we reach at a point where we are actually going to use Gen AI in a robust manner.
Great. So, Pendran, you also have some thoughts about, how to make, how to ensure that Gen AI, adheres to the ethical standards, right? And making have a responsible AI.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, all. So, see, like what my other panelists said, it is not only of implementing of Gen AI to the next level. Today, see, I from IRT Works, where we implemented and we are testing in day-to-day thing. I even now I kept receiving messages from my team saying that how the responses throughout the AI is being generated. So we started using in educational sector. So if through in education sector, you would not believe today. So not only from a lead generation perspective, from an inquiry perspective, it has been helped a lot. So that is one. Second thing is what we said is like it is helping a lot in data analytics perspective. And personalized, when we said that even financial institutions, now they had started, I think you should have noticed all your banking automated chatbots where you've been receiving a lot of SMSs and it has been customized. I think, yes, that is going to be helping in a big way.
Yeah. See, there are multiple ways, and I just want to extend because this is really very, very important for everyone to understand, how to implement the ethical standards. There are multiple steps, and Lily and Upendran did mentions quite a number of them. For me, I think the first thing is all about transparency and accountability. How can we make sure that we are utilizing the data behind the generative AI in a transparent and accountable way? The second important thing is to do quite a number of bias detection and migrations. For stuff like this, we can certainly have data related to augmenting, bias augmenting. We have fairness awareness kind of a sessions to make sure that these are the things that are taken care. Third thing is all about having an ethical governance framework, which I also mentioned in the first question as well. Having an ethical governance is really very, very important to take the steps and take it forward. And of course, the fourth is and important is to collaboration along with the industry peers, because it is very, very important to connect with the industry peers, know your learnings, and these platform what BW has created, I think, is one of the examples where the industry peers can really connect. But then we need a lot more connections about it to understand what are the pitfalls, what are the examples. I always say this word: if 2023 was the area of or year of POCs and POVs, what is more important right now when we are talking about 24 is all about value generation using the Gen AI, and that is extremely important to take it forward. Now, coming back to the questions, one of the other aspects that we have from the success stories of generative AI, and that is something that I will again start with asking for Shantanu, is that can you just share, some of the generative AI use cases that have been implemented across clients and industries? Because that is what is more important, as I mentioned, right? 2024 is all the year of, creating value outcomes. So if you can share some of the value generation, Shantanu, I think that is something we're good.
All right. Can you hear me? I didn't do a mic check last time. All right. Thank you. Value generation. So as I said, if you look at the multiple ways of generating values within industries, right? There are 2 or 3 use cases that I personally know of, which are starting to generate significant values within organization. The first one is essentially in the software development, right? People are using Copilot. There are, for example, I was talking to a chip manufacturer, one of the largest chip manufacturers in the South, in the Austin area of the United States. And they are talking that they're a programming capabilities, programming output, programming productivity of the software developers are up by 30%, which is an astounding number. A typical programmer's ability to code better and so on with the newer technologies typically never have exceeded in the range of 8 to 10%, 15%. And they said the minimum they estimate was 30. It could be as high as 15 certain groups, right? So this is the first time what we are encountering is not a technology that is a linear technology. It's a bit of a large language models and so on are actually a non-linear technology. The second example I'll give is from a bank that I know of. It's an European bank. The entire set of regulations. So, for example, Bank of England has the regulations around what are the things banks can do. 3,000 documents, and I'm mentioning Bank of England as an example because the history goes back to hundreds and hundreds of years, right? So they'll have a regulation, for example, in 2021, which was preceded in 2018, which goes back to 1952, and some of them goes back literally to 1700s and 1800s. The law team of 40 people spend a lot of time before doing implementing as a new policy or a new product. They go through the regulations to ensure that this is a complies with the regulations, right? The 3,000 different documents used to take for a typical process about 4 months. So with a what I call the summarization engine, right? GenAI summarization engine, that work is now down to 2 to 3 weeks, about 60-70% reduction in the time frame, and 2 or 3 times productivity. So if you start thinking what are the connections between these two, it's all about understanding on a scale of what's a complex task, right? And what's the customer facing, right? If you do a 2 by 2 of the complexity of the task and the customer facingness, there's some things that fall in obvious categories. As I said, software coding is one, document searching is one, summarization that I mentioned is a third one. Those are the areas where first generation of large impact from the generative AI, especially large language models, are starting to show.
Lily, you want to add some things about, some more use cases, and thanks, Shantanu. Well said.
Yeah, sure. So when we talk of Gen AI, all the government departments which are running applications, they need the document management system, reading, the content creation. Every time we have to write an RFP, and so many RFP are in place, we can very well use Gen AI so that we can have a summarization of the scope, and it is readily available with us, and it helps my work in some way. Second thing is, we used to write FAQ queries. You get a lot of queries. When we try to summarize the queries and the responses and use Gen AI in place, probably a chatbot kind of automated chatbot kind of thing comes up, and it can be used very well, and it helps your help desk teams proper response generated decisive response from which is based on the query raised by the people. Healthcare industry, automated industry, for example, where we need a very strict set of instructions, especially in the floor, where we can use Gen AI so that it can help us in the automated automation of the process. As far as we are concerned, we are using NLP for the Gen AI. Translation services are being used through Gen AI, and all our chatbot for the applications, we are using Gen AI.
Can I take 30 seconds to give one more example that actually blew away my mind a few months back when I heard about it? A medical center, one of the largest medical center in the Southwest US, was looking at Gen AI application, and their first thought was it would be customer queries. It turned out, after doing POCs, what turned out to be the highest value from Gen AI was actually triaging. When a trauma patient is brought in and a senior doctor is not present, the triaging, they were doing triaging at 30% lower cost. So they looked at it, their assumption was it would be customer support. It turned out to be something as complex as a triaging. When someone who's been shot on the on the road, which is in the US Midwest is common, is brought in and is going to surgery. Now, obviously, there are medical regulations and other procedures in place before this can become commonplace. So do not underestimate the power of something like generative AI in doing things that are highly complex and human, something like triaging, and close to your life-threatening situations. It could be the one application that outweighs everything else in your industry.
Yeah, just adding, it becomes most consistent way of using the tool for handling the queries, the use case that you are talking about. So even for regulators, where the responses have to be very limited and related to the regulation and standard, it becomes very easy for us to handle the queries and consistent.
See, in terms of, I think, well said, Lily and Shantanu, in terms of the industries, right? Let us take a step back when we started utilizing the chat GPT and understanding as a raw, right? It was all about content creation, right? At the end of the day, it has with the release of tools like Sora and all, what we have extended out, we have extended from text to images to videos, right? So any of the industries which is more predominantly being affected by using content creation, it is all about, is going to be definitely, affected and is getting affected currently as well. Even you have this saw in the previous, session as well, how the content creation is being affecting even the Hollywood studios and other stuff as well. So that is the first area where definitely the larger effect is coming. The second effect has been coming out for the developer productivity teams, right? The software development, right? So we have seen the rise of autonomous agents like Delvin and quite a number of stuff where, or even, products like Copilot, GitHub and all of those, which are actually making the software development more easier. And I can say that, can I utilize one developer who can do 6x things than with those AI tools is certainly the other ones that are going to get affected. The third is all about the personalization area, right? You know, everybody needs personalization, whether we are doing a shopping, whether we are doing the content creation, whether we are doing the health care checkups. Everybody of us utilize the personalizations. So all the industries, in fact, even in retail as well, there are numerous use cases where the Gen AI is really affecting the personalizations of by creating the models pertaining to the users area. And then, of course, couple of areas, right? Couple of the specific industries like supply chain, right? Where the industry is definitely affecting the large masses in terms of how the outcomes is all about. But then when we are saying all of this, it leads to the disruption about where we are in terms of the job. And that's actually led to me to the next question, which is very important for all of us. So we have been talking about, this is going to replace the jobs, this is going to displace the job. There has been a job stuff as all about. So my question more to Madhav, because Madhav have been, even NASCOM has been pretty much pioneer in order to, create and sensitize how to have the right governance around it. So my question to Madhav is, what is the impact of Gen AI on the workforce? Maybe related to the upskilling of employees, maybe the creation of job roles, and how is the integration of AI powered tools are helping the current industry?
Okay. So I'll answer the last one first. So we did a dipstick survey and we got to know that the low skilled jobs, where in the context of low skilled jobs, Gen AI actually helped them increase the productivity by 35%. Now that's the power of Gen AI. Now, as far as job displacements are concerned, yes, that's a concern. But if you look at it as as Elon Musk says, AI is not going to replace; it's going to the one who's using the tool. So the corporates, the organizations, they are focusing more and more skilling, just not 10, 20 people. But if you look at it, there were some statistics that were there publicly available. It's tens and thousands. So if you, and the queries that we get normally, they say that, okay, we want to implement Gen AI. We want to have a Gen AI first culture. So what do we do? Skilling is where they start. Because till the time you're not aware of it, how can you even build the capacity? So awareness is increasing. Capacity building, the intention to build the capacity is increasing. More and more organizations are coming to us and of course talking to others as well, and how they can take the knowledge level, the skill level of the existing workforce to the next level. If not, if you get skilled or be out. So that's the kind of approach that some of the organizations also have. And there was one stat which one statistic which came to my focus was there is a 52% gap, skill gap. So there's a lot of it. This tells me there is a lot of opportunity out there. So it's the way you look at it. The gap is there, but if there's a gap, then there's an opportunity as well. So 52% skill gap, it's all up for the takes. So the person more skillful, person who understands how to leverage Gen AI for the work, how to use it. So we also, me and my colleagues, we also use Gen AI in some shape or form. So the productivity goes up, and person knowing that will survive. They don't have to worry about the jobs. The ones who are not ready to learn, they have to worry.
Lily, you want to share some thoughts about it?
Yeah, when we talk of Gen AI, I thought a lot of surveys are being conducted. So I'm just talking in the context of analytics, where semantic analysis, I mean, the text analytics becomes very important. And when we are doing a lot of surveillance for that matter in our organization, and we take a lot of time to analyze the text because humanly it is not at all possible to analyze. And so when you are just trying to analyze the thought process of the person who is sent his feedback, it becomes very important to use this type of tool, which is not only going to add value, it is going to add consistency, it is going to give a result which will help you in making a strong decision. So this was one thing which I found. Second is we are all, I mean, any organization is already nowadays using an integrated tool for analytics, but Gen AI will use data from different sources. It will enhance the consistency, the quality of the data that is being transferred over different applications. Even the way the data is being used to create different reports and all. So this I am telling you based on my experience, because in 2014 we were trying to analyze the I mean the sentiments of the people. And I now in 2024 I feel that Gen AI will be one of the best tool if I am going to enhance the quality data for the text analysis in any application for that matter.
See, when we are talking about Gen AI, and I think well said from Madhav and Lily, right? From a Gen AI perspective, the situation is right now, no company is a leader, right? Everybody is trying to make sure that they become a leader in next, few months, few quarters kind of time. So it's a huge opportunity for our entrepreneurs to really come out and take it forward. I was also listening, some data points where around 12,000 patents have been posted by the Indian startups, right? Which actually create a lot of emergency. So in terms of the workforce and upskilling, definitely, right? There is a huge opportunity for the people, but definitely they need to upskill into the technologies like machine learning, data science, or even prompt engineering to take it forward. The second thing is all about definitely, Gen AI is going to affect the productivity. It is going to save a lot of time, but then it is also going to come up with a lot of new roles, right? And roles like model translators, right? AI interpreters kind of things. And quite a number of new roles are going to form, and definitely, right? When the new startups and new business will form, definitely there will be a new emergence in terms of the roles. But in all, it also will lead to a lot of collaboration because gone are those days where, companies and an individual is saying that they will work on an I kind of economy. We are going to work on a V kind of economy where we need to collaborate among ourselves, among our peers, among the industries, among the organizations, among the teams to create much more bigger outcomes, which is really important as such. Now, let me, talk about success stories, and I think that is which is very important and important the notion of this sessions as well. And it goes to Upendran, right? So Upendran, can you share, some of the success stories? And Madhav, you also will point out if you can, Madhav and Shantanu. Can you share some of the success stories where generative AI have played a very crucial role and achieve some remarkable results? So let's start with Upendran and then Madhav and Shantanu. You have.
I would strongly comment like what you have told on healthcare factor. We tried with two segments. We tried with the healthcare sector as well as in a retail segment. In healthcare segment, you would not believe this next gen AI has helped a doctor to have more of visits than a a patient have told doctor that, sir, I've stopped Googling now. I've come to your website. Started asking questions where I used to get qualitative reply so that I'm able to analyze my health better. Instead of going to a Google, I've come to now your website, and it has a good sounds. That was a in the healthcare segment, what we have recently found a success. In retail segment, you won't believe we have converted. I would say that this Gen AI has also not only removing the skill development sector from the existing people, all the telecallers have been converted into chatbot trainers. Now they started replying, and all the prompts which is going on time, and the retail segments growth for a particular sector have gone up. So these are two segments which we have recently felt. And yes, this is going to be a continuous learning process, and we need to keep adding. I have my friend Madhav Narshiman from Make My Trip. Even we were talking today, well, what is the implementations you have done recently? Now we have started replying to his client on an email automatically. So for it, he is having a better conversion rate. So that's what we need to look at. So definitely we keep learning on it. So these are the two success stories what we have.
Yeah. So one of the success stories that I have observed, and it's from the startup arena, is we have a startup which is into mental health care. So when we write something, how do we know that this person has written this in what state of mind? Now, how do we assess that? And this startup has done a fab job on that. So we were going through that, and we realized when the person was explaining, the founder was explaining to us that, and they restrict themselves to within that domain only, so that there are no hallucinations as well in the models. So that's one. And the healthcare, the pharma companies and the healthcare institutes, they have actually, and even the corporates, they have asked this startup to implement, and they are very well on their way to a multi-million deals now. So that's one example that I always quote about Gen AI, how the people can use Gen AI, develop find a startup, work around it, and actually create value. In mental health care, we all know we need more in today's world than the days earlier. So that's one success story that I wanted to share that with.
Thank you. So there are two ways to look at it. One is, as I said, at the external facing, which all of us spoke about, right? Retail, content creation, customer support, and all of these are going to be redefined in terms of when the Gen AI takes over in the next few years, right? But the other big areas where corporates can look for major efficiency gains, which drives the EBITDA, which in turn frees up more money to invest in Gen AI, is the internal processes, right? Internal processes are very, very corporate specific. Two large companies don't have the same thing. For example, for HR processes, for procurement, right? Things that for legal, things that have not been, even the travel, the way you handle travel are very different between two companies, right? So let's talk about the startup opportunities in addition to startup success. I think what will change, if you look at the Y Combinator's 2022 class, it was all about a wrapper on top of a generative AI, right? I'll make a content creator, which by the time, ChatGPT 3, it was a novelty. ChatGPT 5 or 4 is no longer a novelty. So what you need to shift from, or the startups have the opportunities, is what I call is a dimensional AI. You need to think in the dimension of things that a company does. So for example, is there an opportunity to build SAP ground up using generative AI today? SAP is all text. SAP was built in 1990s, and I think it was earlier, all text and number based. You have a camera today, right? Every worker today walks around in a camera in a plant. Can you build a visual SAP? Can SAP be more like an Instagram for the next generation of millennial workers? That's a great opportunity. Can you build Workday, which is a standard corporate platform, in a way where for example, the whole resume screening, part of the interview process and all become far more assistive than it is today. So the startups who start thinking about what we call in my lab is the dimensional AI. Think of the dimension of corporate processes and behaviors that can be rethought with the tools and technologies we have available. Not only the the standard products that they use today, but is that standard product itself can be reimagined in the Gen AI, given that tools like computer vision, cameras, and a bunch of other technologies are becoming available. Your iPhone today has more compute than a supercomputer just about 15 years back, right? What's happening to that compute? Can you reimagine the entire business process? And can the 30 company 30 years from now be very different than what it is today?
Think, when I'm thinking of day-to-day use of Gen AI in the international arena, I got to know that even for the skill versus resume mapping, Gen AI is being lot of places where they can, select the resume for the internships and for the jobs so that this activity becomes faster. Second thing, I feel that as far as content creation is concerned, wherever we are making content for the training, automated training, because nowadays we have training on audio video mode and we may not involve human interface there. So either the training content creation or for that matter creation of the operation manual, user manual, and in an interactive mode where the manual itself can teach people how to use the tool or for the application. I thought that using Gen AI in a very simple way will enhance your life in a complex manner. I think that's a
So talking about simplicity and success together in Gen AI, we have success right in front of us.
That's
Dr. Vishnu Vardhan at Visi. So you saw what Hanuman can do. Then now for me, that's a success because that's solving the day-to-day problems of a common man. So when it's AI is just not about corporates or organizations. Till the time the technology doesn't create that kind of a trust, that kind of impact at the consumer level, at the level of citizen, we don't think that's a success. And that's one success story that we always discuss about this.
And I think there are quite a number of success stories. In fact, just to add some more, I've seen, cybersecurity firm utilizing the generative AI for doing the threat detection. I have also seen a retail company utilizing the Gantt charts to create a realistic photosynthesis images. I've also seen a media firm, utilizing the generative AI for creating the, media updations or content creation as well. And then the internal process is all about, right? So, and we have seen quite a number of times in terms of summarization, automations, quite a number of other interesting areas where we have seen. So there is rarely an industry, whether internally or externally, we can see where the generative AI is not been disrupted. As long as you are working with text, images, videos, you can certainly see that industry is been drastically affected with the utilization of Gen AI.
This is one question I think all of us getting very passionate. I'll give you, if the startups here, I'll give you a hint. My hunch is that one of the areas where you'll see a big impact of generative AI is the decarbonization and the green energy transformation in next 20 years. If I was a startup today, I'll think about the two biggest trends, decarbonization / green energy and Gen AI, and see how they can augment each other, and you can build like a $100 billion company in the next 10, 15 years.
Right. So I have one last question, and then probably I'll have some more questions open to the audience in case if they have. I talked about the V economy earlier, right? So we are not around I economy. We are talking about V economy in the past, and we have been talking about. I'm just hoping that flow to the panelists to share if they can share any of the examples where probably they have saw the partnerships happening or a collaboration happening successfully in terms of different industries to create generative AI solutions. So if anyone have some sort of thoughts, happy to share it out.
I'm the mic holder for you.
Thank you. I'm honored. So, see, as you rightly pointed out, generative AI is just not an initiative which has to be taken in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort. And we are seeing many top organizations collaborating on this. We have got news like Apple and Google coming together for Gemini, and there are many other examples. But what's excited me the most is about in the GenAI space, more than creating solutions, how to create responsibly, how to create those solutions responsibly. This is what has been exciting. So earlier last year, we came out with a normative guidelines on responsible adoption of generative AI. And there were 30 companies which came together. They were all competitors in some sense or other, but they collaborated for the greater good. So many other examples are also there. So I just want to quote this because if you look at it with all Gen AI landscape, opportunities, challenges, everything, responsible generative AI is something because we know what it can do. Like earlier speaker said, there can be a rogue Gen AI somewhere, some point of time. So how responsibly we can adopt generative AI at scale, not one of two of cases, but at scale. So those 30 organizations coming together and creating those kind of guidelines and having consensus on that, I think it's in itself a success. And I believe that many more examples are going to be there in future.
So let me add few examples just to create a food of thoughts for the everyone, right? That the innovation is happening not within the industry, right? There are basically two areas where the innovation is definitely disrupting. One is academia, and second is the startups, right? Now, if you really look back in terms of the collaboration, I've seen numerous examples where the startups have collaborated, or there has been an M&A in terms of the startups to make sure that there has been some sort of utilization. And nowadays, you are seeing a lot of M&As are happening, at least in the AI-based company. This is presumably all about the classic example of the partnership. But let me give you some of the examples, right? I have seen, not to name a company as such, but I've seen a healthy care company, collaborating with an AI startups to do the early disease detection. I think that is one of the classic example where is another of the healthcare company that I've done, which is actually working with the AI-based startup to do the medical diagnostics. So that's again the second startup that I have done. Again, the third example that I have seen is that the AI company and some retail company has been interacting with the AI startups to do personalization in terms of the fashion industries. So quite a number of areas where the collaborations have been happening, and I think that is what we as a group want to share. I think that the start has just begun. It is all about collaborations, working with the industries, creating a lot of thoughts. But I'll just what I'll do is that I'll just give 30 seconds to all my panelists if they want to share some last some words for it, and then I summarize it. So let's get started with them.
Yeah. So I think one big use case is the consulting organizations, and consulting, I'm saying especially for the process consulting related to ISO and CMMI. I hope you know that it's a very big market where the processes are more or less related, whether it is security related processes, CMMI, ISO. And I know two organizations who are actually using Gen AI for generating the processes which is related to specific standard, and it makes their life very easy because they have been writing processes throughout their life, and then just mixing one or two processes to develop it for one of their client, it makes their life very easy.
Yeah, 30 seconds for all of you if you want to share some thoughts about Gen AI to the audience.
One quick, so the collaboration came, and since I'm from the academia, one of the areas that we are starting to think about is that the whole cost of the three things you need in Gen AI, right? Tons of money for compute, private data, largely to build your moat, and talent, right? And the emerging markets like India are sort of now will have to start doing the catch up because US will have 1 million GPUs, 800s. China will have 100,000. India will have probably about 10,000 or so. But is there a new way of thinking about building the entire Gen AI infrastructure that's different? What India did fantastic about 20 years back is build this UPI, which took away the whole payment system. It disrupted the Western payment system. Is there a way to build, for example, a digital public infrastructure, DPI for AI, that's very different than the Western thinking? And can we as a nation lead on that as an alternative to the current model? So that's something that I'm working on, and that's an completely industry, academia, startup collaboration. All three not coming together will not make it happen. And obviously government and regulatory and so on.
So only one thing which I would like to say is when we started AI, we all know we have started with robotics. We all know only robotics is going to come help and it's going to replace the manpower and everything. But today it is not that. Today, yes, we have a small chatbot in front of us, which we all can try and we can explore a lot of new opportunities is what would I say. And there is a lot of talent shortage, definitely, because each and everyone here, yes, if you all ready to try an app, definitely you would be able to give a solution for an individual sector. So my worry is only everyone has to try and make sure we give that back to the industry, because we have a huge potential. And in India, we have a lot of segments which we can cater to. But we people are a bit lazy on getting into technology perspective, and we're not trying anything. But I would only say, everyone are talking about example. I've been an example for myself where I was a digital marketing company, a digital technology company, where we have been generating only website developments and digital marketing or all those things. But today, after doing an AI integration with Shopify, we have become an affiliated partner with Shopify. And we are trying exploring more opportunities with Shopify. So as an individual, which I can do, a lot of us can do, I would only say that keep trying and explore opportunities in AI.
Thank you for that. And what I believe is that while AI and other technologies, they were what you call buddies of our intellect, our intellectual prowess. GenAI is a dear friend when it comes to imagination. So the only reason we will fail, one of the reasons that we'll fail, will be the lack of imagination. So we'll be constrained by only that. In GenAI, we got a great buddy, if I can say that. What you can think of, just put in a prompt. Manifest that there and then. Not in a spiritual sense, but in that sense, you can still manifest. So we'll be limited by our imagination. GenAI is a great tool if you use it responsibly. It's a great tool. And I believe we just started. So in the early presentation, we saw that we were crawling, then we were standing, then walking, running, flying. We are just standing tall. We are just in the process of standing tall as a nation in terms of GenAI. And I wish, and I believe that in 5 years to 10 years, we'll fly.
And then let me summarize it in this way, right? AI has been there for years and years, right? Probably decades. Now, this is the first time when I see the Gen AI. That is where we have seen the human and robots or machines interacting much closer than ever. We always analyze that this is probably the time where the Turing test will always be passed by the machine. And that is always be the power of Gen AI. The guidance for all of us needs to be that we need to be a constant learner. We need to be learn, unlearn, and relearn, and we need to be agile in terms of learning. Opportunities are plethora, and I said that no one is a leader when we talked about it. So it just created an enormous opportunity. It is just that we need to tap up. As my fellow panelists have already mentioned, there's enormous opportunities will lead to the disruptions of the existing job, but also create much more productivity impact. And I think the onus is on all of us to make sure that how we can, capture this market and tap out the market and take it forward. I think in all of this, that is what as a group we want to say. And thank you so much to Business World and the entire team for, bringing this platform and, making this panelist session. Thank you so much from our side. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much to all the panelists on the stage for these amazing insights, learnings that you have shared with us, and the success stories. I'll request all of you to please come forward for a group picture. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we are going to disperse for the networking lunch. I hope that you're going to discuss, talk, and of course, the delicious lunch is served right outside the hall. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to be please back on your seats by 1:45. And we have a lot of interesting discussions, sessions, speakers to be coming up here on the stage, and we're going to learn a lot more about the Gen AI. And as we have learned it until now, that it's not the future anymore, it is the present. And that's what we are going to learn a lot more about. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the networking lunch, and we'll see you back on your seats at 1:45. Thank you so much. And once again, a big thank you to all the panelists for being here and going ahead with this discussion. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Please enjoy the lunch.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Hmm. Yes.
Check. Hello, 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 check. One, two. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being back on your seats. I hope that you had a great lunch. With that, we'll request everyone to please be back. If you have your colleagues, your friends outside, we'll also request you to please call them back and take your seats. We are going to start the next session in another 5 minutes. We'll call upon the speaker and we'll once again start learning, start sharing. We are going to start in another 5 minutes the next session. We'll request everyone once again to please take your seats and be seated. Thank you. Check. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting around. Just want to get a thumbs up if you had a great networking lunch. And if also you're hearing me. And also if you're all attentive. No thumbs up. So you're not hearing, you didn't have a good lunch, and you're not attentive. Why don't we just stand up once? Not as a punishment, not at all. Just want to make sure we are all hearing and attentive. So I'm going to wait till everyone just stands up where you are sitting. A little stubborn, yes. Thank you to everyone who is already standing and will sit down. Check. Thank you. And we'll stand a one. Oh my God. Heard that. We'll just stand a one. Is that a lot of tasks after lunch? Still waiting for everyone who's seated. Thank you. Sit down. I really want to say one more time standard, but I'm seeing all the faces here, and I'm like, we should proceed. Or everyone will be like, oh, we don't want to carry forward this. But thank you so much, everyone. Now we can make sure that you are here, you are listening, and it's time to invite another speaker. I would say another speaker is on the stage because this is going to be a duo. On the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we'll invite. We have among us Mr. Arjun Prasad, co-founder and chief strategy officer, QX Lab AI. Everyone, let's please put our hands together one more time for Mr. Arjun Prasad. Wow, he has a lot of fans, huh? And we're going to join us on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Tilak Raj Parmar, co-founder and CEO of QX Lab AI. Everyone on the stage. Mr. Tilak Raj and Mr. Arjun. Now, before you guys proceed, just one thing. A lot of fan following or with your team cheering up? Cool.
Everybody's happy.
Yes, we all need to cheer up for that. But we're going to proceed and the stage is going to be all yours, sir.
Hello, everyone. Everybody can hear me, right? Thank you for coming. How is everyone? How is the event going? Right. So we have built something. It took me 8 years to build QX Labs AI. That's what I want to showcase today. We have launched the application known as Ask QX in the month of February. That's on 2nd of February. I will first like to tell you what we did, how we did it, what struggle we went through, and how this model is built and how we are different than others. So let's start. Do I have the clicker here? Okay. So the story starts in 2015, where we started doing the research on generative AI platforms to understand the language model. Once we did that, we understood and started designing the algorithms for generative AI, which was very important for us to understand through the research that we did. We got to know that what kind of algorithms will work. In 2017, we did a first testing of the first conversational platform internally to understand if everything is working fine, what we thought was right or wrong in terms of data, in terms of training data. But in 2017, we understood that there is still a lot of hard work that has to be done. It's not that easy to just launch the product because it was trained just for a year or so. So in 2018, we figured out the data modeling and the training has to be continued in a much better way. And we need much more data to train it in a better way to give right answers. In 2018, we also understood that there has to be an analytical ability that has to be put in the system from day one. If there were certain prompts that came in where there were certain analytical information which was required, and that training has to be. So that started in 2018. In 2020 is where the breakthrough came. We started building something. We invented a neural-based architecture, which is a node-based architecture. Now, what happens in a node-based architecture? Everybody here who comes from a tech background understands that if you put data on node, it has latency to retrieve the data. Right? We invented an algorithm which took us time, which has zero latency to retrieve data from the node-based architecture. That was one big breakthrough that we had. Then in 2021, we understood that, okay, there's a lot of data now, we are training the data sets and all those stuff, but we need to put data in a tokenized basis because that's important also to retrieve data faster. In 2022, we started doing the alpha testing for the product, and that is where in 2023 we were able to launch the company called QX Lab AI. That's how the birth of QX Lab AI happened, because the alpha testing went very well. And then in 2024, as I said earlier, in the month of Feb, 2nd Feb, we actually launched the product called as AskQX, which is currently only text to text. And we are proud to announce that we have around 14 million users since 2nd of Feb globally. The vision of this QX Lab AI is very simple. We want to empower people by giving extraordinary tools to make extraordinary things. So when people come and tell me, like, will AI be able, when AI comes in, will people lose their jobs? What I feel is, no, we'll not lose the jobs, but we are enhancing people to do things in a much better way. That's the goal of QX Lab AI. As I said, we have 14 million users now and growing. So outside US, we are the largest, we have trained around 372 billion parameters. Outside US, we are the second largest one that trained these many data sets. The idea is to touch 1 trillion parameters by end of this year. And I understand that training data sets is not going to say that the quality will be better or the answers will be better, right? But without training the data sets, we cannot reach to the goal that we have, which is multimodal, which was rightly said by once the IBM, I forgot his name. What was his name, Arjun? Sorry? Yeah. So when Sandeep Patel sir was here, he said that, multimodal is the right way to go forward. That's the idea. That's where we want to go too. But for that, we need to train the parameters in a much better way. So we are the only one where we have almost 300 plus languages currently, but we have trained 100 plus languages, which is live on the platform today. Again, we have trained dialects in Hindi. We have trained dialects in Arabic. We are the only one which has around 10 plus dialects in Arabic and 10 plus dialects in Hindi on the platform live today, right? So we want to create an ecosystem. Why this ecosystem is important is because without the ecosystem, the entire platform is not going to work. We want to have proper ecosystem built in where we will show you the use case scenarios that we have built right now. Aditya, can you just play the AB for the use case scenario so that I can I would like to make you understand what exactly the ecosystem means. Thank you, Arvind. So now imagine all these are use case scenarios. And in the month of May, we are proud to announce that we will be launching the multimodal, which everybody in India can use in their own languages. Right? That's the goal. Now I'd like to call Arjun, who is also our co-founder and a chief strategy officer, who would like to also announce partnership with one of the use case scenarios that we have. Arjun, please come on stage.
Thank you, guys. Like Tilak said, we're here to show you our use cases. So today we would like to announce a partnership we've just done. We will show you a use case. I'll let the video explain, and then I would like to bring Ankit to the stage. You will be able to use AI today from his keyboard. It will be made live from this event. Can you play the bubble video, please?
People all over the world are messaging, and every conversation carries an emotion. But do you know what carries these conversations? Keyboards. Keyboards enable conversations and make them richer with expressions and emotions. Your keyboard predicts the words you want to type, suggests the correct spelling, and helps you find the perfect emojis. But wait, why'd you stop there? Introducing Smart Clipboard, powered by QX Lab AI. Create replies with the help of AI when your brain takes a much-needed coffee break. Save time by summarizing links and lengthy text with the finesse of Shakespeare, but way less dramatic. Don't let the language barrier stop you from accomplishing great things with real-time translations using QX Lab AI. Conquer the social media by writing posts that captivate, persuade, and inspire. Bubble AI, in partnership with QX Lab AI, empowering millions of users and billions of daily conversations.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I would like to call Ankit to the stage. You can go ahead and explain the product.
Thank you so much, Arjun and Tilak. First of all, for demonstrating the magic that we saw in the QX Lab video demonstration, and then how we extended that magic into keyboard, which is an omnipresent real state on smartphone. Whichever application you go to, you carry your keyboard, and therefore it is the right source of intent where services can be delivered, right? Imagine, this is just the tip of the iceberg that you saw. Imagine the various use cases that can be accomplished with generative AI on top of keyboard real estate. We don't want to limit this real estate to merely typing, or in fact, we extended the typing mission to make it more expressive, more delightful for consumers to have conversations and social experience on smartphone. Now with generative AI and especially the LLM powered by QX, we will be able to make those conversations much more efficient and productive, right? We we want to take it to the next level wherein the entire coordination across different functions, across different apps can be done from that humble real state, right? Just imagine you're talking to a friend and asking for a meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Starbucks. Why can't that keyboard send a calendar invite to the person you're chatting with, right? Or for that matter, you are talking to your doctor and you want to send certain images with some diagnosis that needs to be done around your skin, maybe, right? You just take a selfie, upload it on keyboard, and it will tell you the various possibilities of diagnosis, and does help your doctor also accomplish that task in a much more efficient manner, right? There are n number of possibilities, and I'm very thankful to our friends and fellow innovators at QX Lab AI for making it possible for us and to expedite our mission of making smartphone experiences smart again. Right? Thank you so much, Tilak. Over to you.
Thank you. One last thing. Thank you, Anurag sir. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. That we wouldn't be standing on the stage to showcase what we have built. So thank you for everything that you've done for us. And thank you, everybody, for listening to us. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone from QX Labs, for sharing all these insights and knowledge. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move ahead. And as I say, I think before every speaker I invite and every panel discussion that we have on the stage, it's time to learn a little more and to be a little more conscious about all the knowledge that we have around. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to address the challenges and seizing opportunities, considering being it legal, policy, and regulatory implications of generative AI. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, we are going to have Dr. Pawan Bugal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Chief Executive, Artificial Intelligence Law Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together for Dr. Pawan Bugal. Everyone, a little more loudly. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure that we are really taking so your precious time because he was having tea and he's all now people are ready, all sitting. They want to listen to me and they're going to be here on the stage. I'll also request once again everyone from QS Labs. I'll request Arjun sir, Tilak sir, and Ankit sir to please join us one more time on the stage for a picture together, and then we'll proceed for the next session. Mr. Arjun, Mr. Tilak, and Mr. Ankit. While we are waiting for this picture to happen, I'll just, in the times of social media and AI, pictures are very important. That's how we create memories. That's how we remember all the moments in our life nowadays. So thank you so much for this picture and being on the stage with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, one more time, let's please give a bigger round of applause and make ourselves a little more healthier. On the stage, we are going to have Dr. Pawan Bugal. Sir, the stage is going to be all yours, and it's an honor to invite you here. Thank you.
So when you're drinking tea and your name gets called out, you suddenly realize that the focus of attention is on you. You go back on to what you want to talk. So let me talk about the legal policy and the regulatory nuances pertaining to generative AI. Because everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, but very few people are really talking about the legal foundations on the basis of which appropriate work needs to be done for promoting this entire ecosystem. First come first, United Nations has now come up with the world's first global artificial intelligence resolution, calling for all member nations to come up with appropriate strategies to go ahead and promote AI as we go about. And it's not only in New York that AI are being heard. Well, AI is also being heard in the Indian Parliament. Well, we have seen a debut as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned with AI, with massive discussions on deepfakes and on voice clonings per se. But this month has been very special, month of March 2024. Why? Because 1st of March, the government of India comes up with an advisory. 16th of March, the government of India comes up with yet another new advisory on generative artificial intelligence. So let's realize that India doesn't have a dedicated law on artificial intelligence. We also don't have secondary legislation on AI. So through these advisories for the first time, I realize that work has begun happening on building up this new body of legal jurisprudence known as artificial intelligence law. Clearly, this particular advisories are very clear. Please make sure when you are providing these generative AI platforms or services, there should be no bias, there should be no discrimination, and that you will not interfere in the integrity of the electoral process as we go forward. So a couple of months back, the Italian privacy watchdog had said, sorry, ChatGPT, we are not going to be allowed in my jurisdiction. Why? Because you are actually breaching the law of the land there. So some quick fixes, some changes, and lo and behold, ChatGPT was back in Italy. Well, from Italy, let me take you to India, where now you have an AI robo, AI teacher. So we already have an AI newscaster who's actually reading news in an Odia TV channel. We now have an AI teacher robo who's actually going ahead and teaching using AI, both as an algorithm and as a paradigm. But the fact of the matter is, it's not just about being a toy for adults. It's more about a cogent agent to be used for the purposes of protecting cybersecurity. No wonder OpenAI is working with the US authorities on cybersecurity. But the fact of the matter is, if you are now going to go to Fraud GPT, clearly you get new inspirations on how to commit fraud. We all go and watch Netflix. So let's go to a new paradigm called chatflix.xyz. And this Chatflix is giving you the links of all the pirated movies that you may want to watch, download anywhere in the world. So we have a different manifestation of how AI is now being used. But Devin is the world's first software engineer that's writing, that's debugging, and that's deploying code. So it's a different ballgame altogether that we are actually coming up. Now, why is this important? Because I see this in the paradigm of the data economy, where the data is the new oil of the data economy. And the fact remains is that this particular data economy is seeing a phenomenon where we are data objects. We are generating data on a 24/7 basis. So what happens to my generated data generated by me? Obviously, you got IPR, intellectual property rights. What happens to my prompt command engineered data generated through generative AI? Who has got the rights on this? Let's read the fine print on ChatGPT. And they says, well, it's your prompt command, it's your data. So you can own the IPR. It'll be nice if you can say it's generated by generative AI, but that's about all. But the fact is, when this technology is able to generate audio, video, image, and text on the fly, it's actually now bring forward large number of legal nuances that will have to be appropriately addressed. Why? Look at the figures and they will tell you a wake-up call that please, sir, we are growing at this phenomenal pace. These figures are telling us that there's going to be a unexpected, unusual growth in generative AI, and it's going to reach these humongous figures in the next few years. And mind you, I find even these figures redundant and useless. Why? The pace with which AI is growing is going to make all of this a pale comparison to the actual ground reality, what we work across. So when I'm looking at ChatGPT generated content, the other day my daughter was preparing a project for her university, and she wanted to use ChatGPT. I said, please don't use it because you'll have tools. Fortunately, she agreed with me because the university now has got a new tool which allows them to find out which and how much of your content is AI generated. And that's automatically deducted. And it's more a kind of a new plagiarism check. So the next time you want to be in the growing army of authors that are now onboarding the Amazon bandwagon, think again. Post ChatGPT, the number of authors who are publishing books on Amazon have grown more than 3 times. But the fact remains is legalities. First and foremost, is generative AI legal? Well, let me put the opposite question. Is there any law which makes it illegal? Well, since there is no law which makes generative AI illegal, I have every reason to believe that it is legal, and I can even go beyond and I can say, forget about it. At the end of the day, when I'm dealing with generative AI, I'm dealing with use of computers, computer systems, computer networks, computer resources, communication devices, as also data and information in the electronic form. So the building blocks are very much in place. Which are these building blocks? Which are getting covered under the cyber legal frameworks. So I can say that my AI is covered under cyber laws, though that's bit too much of a stretch. Why? Because the cyber laws don't talk about it. But while all this happening, July 2023, OpenAI has now started a new project. It's called the Super Intelligence Alignment Project. The project is saying, give us 4 years, and in these 4 years, we are now going to generate a new kind of a super intelligence that will supersede human intelligence. And therefore, I've argued in this book, Super Intelligence and the Law, what legal guardrails and parameters you need to incorporate now at the time when you're developing super intelligence, because 4 years or 5 years down the line, it'll be a bit too late as we go forward. So clearly, the output of generative AI is going to be legal because it's electronic output. The authorship can be argued, can be disputed, but then that's more a question of fact rather than a question of law as we go forward. But beauty is that litigation is not waiting for law to evolve. In fact, litigation is going to help law evolve. That's why the number of cases that have happened in the US pertaining to OpenAI, pertaining to Microsoft, Google, and others who are now being sued left, right, and center by this huge, large number of plaintiffs who are authors of bestsellers who are saying that, look, my bestseller novel or the book was used for training their AI models, and that's violation of my IPR. So please grant me damages. Well, while that's happening, something has come from Japan, which has completely taken the world by surprise. The Japanese authorities have lately now come to the conclusion that when I'm using an AI model to train on a copyrighted work, then I'm doing fair use. It's not violation of somebody's intellectual property rights. So that's now 2 arguments on 2 ends of the spectrum. And clearly, those arguments will have to be appropriately addressed. The issue is, under the normal law, we have normal contracts. But please remember, we are now begun to start entering into contracts with AI. Here's the problem. As a human, I can enter into somebody who's got an ability to contract and therefore is capable of contracting. But does AI have an ability to contract? In fact, is AI legal? That's itself a big question that we have not yet tried to address. Similarly, on generative AI, the problem is I'm generating content. But the fact still remains is that when I'm generating content, is there an implicit contract that's being entered into between me and the algorithm, or an implicit contract between me and the company that's using the platform for providing its services? So clearly, we have these huge problems, and the fundamental problem is something that nobody wants to address. This is a huge room. In the middle of the room is a big elephant. Nobody wants to talk of the elephant. What is this elephant? The legality of AI. Can I grant legal status to AI? Can I say AI is a legal entity? If so, I will have to then stipulate the rights, duties, and responsibilities of AI per se. But is the world ready yet? The answer is a crystal clear no. Look at these patent authorities globally. Almost all countries have taken the stand that AI cannot be an inventor. And therefore, we can't grant patent in the name of AI. However, South Africa is a lone voice that's emerging, which is saying no problem. We'll have no issues if you look at AI as an inventor of new, original inventions. So very interesting stuff, how we go forward. Also, when I'm looking at the AI contracts, am I expecting that the company which is providing me AI services will make sure that nothing untoward gets coming out of AI, which could disturb me, which could impact my moral standards, which could violate the law? Well, that's what the government wants you to do. That if you are now using generative AI in India, please make sure that your AI output does not contain bias, does not have discrimination, and also does not tamper with the election integrity of the electoral process. Why? Elections 2024 are going to be phenomenal in terms of the massive impact of the use of deepfakes in the Indian elections. Let's look at what we've learned from the Pakistan elections recently. If there was one factor that was most significant in the Pakistan elections, that was the use of deepfakes, as we talk about. And the extensive use of deepfakes in elections 2024 could be a big challenging issue, which I think authorities like the Election Commission of India are beginning to go ahead and deal with it. But then the problem is Indians still don't yet understand that they are not talking to somebody human with human values. They're talking to an algorithm which is agnostic of human emotions. And therefore, large number of Indians have started exposing, sharing, transmitting their personal information to generative AI. With the result, their privacy is beginning to start getting impacted. We are bound to be also seeing some large number of contractual disputes. We have not yet seen that in the Indian context, but I expect that to emerge in the Indian context as we move forward towards identifying. Now, one option is that the government comes up with a new law, and the new law goes ahead and regulates everything. Well, I'm of the firm opinion that AI is such an animal that you cannot leave it on its own. You will have to have a minimal enabling regulatory framework to deal with it. You cannot just allow the replication of the mid-90s of cyberspace coming now in the mid-2020 ones of this century. Why? Because you cannot allow the generative AI or the AI to be the wild, wild west of the world. One thing that I don't want to talk about, but unfortunately is a ground reality, is the emergence of new crimes using AI. In fact, AI crimes is now emerging as a distinctive subcategory under the cybercrime umbrella. Go to the dark web, the deep web, and you realize cybercrime as a service powered by artificial intelligence is now the new paradigm on the block. And rightfully so. Today, cybercriminals don't want to dirty their hands. Why don't getting cybercrime done through an algorithm? Why? Be rest assured, no law enforcement agency will ever be able to track it to you. So those issues have begun to start coming up because we have still not yet been in a good position to deal with AI crimes, whether it's deepfakes, whether it's impersonations. So here is this couple who's lost 15 lakh rupees in the last few months. Why? Because they have a young daughter. The daughter was going to school in a school cab. They left the daughter. They were about to go to the office. They get a call from Mr. X who says they have kidnapped the daughter. And this Mr. X wants 15 lakh rupees in 15 minutes. And if they don't pay, then they say at the 16th minute, they'll execute the girl. They keep on trying. They want to talk to the daughter. They're made to talk to the daughter. The daughter's crying hoarse, asking the father to save her. They try negotiating for 13 minutes to get that money down. They're unsuccessful. At the 14th minute, they decide to pay. 15 lakhs, gone. And then a location is decided to hand over the child back. They're driving to the location. The husband calls up the school principal to warn. School principal says, "Gentlemen, what are you talking? Your daughter has been with us since morning." So here a couple becomes a victim of AI voice clone crimes that have begun to start emerging in a big step. But now the propensity of use of generative AI for criminal purposes is going to be phenomenal. Now, much that a lot of safeguards have been put in, but these safeguards are withering away once I start using prompt command engineering to force the algorithm to give me stuff which is basically illegal as we talk forward. Yet another important issue I think that lawmakers need to understand is the relationship between AI and cybersecurity. We should not presume AI to be cyber secure. Why? Because it's ultimately, at best, a computer resource. And today, if I want to hack you or target you, hacking your AI algorithm and the cybersecurity thereof becomes a good option for cyber criminals as we go forward. So I think this is one big area that we'll have to talk about. Unfortunately, globally, countries are still in a no man's land. There's no international one cybersecurity law in place. So different countries have started coming up with national laws on cybersecurity. You could argue that these national laws could be made equally applicable in the context of AI. But there are going to be challenges because these laws have been drafted keeping in mind computer networks and computer systems rather than AI algorithms as we go forward. So very quickly, I'm expecting that as the world goes towards more regulation, it's not going to be one size fit all. There are going to be sector-specific regulations for AI. For example, regulating the cybersecurity of AI in BFSI is going to be different from regulating the cybersecurity of AI in the healthcare sector. So that's going to be an issue. Yet another big issue is this privacy issue, which nobody wants to talk about. How many of you have read the privacy policy of OpenAI? Two hands. Read it clearly, and maybe you'll be very, very circumspect using technology. Why? It says whatever information you're sharing with the company will be using it as part of its training pool to go ahead and train data, effectively making your private data public, therefore stripping you of both your personal privacy and data privacy as we talk forward. And in the Indian context, when we have begun to start relying upon AI, it's a different sign, a different omen of bad things to come. Because now people are going to these OpenAI platforms or these GenAI platforms and are asking personal questions with personal details. I recently had a case where, and I'll not name the platform, but one of the one of the couples got married, went to Goa for honeymoon, and both of them decided that they will shoot their first night's private moments on their respective devices. They shot it. So the next morning, one of the partners uploads that particular shot video onto a GenAI platform with the specific questions. Please identify the inaccuracies or the inadequacies of performance last night and give me suggestions. Now, when you're doing things like these, it's a different ballgame altogether that you should not be having any expectation of privacy per se. Also, I think some countries have dedicated law on privacy that could be made applicable to AI, but India does not have a dedicated law on privacy at the time when I talk. Yes, data protection is going to be very crucial for AI, generative AI. Why? I want my data to be protected. So does that mean that the now Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023 could be made applicable to generative AI? The answer is a crystal clear yes. Why? Because whatever be the medium, whatever be the handle, if you're using personal data, then you're going to be governed by this legislation. Why? Because this legislation is going to be providing huge number of now fines. But the problem is, what about collection of data? Is the generative AI giving me warning, a notice that, hey guys, whatever you're going to be inputting in me is going to be used by me for collecting. And that before I collect, please give me your consent that I can collect your personal data, use it, process it in any manner whatsoever. So mind you, most of these Gen AI platforms, while barring Kritrim AI, are not India-born platforms. So these would also be required to ensure compliance with data protection laws as we go forward. Can we have legal accountability of AI, generative AI? That's a fundamental question the world is asking. But unfortunately, we don't have dedicated answers. Even the creators of Gen AI platforms are saying, hey guys, this is like a black box. Yes, I create the black box, but I don't know what it's going to come up with. So how can you make me liable? And that's a big disconnect. I think in a country of 140 crore users and growing, you will have to make these Gen AI platforms accountable for what gets thrown out by them. Otherwise, there's nothing that was actually prompting them to provide these services without any guardrails. Look at this. Generative AI is now forcing people to rethink what it means to be authentic. So not only artificial intelligence has brought in a new summer, it has brought in also a new wave of artificial stupidity, where people are becoming artificially stupid. by relying extensively on the intelligence of AI. Well, in this report, they say AI can help auditors detect corporate frauds through smart analysis. Fantastic. They recently had a new program where they said that this new program in the new version was better than the best financial analyst of the world in terms of analyzing particular kinds of financial data as we go forward. Fundamental questions. How do we deal with safety of generative AI? How can we ensure that generative AI platforms are safe, their outputs are going to be saved? So if a chatbot or if an algorithm is using offensive or abusive language, what safeguards do I have? And how do I protect the people at large? So recently we had this particular program where the Prime Minister of India complains that his video of dancing in a garba was viral when he never ever danced. So these are examples of deepfakes, offensive contents that are going to start getting generated. But fundamentally, the beginning point where the maximum growth of AI legal jurisprudence is going to evolve will be dependent on intellectual property rights. Why? Because that's one contentious big time area that we'll have to deal with. In terms of copyright, in terms of generating new ideas, in terms of generating new trademarks, new banners, and lo and behold, asking AI or generative AI to create a new invention, and then passing off the invention and under the name of a human. How will the courts deal with it? What kind of legal frameworks have to be put up in this regard? And how to cope up with these cyber copyright issues under the copyright laws of the different countries? Because most of these intellectual property laws have been built by humans under the implicit assumption that only humans are going to go ahead and deal with this entire creation of intellectual property. But with this cognitive intelligence creating far more potent intellectual property, the fundamental distinction will be how do we distinguish between intellectual property of humans versus intellectual property of machines as we go forward. Also, we'll have to be cognizant of how we can marry our existing laws. I can't say AI has come, let me throw off my IPR regime. That's not going to be possible. So I'll have to marry it. What customization I will have to make forward in the context of different nations is a big time ticket item that will have to be appropriately addressed, because the chances of generative AI infringing the intellectual property rights of authors, of original creators is going to be phenomenal. And therefore, we are going to now see a tsunami of litigations coming, including in the Indian context. Why? Because I don't know the output that generative AI is giving me. Is it plagiarized? Is it original? If I rely upon it as original, pass it off under my name, is it going to impact my reputation, goodwill, standing, repute? That's a fundamental question that people have no clarity on. Yes, there's a disclaimer on almost all generative AI platforms. Hey guys, you're liable to make mistakes. Be careful. Is that enough? I don't think so. Ask how many typical Indian users read that particular disclaimer. The chances are if you have 100 users in India of generative AI, the chances are 97 would not have read that particular disclaimer, because they are in so much of a tearing hurry to go inside the algorithm rather than looking at the legalities as we go forward. But a bigger question, how do I deal with hallucination? I can't wish it away. Hallucination is growing at such phenomenal pace that unless you have legal frameworks to regulate hallucination of generative AI, you are going to be playing with fire all the time. Yes, the GPT-4s of the world are more superior than ChatGPT 3.5, but does that mean that hallucination is over? Sorry, it's not over. The AI waters are now continuing to start getting muddied, dirtied by hallucination. And somewhere down the line, the legal frameworks will have to deal with the entire issue of hallucination and making the platforms responsible for hallucinated content. 2 lawyers in America have now been recently fined $5,000. Why? Because they used ChatGPT to create written arguments for a judge, and the written arguments had 6 American cases, and the court found out that all the 6 cases were fake. The parties did not exist. the litigations never happened, the judges did not exist, and the judgments never came across. And consequently, the lawyers were fined $5,000 for their lack of negligence. But who's going to find that particular doctor who's sitting on the outskirts of a small city outside Haridwar, who's using Chat GPT for feeding in the symptoms of the patient and getting the generic names of salts and then prescribing the same? Now that's happening big time in the Indian context. And I think somewhere down the line, the accountability issue will have to come in more quickly, because if I'm a practitioner and I'm using the hallucinated content without appropriate safeguards, it's got exposure for me, for my organization, and of course, it is going to be definitely not very good as far as the further growth of generative AI. So ultimately, the fundamental question, how do I deal with legal liability of generative AI? Can I say I can make the company responsible? Ask all companies and they say, sorry, guys, we have not asked you to use my AI platform. Please don't use it. So if you're getting anything, it's your problem. It's not my problem. I'm not going to be responsible. Most of these generative AI companies are based in America, and they are relying upon Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, where they are saying, hey guys, I'm a network service provider. I, under the American law, cannot be held liable as a pipe provider of what flows inside the pipe. So you can't make me liable. So that's a new paradigm that's happening. Of course, fortunately, in the Indian context, the approach is different, because the Indian approach on legal liability requires them to exercise more due diligence under Section 79 of the Information Technology Act 2000, because at the end of the day, when I'm dealing with this AI provider, he's a network service provider, and he himself becomes an intermediary in this particular regard as we go forward. How about misinformation liability? Can I sue this company? Maybe I can. Can I be successful in getting damages? I'm not so sure. Why? Because the company said, we did not ask you to use the service. You use it on your own risk. So it's as is available basis. You chose to deal with it. You did not read my terms and conditions. I warned you. Don't put your data. You've done it, so suffer. So that's going to be an interesting argument to legally address. But where will this action take place? Where will be the jurisdiction of these AI disputes? Will it be India? Will it be America? Will it be any other jurisdiction? Well, here, fortunately, the Information Technology Act says you may be located anywhere in the world, but if your services are impacting a computer system network located physically in India, then you become liable under the Indian law. That's the Section 75 of the IT. I think I have the buzzers asking me to finish. I can just finish by saying we have no magical answers to bias. The legalities of bias will have to be addressed. We also have no magical answers to dealing with discrimination of AI. We'll have to deal with that. We will also have to deal with consumer protection issues. Why? Because they are going to be crucial. We cannot afford to have this population of 140 crores be guinea pigs on the generative AI laboratory table as we go forward. Ethical and moral issues will also have to find part of the legal fabric of the law as we go forward in the Indian context. Ultimately, everybody wants this technology, but they want it to be more trustworthy, more reliable, more safe, more resilient, and do not want generative AI to be going rogue, because generative AI is going rogue. And therefore, we have one example. On 15th of August 2023, China has become the first nation in the world to come up with a dedicated law on generative AI. Well, this is much more advanced than what the European Union law on artificial intelligence has been passed in the last week or so. So I think in this regard, there's a lot of work to be done. I will just go and say that the fundamental funders need to be focused on. Let's look at these common minimum principles that are responsible for regulation of AI. Let's not live in a world that we can say that we will have no regulation of AI. We will have to deal with these issues, because the intersection of AI with metaverse, with IoT, with blockchain, with quantum computing is going to now throw up new ramifications that also must be appropriately addressed as we go. And finally, with the use of metaverse and AI, we are going to see far more new challenges that we have not yet specifically begun. Finally, just be prepared for a 250 crore rupee fine in India if your generative AI platform or offering does not comply with the mandatory provisions of the DPDP Act. We have a Chinese model to look at. We can look at it. We have the European model. The European model may not necessarily apply to India, but could be relevant. We have the model that's also coming from America, which is in the form of a new law as far as New York is concerned. But then what India does on AI will have to be dependent on the peculiar vision of India, the peculiar requirements of the ground realities, and the landscape is evolving. You cannot afford to say, let me post this till 2025. Sorry, you will not even know how the scenario is evolving in 2025. Generative AI is growing at phenomenal leaps and bounds every week. New tools coming in. I think we require more holistic approaches, broad principles to be defined before we go forward. And then for smaller technicalities, maybe we could leave it to secondary legislation as we go forward. We just cannot afford to say, I'm going to close my eyes to the legalities of AI. Because if I do that, there will be problem. At this Artificial Intelligence Law Hub, we've been researching for the last 8 years on how the legalities of AI are evolving. There's need for massive capacity building for everyone, you, me, everyone. And I think we should recognize this fact. This is the platform that I created, cyberlawuniversity.com. 5 years, put in 37 courses, forgot about it. Little did I realize that these courses have been done by 30,500 professionals from 174 countries, speaking 52 national languages, doing all these courses on AI, its regulation, apart from cyber law, cybercrime, and cybersecurity. All said and done, a fantastic time to be in, and let's look forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pawan, for sharing, for helping us actually gain a lot of understanding about the challenges, about the opportunities, and a lot of things regarding Gen AI. Everyone, can we please put our hands together one more time for Dr. Pawan, everyone? Moving ahead, now it's time to acquire a lot more knowledge and understanding about the ethics, privacy, trust, how Gen AI is building consumer confidence in India. On the stage, let's move ahead to another panel discussion for the day. I would say second panel discussion for the day. Everyone, please help me in inviting on the stage. We have Mr. Sanket Atal, Managing Director, India Site Operations and Technology and Product, Salesforce India. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for Mr. Sanket Atal. Joining him, we have Mr. Narsimha M, Vice President and Head of Data Science SBU, Make My Trip. I'll request Mr. Narsimha to please join us here on the stage. Everyone, right before this panel discussion, when we invited Dr. Pawan on the stage, I mentioned one more thing, that while you're joining your hands together, it's making us a little more healthier, because while you join your hands together, it helps us to with a little bit of acupressure and makes us a little more healthier. So as it's time after lunch and we are going ahead with the panel discussion, we can all join our hands together. Let's be a little more healthier together. On the stage, everyone, the next panelist I'm inviting is Ms. Shruti Kharbanda, founder, Invincible Robo League, Robotics and AI Chair, North Region, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Angel Investor, Mentor, Startup, India. With this amazing intro, everyone, let's please one more time put our hands together for Ms. Shruti Kharbanda. And last but not the least, being a former wing commander, I would say today being the leader of this panel, amazing panelist on the stage. Also, everyone, let's please put our hands together for former wing commander S. Sudhakaran, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Q Gates Technology. Everyone on the stage, let's move ahead and learn a little more.
A very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having given us this opportunity to express our views and share some profound thoughts on the subject of generative AI, ethics, privacy, trust, and building consumer confidence in India. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you one thing at the outset. Your Google and my Google is the same. So what we have decided is, let's talk beyond Google. And it is very important because strategic technologies like this cannot be dictated by technology platforms like Google to shape our views. If that is what we're going to talk, I think we're going to waste each other's time, not going to progress. the gathering that we have here, we have Sanket Atul, as has been already introduced to you. Then we have Narasimha and we have Shruti Kharbanda. So we have brainstormed a bit and tried to bring in certain perspectives, certain diverse perspectives, perspectives probably that would be not matching the alignment that you've had so far. The idea here is to set the mind's thinking, to sow the seeds into your mind so that you can apply your common sense and get your idea of where this technology is heading to. Does this technology really merit the kind of attention that it is getting today? Or is it the end of all? Or is it something more sinister that is going to come out? And how is it going to affect your life and my life? And these are the aspects that we're going to touch in this panel discussion. So be rest assured. And before we start this, I'll now request each of the panelists to introduce themselves so that you know where they come from, and then you'll get a fair idea of why they say what they say. So may I now request Sanket Atul to introduce himself.
Hi, so the name is Sanket. I'm with Salesforce. And prior to this, I was heading a company called Intuit, which is an American fintech company. I was heading that in India. And several other companies before that, including long time at Oracle and Make My Trip. And as I was talking to Sudhakaran earlier, my foundation is in systems programming, as in I've designed operating systems and database management systems. And today, of course, I'm one of the pointy-haired managers in Salesforce. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanket. And now may I request Narasimha to introduce himself to the gathering.
Hello, everyone. This is Narasimha. I have 22 years of experience in AI, data science, applied AI practice, building systems and solutions. I'm heading the data science and applied AI practice at Make My Trip. Besides the predictive prescriptive AI practice, of late, of course, we are using all the generative models for various use cases, pre-sales, post-sales, and all in a travel e-commerce setting. So I come from that context of what we're doing, what are our learnings, and what how do we look forward in terms of using these technologies, at least in the e-commerce setting and various other use cases.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm a woman in STEM. I love creating and destroying things. I keep saying that. I'm a serial entrepreneur. Of course, I'm an alumni at University of Oxford, mentor at Startup India, robotics and AI chair at Indian Chamber of Commerce. So there's a lot of things that I do, and there are a lot of hats that I wear. One of the most passionate things that I do currently is I'm trying to launch the first ever professional robotics league in India. So this is Robo versus Robo Sports. If anyone remembers Real Steel, the movie that came out about 12 years ago. So now we are trying to create that for real. So that's where I am. And I want to see India to be the topmost robotic product company in the world. That's my mission. That's where I want to take India towards.
In fact, I first met Shruti last year in Noida when I was adjudicating Robo versus Robo fight. So I do a lot of these stuffs, and that's when Shruti came up to me, and then we connected, and the journey is continuing. So now, thank you one and all for having introduced yourself. I will quickly take this 30 seconds to introduce myself. I'm Wing Commander Sudhakaran. I served in the Indian Air Force for around 22 years. My hands are as dirty as any one of the panelists here. So we all have dirty hands. When I say dirty hands, we've really put our hands into technology, trying to build it. We failed, and our failure has taught us a lot. So in our conversation, you will find semblances of that failure speaking as to what to do, what not to do, how it will go. So that is where the experience comes from. So to quickly tell you, I did my bachelor's in electrical and electronics engineering. And before that, I started programming right from the x86 when it first came to India when I was in my high school. So AI for me didn't occur in 2012 when for most of for us who was in this bandwagon. It happened a long back because of the questions that I always found. Why is it not like this? Because computers were always good at if then else matrix. How can it go beyond it? So the thing that we call as machine learning today, the traditional data that gets fit into any curve fitting, finding the curve of best fit for the data that you do. So that's something that we did 30 years back. The only problem was the computers were insanely slow. So what is new today? Nothing much has changed big time, but yes, it's at the cusp of changing. And that's what we're going to discuss now. So let me start the discussion quickly with Sanket. He will share us the story of Salesforce and how it is dealing with generative AI. Am I right? Yeah.
Whatever the moderator says happens. So thank you for the opportunity. So I'm sure everybody here has heard of the company Salesforce. We are synonymous with customer relationship management. In fact, our ticker symbol is CRM. And the company started off in the whole journey as kind of a game changer. It was the first SaaS enterprise company. And I need to mention that because there was a big leap of faith that happened. Fundamentally, we needed our customers to trust that being in a multi-tenant environment of a kind of a remote hosted data center would be safe and would be performing to their liking. Fortunately, we did very well with that, and the journey has been awesome. And from the very beginning, trust was our number one value. And trust within the company, but also trust by our customers that we will do the right thing, and hence the ability to be able to have things in the cloud. Now, what is happening over the past few years, especially last year, is that there's been a lot of hype about AI. And just like Sudhakaran mentioned, there's a lot of people who Google stuff and they get super excited about what to do. So the expectations of what can happen out of AI, whether it's predictive or generative, are huge. And then there is the person responsible for executing something like that within an enterprise, the CIO, the CTO, who's got to make sure that the latest and greatest technologies are used to serve the enterprise, but at the same time, it's done in a manner that's conducive to business growth and security. And there is a big gap between these two. What people expect will happen, which is very sci-fi like, and then where people are today with respect to what will satisfy them in order for this technology to be adapted. And this big chasm is something that needs to be crossed for AI to truly be a reality everywhere. And as a company, our approach to AI has been very pragmatic. Now, we've been in the AI business for quite some time. In fact, more than a decade ago, we started an AI research group looking at all aspects of AI. And what we have found is that the biggest impediment to adoption is trust. If you guys remember, a while back, about a year back, there was a situation where two very enthusiastic engineers had taken the code that they had written and then passed it on to, I know, one of the LLMs, OpenAI or something, to see how it was structured or to get feedback from the LLM. And there was a big hue and cry about it because those were company secrets that were going into an LLM that would then be permanently embedded in that. And so that leads to a lot of security concerns by all companies. So what we have done is to be able to cross the gap between what the CIO needs to do to make the company successful and what the expectations are, we have created what's called a trust layer. And this trust layer enables the adoption of AI technologies in a very practical manner. And fundamentally, if you take a look at what is needed to execute AI within the enterprise, there is the user interface, which is basically, especially with generative, it's all conversational interfacing. And then there are the models that you use, right? They can be predictive models, they can be LLMs, etc. And then the foundational element of all of this is data. And that's where one really needs to start. So like you were pointing out, you have to take a look at the true nuts and bolts. And the true nuts and bolts of any AI strategy is what data you use. So that's where a huge focus for us is. And also the other focus on the AI level and the UI level is to provide access to AI, whether it's predictive or generative. By the way, we've been very successful. Today, we're doing more than 200 billion predictive and generative transactions a day, and it's growing, right? But the way we do it is within the context of what you're trying to do. So you're not going to go to Salesforce and try to write a love poem. You're not going to go to Salesforce and try to create a picture with a dog who's like driving a car or whatever it is. But you will go there to leverage AI to do your business better. And it's in that context that we provide AI. And our goal is to make everybody's lives easier by leveraging this fantastic technology, but in a practical manner and not in a sensational manner. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Sanket. I'll quickly come for the second round because I know you're not done with it. You have tons of experience, and I know you have got a lot to share on this. I'll quickly shift to Narasimha, wherein he is going to talk about what are the key factors to bolster trust amongst customers and how can developers handle them. What role can government and industry play in designing such kind of systems?
I think if I have to think about like the themes, right? Like the way we see, and this is an active area of research, of course, is like the transparency, salience, the unbiased nature, and then the ability to reference the facts back to the sources. So these are the four dimensions you can think of in which how you are addressing how you are designing the system. It's not just about which tool you use, but also how you design the system and then put it in front of the customers so that all these aspects are covered. So a lot of user experience, user interface aspects come into when we are using, let's say, generative models for the customer-centric side of the problems. On the other side, when it's about agent specific, let's say call center or other similar needs come up, and there I would say the more we use these technologies as assist flows so that we don't remove the human in touch, I think the trust would be better because the agents would be much more proficient in terms of how to use, what not to use, etc., and face the customer in a right way, the gating mechanism. Besides that, if you're using these technologies for employee productivity, let's say Copilot or the Visit Coder or the other coder language models for developing and improving the productivity, that's a different ball game altogether because it's your employees who are going to use those tools and write new code. So depending on the audience, the dimensions change. But if you can think about a framework and how we use these generative models, my view is as following. There are large language models which are foundational, general purpose models, whereas and there's a lot of knowledge also encoded in these models and also conversational abilities, right? However, if you have to rely on the knowledge which is encoded within these languages, then there's a big, you will face a lot of surprises at one point or the other. So if you can use these models for conversational ability, style, tone, whereas for the knowledge aspects, you can hook into your own sources and references, and there is a way to design these systems. Your ability to refer back and ability to be transparent and also give more salient responses and also be a little unbiased, it'll be higher. So I think it's about how you design this, and the UX also comes into it's very important in this. In terms of how the regulatory laws or policies can help, I think nobody can say more than Pawan Dugal has spoken just before this session. It's still an open area. And there are a lot of questions, probably more questions than answers at this moment. However, as I said, there's an active area of research everywhere, and the way we are decoupling things in terms of the source of truth versus the conversational abilities, right? Maybe some aspects of that has to be enforced, right? Besides that, there are many security trust aspects that organizations can cover. For example, red teaming, using teams to kind of hack your own systems to figure out what jailbreaking, so that your own systems, you can break it to see where there are flaws. Are there any adversarial attacks, this, that, other. And besides this, of course, some of this also has to be looked in the context of, is there any dark pattern here, agnostic of whether it's a generative model or any other technology. What kind of dark patterns are more prevalent, and how do we kind of avoid this? So organizations need to have an eye. So the general rule of law I use is, what you can measure, you can improve. If you can't measure something, you cannot improve. So all organizations, while they deploy GenAI applications, they should also have some measurement methods for capturing this, and also figuring out how much of it is truthful versus not. Maybe some kind of a community notes internally built or in a different way. But if you have a method to measure, I think you can improve. All this in the context of generative models. I think I'll not call them as AI, because we are still far away from AGI. Given that I'm a practitioner, I know what these are to some level. I'd prefer to call these as generative models versus prescriptive models, and I'll leave it at there.
Thank you. What you can measure, you can improve. What you can't, you cannot. That's something that you need to keep in mind, because as we progress in the discussion, we'll be dwelling around this particular aspect. Nice that Narasimha brought this out. I'll quickly go to Shruti on issues and concerns around privacy and algorithmic bias with generative AI.
Thank you, Sudhakaran. I think today a lot of the panelists and a lot of my colleagues have talked about issues around privacy, around trust, around algorithmic bias, and I think this is a time that we need to take a step back and really understand what is the dimension of the issue that we are talking about. So I thought I'll spend some time explaining how big the problem is, so we can all take this a lot more seriously than put it aside and say, yes, there's an issue. So Gen AI is an amazing technology. We can generate new content, new text, new images, audio, everything. It's a powerful tool, but with a powerful tool, there's a darker side to it, right? Now picture living in a world where you cannot distinguish deep fake from reality, where synthetic identities orchestrate malicious information campaigns, and you can't distinguish what is true, what is not. There are targeted scams. I think the people have touched about that. With unparalleled precision. I mean, you wouldn't even know, like we said, I think Dr. Pawan touched on a case where there was a kidnapping case, fake kidnapping case, right? There are custom tailor-made alibis. There's subtle persuasion bias that you slowly don't understand. There's radicalized content being created by algorithms, right? So with maturity of AI, the lines between virtual and real world is blurring. And with that, in fact, Professor Emilio Ferreira, a scientist and a professor at University of South California, he created a model earlier this year. He created a 2D chart where he charted the intent on the y-axis, which had 3 degrees, saying deception, propaganda, and dishonesty. Deception is more singular towards a single individual. Propaganda is, of course, disseminating information, and dishonesty is pure intent of creating something wrong. And on the x-axis, he created 4 dimensions: personal loss and identity theft. And I'm going to take you through how difficult, and let me read out this 3x4 model, and it'll give you the dimension of the problem. When we talk about personal loss and identity theft, for deception, think synthetic identities. For propaganda, it is digital impersonations. For dishonesty, it's targeted harassment. For financial and economic damage, deception is bespoke ransom. We've talked about that. For propaganda is extremist schemes. For dishonesty is market manipulation. Now you try and see how big the issue can be. Market manipulation can actually impact an economy of a country. Then another aspect is information manipulation, which is information control of an individual. Then influence campaigns, fake campaigns. Then information disorder, where you don't even know what to believe at all. And the last one, which is the worst, is socio-technical infrastructural damage. And here you think systematic abrasions of belief in terms of deception, and propaganda is synthetic realities, and there's targeted surveillance on people. So dimensions of the issue can be a lot more than just being small. And don't take me wrong, the same technology can be used for positive things. For example, fabrication of historic artifacts, whereas we can recreate what we have lost, but at the same time, we can create fake historic artifacts. So what would you believe? And similarly, there are loads and loads of examples that we are talking about. Beneath the Gen AI, the algorithms, they all learn from data. And that is where it all learns from data. And that is where I think we need to take a step back and start focusing training data and real data that is being used. And the oversights, we've talked about hallucinations that need to be recorded, rectified, the omissions that have to be regularly identified, the errors in data that need to be rectified, the biases need to be removed. It's a fact. We all have data that has biases. It's inherent. To say the biases will be completely removed when we feed into Gen AI is never going to happen. So the question is, how do you keep identifying those biases and keep reducing it over time? And therefore, come to a better Gen AI platform that we can use.
So before I would sum up with my perspective, I would quickly go for a round two, because I know they have still some more to convey. So I'll quickly latch on to Sanket and ask him this question of how does he see generative AI and human ethics coexisting? What needs to be done? Like, how will it redefine the morality and ethics that will shape up in the future?
That's a deep philosophical question, Sudhakar. But I'll attempt to address it in engineering style, where, look, all of the stuff that we've just heard from Shruti, lots of dangers abound, right? But as is there with any technology, and you have to position things in the right way. Now, if you take a look at public consumption of technology like this, all kinds of things can happen. We today live in a world where there's abundance of rabbit holes that people can pursue on, various social platforms. I won't name them. So those things are there. The trick here is, how do you structure things so that somebody who's enabling Gen AI on a platform is able to do that in a manner that's relatively safe? And one of the key things behind something like this is letting a human in the middle participate in taking a look at what all exists and how do we rate. For example, all of generative AI is based on prompts of some kind or the other. And when you're generating prompts, you need to be able to take a look at where you are with your prompt generation, what's the kind of data you're providing. And again, going back to the data being the foundation, I'll touch upon that a little bit more later. But you have to be able to do that. Now, with that come certain results, and then you have to be able to rate the results, right? So this is where human intervention is critically important, so that you're able to provide feedback to the system as to whether something has high level toxicity, is it a hallucination? And the system has to build in certain ability to audit what it does and provide feedback. So a good system would be able to say, hey, here's what I have generated based on your prompt, and my confidence level on something like this based on the past experience is X, Y, or Z. And given that, then people can make a decision as to whether to be able to use that or not, right? And then there is the whole concept of having a human at the helm, so that you're able to take a look at the system in a holistic manner and decide how you would like to shape it. Now, I'll go back to the whole data question. Fundamentally, you're only as good as your data. So I'm an enterprise software guy, so I'll stick to that kind of a world here. But you have data all over the enterprise. Any average company has hundreds, if not thousands, of applications all around, and there's important data that's resident in various parts of the company. And if you want to be able to use that to shape your own model, for example, or to be able to provide a much better experience, so you're able to generate prompts leveraging all of this data, you have to have some kind of a centralized access to the data. So we have something we call, it's a active lake house, which is effectively a combination of a data lake and a warehouse, which combines data from all your sources within the enterprise and is able to pull in the data. Certain integrations would be like a non-copy pulling in of the data, so in a federated kind of sense. And with this power, with this leverage, you're able to put all kinds of relevant information to generate your prompts appropriately. And this can be done in real time. So this is a foundational entity that will allow you to generate your models, whether it's predictive or generative, and it allows you to structure prompts in a manner so that you're providing the right information. That, coupled with the trust layer that we have, where we check for things like is there any personally identifiable information that's going out, and if it is, then can we mask it? And then when your prompt is supposed to going out of your system to some publicly available LLM, we have deals with those LLMs so that the data passed in with the prompt retained. And then when the data comes back, when the result comes back from GenAI, it goes through toxicity detection, hallucination, etc. And finally, there's a human intervention. So this entire circle, which involves a foundational data layer, you leverage the data to be able to generate your own models, or you create your own prompts in a very rich way, grounding it in rich data about your customers, for example, and then leveraging trust. All of this makes for the ethical and safe usage of Gen AI towards making an enterprise more secure. Now, on the social implications of direct access to Gen AI, etc., Sudhakaran, I don't think I'm qualified to make that statement. But one has to be careful. One has to be careful in this, and anybody providing such platforms which enable people to be able to do interesting things can then potentially be harmful. I think the onus is on them to make sure that their systems are designed for the public good.
So there are questions which creates vacancies. So people can qualify themselves to answer these questions, and you'll find a lot of job in the new AI world, wherein we are heading to massive joblessness. So on that count, I will quickly go to Narasimha and ask him the question on privacy and trust being the two pillars on which consumer confidence is so much based on. How does he see that evolving in the generative AI era?
Privacy is a very subtle topic because the customers have to share data, not just on a particular platform. Let's say as the girl was sharing right before our session, we interact with technology in various ways, whether it is in terms of search engines, whether it is in terms of even how your mobile data, what all activity you're doing, and the social media platforms that you're interacting with. A lot of data is being shared there actively or inactively, and those are used by algorithms, right? So in part, those algorithms are using it to make your experience personalized and relevant, rightfully so. However, it also comes at the on the foundation that you are sharing your data, and that data is used in a way that is not too intrusive, you may say. So, for example, I think on the privacy aspect, there are some aspects that overlay into dark patterns and all, how you're using that to kind of do something which probably is out of the volition of an organization. So I'll say that it's not specific to Gen AI, but now you talk about generative models, uh, and in the context of let's say safety, right? Uh, as I said, if the organizations are being more transparent and also pointing to the right sources, at least while generating text, right? It will instill more confidence. Generating images or a speech, it's a different ball game because the way the models generate this, it's based on all the training data that has gone in. In some cases, it is not even possible to debias those algorithms or the data, so because there could have been even some adversarial injection of the data. There's something called like sleeper injection that Anthropic AI had released a paper on. You can read about it, that which will trigger after a particular date. Okay. Prior to that, you wouldn't even know that kind of a sleeper injection was there. Now it's almost, and unlearning that is almost impossible. So that aspect is like really active area. So as I said, uh, if organizations can, at least in their domain, use these models more for their core ability, conversation, reasoning, language, and not for like the source of truth, at least in a text generation problems, I think will be much more in a better position to give the right answers, and continue to have customer confidence. And the UX UI user interface design part, there should always be transparency, and most of the organizations do. If not, they should put an icon or appropriately represent, so that what is a natural text as opposed to what is synthesized or generated, so customers can discern and then continue to make good decisions factoring that in.
Let me quickly go to Shruti and then ask her, if she were to become the government of India's advisor, how would she advise the country to, reduce privacy issues and algorithmic biases in this fast developing space of generative AI?
Thank you, Sudhakaran. I think Gen AI is an area where I would suggest a lot of self-regulation, because if real regulation came into picture, which will be very tight, would then prompt a lot of entrepreneurs to say that we've been set back in the innovation world. So there's a lot of self-regulation I would recommend. And there are certain risk mitigation strategies that can be involved. So continuous monitoring of AI output to see whether it's it's not hallucinating or it's not fake. Establishing ethical guidelines, promoting transparency in the way the AI is processing data, educating stakeholders about the pitfalls. And of course, there are a few techniques that can be adopted. So one is proof of identity, which is Aadhaar based as opposed to email based, which would allow you to actually identify unique users as opposed to having a lot of fake users or synthetic identities. Multi-factor authentication protocols, which is blockchain based, token based, cryptographic. Make sure you prompt audience with disclaimers that this data has been created by Gen AI. So please be mindful. If you want to use it, validate it. So it should be, the disclaimer needs to be more prompt as opposed to be subtle in the privacy statements that they have. Content labeling, which can be visual tags. Source verification and provenance using blockchain technology. So if Gen AI is using certain sources as data, so be able to track back those sources. So what we say in education is we reference or bibliography of our content, which I think creates a lot of provenance of data. Digital watermarking. And in terms of data itself, I would recommend anonymizing data, because that in itself removes a lot of the privacy issues that a lot of users have. So when I say anonymize, no name, no email, no contact details, it can be very useful for footfalls, for business and events. And there are a lot of things you can do without actually having user-specific data being leaked. Securing data properly and making sure any data breaches are widely announced to the users if it happens ever. Making sure data collection is reliable from authorized sources, authenticated sources, and not just bought from, in India these days, there are a lot of companies selling data. And I would question their authenticity. Even in some reliable companies, I have found out there's been a lot of gaps, right? So authenticity of data is very important. Operational oversight, and I will keep repeating that word because no matter how much Gen AI is going to create an output, you need to validate the output is correct, output is non-biased and not hallucinated. And that needs to be done. Data privacy. Like I said before, you're not going to be able to reduce bias because all the data that we have is already biased. But continuously assessing biases that are there and reducing them as an iterative process, and transparency, which is explaining the decision-making of your Gen AI is the most important thing. If you can explain how the decision-making is done, you would know what input is given and what output to expect, rather than using AI as a black box, which is where you kind of lose ability to identify whether a system is acting as recommended or not. So I think those would be some of the tips that I would give at this point.
Thank you. So before we get into the audience round, throwing questions at us, I would like to throw another alternative perspective, which I believe is very important. The reason why is because Sanket rightly started saying that the term AI is very distorted. Do we really understand the meaning of what AI is? We very casually use it, generative AI. If everybody says generative AI, we have a conference in generative AI. In fact, this month I've attended 4 conferences on generative AI. And I've had invite for 3 more. And what are we discussing? Discussing things the same old way that probably Google told us. Do we really, as a nation, as individuals, apply our common sense to understand what are we talking about? So let me put this, let me not I'll just quickly give 10 odd points. There could be something that could be significantly out of alignment from what you traditionally believed in, but then it's worth giving a thought tonight. First of all, what is AI? I saw a toothbrush on LinkedIn saying that it has got AI. Has it got reduced to that level? Is our intelligence going to be in the bristles of toothbrushes? There's something wrong because everybody is in the urgency of making it AI. They are very casually using this term, so much so that in our urge to buy something, we are intending to buy gold, but what we are ending up is not even bronze. That's what the state that we're getting in. So if I have to tell you what real AI is, it is the ability of the machines to be able to exhibit intelligence at par or better than humans. That's the original and only definition of AI. Now, why it got distorted is because people started on over a period of time believing that this is not possible. Now, if it is not possible, you can't call white paint as milk. So if milk is not there, you call paint as paint. And you work towards, what you thought is elusive. That's what science does. Now, what's worse is, anybody claims that, I'm into AI. How many of you did even think of putting a test to their claim? That leads to the next question, is there a test? How many of you know that there is indeed a test to test the real definition of AI? I will leave for you to find out what that test is. And if tomorrow somebody says my system is AI, ask them whether it passes that test. If it doesn't pass the test, tell them to wait till such time it passes. And it is okay to call not AI. Why sell something as AI when it is not? You may think why it is important. Imagine if you have a weapon which is AI and you're taking a toy to the battlefield. What are the chances that you're going to come alive from that kind of a scenario? I come from that kind of a background. So therefore, we don't believe in faking ourselves, believing in falsehoods, wrong foundations. That will take us nowhere as a country. And this is something that we need to understand. So is generative AI real AI? The answer is no. It is an age wherein it is just about to enter the real AI. And the reason why we are talking about is we're still grappling with a lot of data, a lot of training. We're still talking about human programming, which is going to do that. See, AI is a strategic technology akin to a nuclear bomb. In a nuclear bomb, you can only initiate a chain reaction. You can't control it after that. Similarly, in intelligence, you can only set the conditions to evolution. You can't program it. If you're programming it, it's not intelligence. You're trying to actually solve a narrow domain wherein it can take a certain input and give a certain output, and that is not intelligence. That's calculator, that's computer. And that was what computers were always doing. What's the new thing that has come in the market is, you can today play with data, find a curve of best fit, and then use that curve, solve the weights for it. It is just solving a linear equation, y equal to mx plus c, where y and x are data. You solve m and c. For every y, for every x, you will get a y. That's predictive analytics for you. That's not intelligence. Intelligence is far more complicated. It is something that is related to deeper things like consciousness. And consciousness means context awareness here in this, when you talk about how you build it. So how do you build it? Does that mean AGI doesn't exist? It exists. It may come out tomorrow, the week later, or the month later. Nobody knows, because people who are really behind this are not they are working under dark curtains. And we are, as a nation, being waylaid into something which is not AI, and we are behind that. And this is something that we need to understand. If we understand this, then only we will run the real race. Imagine if there is an Olympics which is happening in Paris, and then there is a fake Olympics which was happening somewhere in the Caribbean islands. You may win medals there, but it will not count for anything. That's probably what is happening in the race for intelligence singularity. And these are points that, as somebody who has been practicing it, I thought that I will throw this to you, not for you to believe me, but for you to ask these questions when you go to bed. Ask these questions when somebody says that they work in AI. Does that pass that test? That's very important. So somebody talked about, injecting an algorithm into, a nefarious behavior. So actually, there are terms for it. So in traditional computing algorithms in cybersecurity parlance, it used to be called as a zero-day vector. That is what the Stuxnet did to the Iranian nuclear program. But in AI, there is no zero-day vector. We talk about what is called as an intent vector. And an intent vector is the same as the intent of a human being. You can never find out what is the intent. And this intention is both moral as well as induced. And these are things that we need to keep in mind. And we have to also understand that intelligence always accompanies deception. Without deception, there is no intelligence. Because if you are naive, then you're gone forever. So having said this, I will thank all of you for having patiently listened to us. I thank my panelists for having expressed their views, but we've also thrown some alternate perspectives for you to think deep, to understand what AI is and what it is not. Not merely get caught in the bandwagon when everybody says this is what it is. Thank you, one and all.
So I'd like to engage my fellow panelists in the tradition I have. We'll take a quick selfie from the stage, if that's okay. And my request is with the audience when we actually do it, if you could raise your hands or something, that'll make the picture fun. Sounds good? Thank you.
While we are taking this amazing picture, everyone, let's please put our hands together for this amazing panel discussion and for the insights and the knowledge that we have gained throughout. Thank you so much. Once again, I'll request all of you to please be in the front for a group picture together. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving ahead, next up, we have another panel discussion where we are going to discuss about emerging trends in Gen AI startup landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the panelists on the stage. First of all, we have Mr. Ayush Singhal, founder and CEO, CodeMate.ai. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and have Mr. Ayush Singhal on the stage. With him, we have Mr. Deepak Thomas, founder and CEO, Savayo, joining us on the stage. Mr. Deepak Thomas, we'll be honored if you join us on stage. Next up, Mr. Hariom Seth, founder, Tag Labs. Mr. Chetan Bansiwal, co-founder and CEO, Samaj.ai. Everyone, it will be amazing if you can please put your hands together and have all these panelists on the stage. We have Mr. Meher Patel, founder, Hector. And last but not the least, our moderator, the session chair on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome on the stage Mr. Faisal Kousa, founder and chief analyst at Tech Arc. Everyone, one last time, let's please put our hands together and start with this amazing panelist on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Stage is going to be all yours, and we are looking forward to the panel discussion.
Working? Yeah, it's not working. Hey, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure by the day ends, all among all of us, perhaps the AI version will get upgraded. So it's been really interesting to hear out the conversation since morning and get to know various perspectives. Well, I think, one of the fundamental changes which is happening right now is when you look into the probably the history and early academic research of AI, perhaps the thought was how to bring in intelligence into machines. And there was always this debate between human intelligence and machine intelligence. And perhaps, it also had to do with our egos that we are never going to use machine intelligence. But today, thankfully, I think we have accepted this reality that as humans, we are going to use machine intelligence. And today, in fact, it's not only become trendy, but it's also probably an indicator of showing our intelligence that we are using artificial intelligence. So that's something interesting to see. Well, we learned panelists so far, speakers so far, and what I have with me is a set of 5 gentlemen. I wish there would have been one lady also, at least, but I know it's not by intent. Who have kind of started their journey with AI and have all the conviction in the industry, in the technology, that they have committed themselves, their future, their profession, their journey with AI. So while we heard a lot of panelists since morning talking about about the use cases of AI, ethicality, legality, and other aspects of AI. Now, with this panel, what I would want to discuss around is we would not obviously be, cruising at the altitude of the previous panels because we are representing startups. So we will have, different altitude to talk about. So I have with me Ayush, Deepak, Hariom, Chetan, and Meher. Uh, Ayush, starting with you. So, there's a lot of, and it has been quite well explained all, throughout the day. But from a startup perspective, I want to understand how, what is Gen AI kind of evolving for a startup as an opportunity?
Yeah, so like that's a pretty great question, and this is where like we also tend to misunderstood what about like what is exactly Gen AI's capabilities are, because like AI is like not something which occurred after ChatGPT. AI is have been into the picture from like a decade or more than like 20, 30 years back as well. So in my particular domain, what we are working as in software development, if I talk about, there have been lots of AI tools which overall increases the developer's productivity, whether it is into like static code analysis, which like analyzes your code and improves your code quality, or helps in code fixing as well. What Gen AI has evolved and like gave us the opportunity to be a step ahead was like generating the code as well. So like as generative AI, what like it differs from the like predictive AI was, in the predictive AI we have to like make a set of rules. On the basis of that, it predicts the like what sets like what's right or wrong. And in generative AI, it is now capable in generating the fresh code based upon the previous set of training data it has. So this actually allows it to act as a real programmer and actually solves a particular problem by a code. So Gen AI has particularly been very, very helpful in like for developers in like creating the fixed version of the code and not just providing the like levels of like area like where exactly the improvisation can be done. It also like is now capable of improvising and also giving the correct version, and also like generating the entire the code which is required for the software development. So this is now begin to step ahead, and now we have also seen the AI software engineers like coming into the market. So like this is like what I believe was like Gen AI capabilities in software development, particularly because we work into software development. So I'm the right person to talk about in that domain. Gen AI has been helpful in creating the new content, like vis-a-vis the predictive AI, which was more used in like making the decisions whether it is a right or wrong.
Okay, I'm sure there will be questions. I don't see, probably we have students here, but those of the students who may watch it later, so they'll have a question, is their job lost and all that. I'll come to that again. Deepak, the same kind of question to you. How do you see Gen AI, enabling the startup ecosystem?
Firstly, thanks Businessworld for inviting us. I think this is a team of builders, so you will probably hear the challenges, the opportunities from the horse's mouth. To your question, again, thanks Faisal for that question. We've heard a lot today about what generative AI is. I wouldn't go defining it, right? Two keywords: new content from existing patterns, right? And the other is reasoning. I would be bold today to say that generative AI is probably species defining. I don't see this as an pre-internet to internet jump or a feature phone to iPhone jump. I think we are sitting at a cusp of something which is going to change our lives big time. From that aspect, think about this as just the start of much more crazier things to come. And for us now in this world, especially with startups, what it's really helping us is my industry, and what I'm trying to disrupt is a very traditional industry, which is the beauty industry, right? The Nykas, the urban companies, and your mom and shop salons and your beauty products, right? To disrupt something like this, which has been there around maybe for the last 3,000, 4,000 years, really needs disruptive technology, right? For startups like us, I think we are looking at opportunities which have never been there before to understand the customer and consumer, be it a consumer like me or a young kid or an enterprise like never before. Okay, generative AI to startup founders is giving that window to understand the consumer and the customer like never before. So yeah, I think it brings about opportunities we've never seen before, Faisal.
Sure, thank you. Hariom, same kind of question to you, but maybe you could, if you could also add that, just imagine there would not have been Gen AI. So solving the same problem, how difficult would it have been for you?
So, good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with first introducing myself. So, I'm Hariom Seth. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been running a marketing technology company for 1.5 decades. And recently, I have diversified into the space of education technology and AI-based learning at a level of, graduates and colleges. So now answering how GenAI is changing the game. Okay, and I'll give you some metaphorical example, and I'll also give you some specific example. So on a broad level, why GenAI is different is that over the years, from the power of decision making, we have got the power of creation. Okay, earlier the AI was everywhere, but it was in the background. It was right in the algorithms which push us ads on Instagram. It was curating our feed on YouTube. It was even taking care of a lot of features which are hidden in the complex softwares. So it was always there, but it was in the background. What GenAI has done, it has put that power of that tool in the hands of a normal people. So there is a huge democratization of creation. So say what Deepak is also doing. Deepak is building you know democratizing styling. That means you can upload your picture, you can change your hairstyle, you can change your beard even before because if you change, like I just got a haircut yesterday, but I was not aware about Deepak's tool. Otherwise I would have first pre-visualized what haircut to get, and then I would have ventured into a haircut. So what GenAI specifically is doing, that normal people now can experience the power of creation, and that is totally disruptive. So I'll give you two examples and how I am specifically applying that power to the business. Say I'm an investor in a Gen AI learning platform called Doozeel. Okay, so the problem this company is solving is that it is one of the only or one of the few personalized learning platforms in the world. So India as a country has a very unique problem. The problem is that we are just too many people, but we are underskilled or unskilled. Okay, and we don't have the resources to teach so many people so rapidly. Like the digital divide is widening so rapidly with the change of technology that we don't have the resources to upskill so many people in a matter of few years. And AI is a perfect technology. So rather than training and educating so many trainers which will educate our country, if there is a tool that is even better than a tutor in the school, that's that can provide high quality education at scale, okay, which is impossible to do without tools of Gen AI. Okay. So specifically Gen AI is solving a problem of giving high quality services at a very large scale. That is a very unique part of it. Another thing that we are doing is we are trying to make India AI ready by introducing curriculums at universities. That's another venture that we have just taken into. And we cannot do it without AI. Even the curriculum is designed with the help of the popular AI systems, because we don't know as much about this technology as these very sophisticated tools can. So to summarize, two major sources of power. One is democratization. That means the individual now has power of an expert, power and sophistication of a very complicated system which was not available to him earlier. That is one. Another is some problems that required humongous resources to be solved at scale. now can be solved. Like the problem of scale can be solved, and India is a very unique country. So, like we are country full of problems. So there is enough and more opportunities in our own country to solve. Yeah.
Great. So very, very diverse, use cases and, journeys you three are up to. And I'm sure, Chetan, you are also onto a journey where you are trying to leverage Gen AI for a very specific purpose. So can you also help us understand how your startup is leveraging Gen AI?
Okay, so initially my introduction. So we started out with a real-time video analytics company. We provide analytics on compliance and security purposes in real time. So we work with the Prime Minister Security and some enterprise companies where we provide compliance like PPE kits. If somebody is not wearing a PPE kit in a particular area, these kinds of things is what we are doing. Now, if you'll see these kinds of analytics in video analytics, they vary from a very small thing like I need to detect a person, its age to its gender. Then it can vary towards a car. But if I have to identify a particular person, let's say a 5-footed person with the beard and carrying a flower pot in particular camera, I do not have a particular class for all these things, right? So if this needs to be identified, I'll certainly have to ask a security guard to look through the footage. Otherwise, what I could do is I could generate an image, a similar image with the background of that camera, and then I could search based on the similarity of this image with the footage that I have. And if I can do that, I can search the same person within a matter of seconds or minutes. That would have taken a security guard to search probably 4 hours or 5 hours. By that time, the perpetrator or whoever we wanted to search would have gone already. So these kinds of things are impossible to do without generative AI right now. Otherwise, even if you have something for a niche case, you will have to train a model, you will have to deploy it. Probably that whole cycle will take around somewhere around a week or so at least. So these kinds of things are easily solvable with the generative AI that was probably not the case probably 2-3 years ago.
Sure. Meher, coming to you. Meher. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So Meher, coming to you, how is Hector, leveraging Gen AI and, what is it exactly solving as a startup?
Yeah, sure. So hi guys, good afternoon. My name is Meher, as rightly mentioned. We basically are an advertising tech platform. So originally it's been 3 years that we've developed a platform which allows Amazon and Flipkart advertisers to bring in efficiency into their advertising spends that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So in a game where every day they have a certain amount of advertising spends to be managed, they required a platform which will allow them to understand the granularity of the data, which will give them the right intelligence to take the right actions on a day-to-day basis. Now, when we build this platform, we realize that most of the users, because the spends are so high and because the data is so humongous, they wanted more custom data from the existing data that we projected on our visualization platform, on our own platform. Now, that's when the idea came in that, how far can a platform keep customizing the data for every user? And that's when the thought of introducing generative AI into Hector came in. So while it took us 3 years to build the platform that we are at this moment, it's been 6 months that we indulge into building generative AI within Hector, wherein now users can start using their own data, ask for any granular insights within their own data, and get that insight or get that intelligence right on the alley. Now, it just sounds too good to be true, but at the same time, there is, as my colleague out here mentioned, that it is not that easy to build the generative AI and have the right response coming in. So I feel that even though we have structured data, right? Advertising data is restricted. You have certain limited KPIs. You have certain limited parameters and attributes. Even though you have those limited number of parameters, but the permutation and combinations of these are humongous. And in spite of that structured data, we have seen that there is hallucination, and there's a lot of things which, even though you would keep refining it, it's a long way to go. So I think that's the path, that's the journey that we are building in. I think it's too early to say that we've cracked it, but I think we are on the right path, and it's a journey that it will require us rigorous amount of language processing and fine tuning in order to get that accuracy that we really want. So we are loving the process, and I think we are doing the right thing for a user, because every user is unique. Every demand for the user has to be taken by with care, and that's exactly what we are trying to do right now. So yeah.
Okay, so interesting. One of the observations here is that if we look back maybe 5 years, 6 years, or maybe more than that at startups, a lot of them were, services oriented. And then, then you had the issue of scalability and really, creating something which, gives you that differentiation and uniqueness. The good part here is that leveraging Gen AI, these are all 5 different products coming up. That's an interesting thing to note over here. Okay, again, coming to you, Ayush. Now, we have seen these phases, okay? Early times, we would say, hey, you need to have a digital first approach, then mobile first approach, then maybe data first approach, okay? All these kind of approaches came up. And now we're talking of there should be AI first approach or Gen AI, first approach. So first of all, how good this is as an idea for any startup or for any entrepreneur or, maybe a student right now thinking on some idea to have this approach in the first instance. And what are those maybe 2-3 things that need to be taken in mind before adopting this approach?
Yeah, definitely. Like having an AI first approach or Gen AI for like particularly focused approach is actually very beneficial as well as important in like the current market which is currently going, because Gen AI has made like many capabilities in different market segments, whether it is a software development, whether it is a like salon market or creative industry or any other market industry we take upon. There are lots of use cases which weren't like solved with the traditional approaches, and Gen AI has like made it possible. So it's kind of a necessary if you're particularly solving a problem which can be possible through Gen AI itself. You have to like start thinking on that approach itself. So if someone is adopting Gen AI into its solution, like my personal recommendations are particularly onto 2 major front. Like firstly, onto like instead of having a chatbot assistant which actually like answers your questions related to that industry, try to integrate it into your existing workflows. This is what I have also seen like in different products. They what they do is simply just create a GPT assistant over their website, and like it's just a conversational AI. But like users are not able to interact with the machines till now. Like even now, after the launch of ChatGPT a year ago, like more than a year ago itself, people are not able to use ChatGPT also to its best of its capabilities, because again of the problem of prompt engineering which we have seen upon people, especially on to tier 3, tier 4, like if you talk about cities in India, they are not able to interact. They don't know even how to talk to a machine. So this is a problem of conversational AI. What we have seen observed is, so I personally believe, like if you are able to integrate generative AI into your existing workflows, like if it is a product in terms of a user experience itself, if you are able to integrate into that, that will be something will be much easier adoption in terms of a user, rather than creating a conversational platform where if the user asks, then only it will be able to get that answer. So reducing the user decision, reducing the friction would be something you should definitely look upon while integrating Gen AI into your particular like solution. Secondly is of like if you're starting up like creating a Gen AI like powered application, try to leverage the existing made technologies. Like now like we used to see, like nowadays everywhere, like this startup is a GPT wrapper, or they don't have their own tech or something like that. Like actually, honestly speaking, like it doesn't matter to a user if you're using OpenAI API or you have an own LLM. Even we started up with an OpenAI API itself, and now after like 1 year, now we have started like building our own LLMs. So this is not actually mandatory to start everything from scratch. It's like more onto like establishing a right use case, and like solving a problem is more important than actually building the technology, which we have always got the advice of building the startups. So like try to leverage the existing open source LLMs as well. There have been lots of models available on Hugging Face. Like in every industry you talk about, whether it is code, whether it is like video or audio, every single like Indic languages as well. There have been lots of great models which have been already built upon. Like try to leverage those and try to see how it gets like perform into your particular use case. And then like slowly and gradually, when you get the learnings on your users, you get the right set of data, then like probably after a certain stage when you have scaled upon, if that's important at that time as well, like if it's not important as well, then like just like start going it with the wrapper itself, because like there have been lots of billion-dollar companies as well who have been building with just OpenAI APIs. They don't have their own LLMs even after becoming a unicorn as well. So this is not
Thank you.
actually necessary.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Ayush. I need
Yeah.
to interrupt you here.
No problem.
On a lighter note, against a free version, you give the pro answer.
Yeah.
Now coming on to Deepak, Deepak, what is your view on the same question? What are those maybe 2, 3 things that any entrepreneur needs to, think about before going with this Gen AI first approach?
So when you asked, I was thinking about something which is a slightly different take on the word MVP. Okay, I think I want to controversially say it's no more about viability. If we are not creating products which release dopamine, we are not doing anything. Let's quit. Yeah. So I want to bring about a concept here, which is MDP, minimum dope product. Yeah. And I think as entrepreneurs, and I think as future entrepreneurs, I think the first thing is the product, is the problem large enough? Is it important? Of course, I think all of us know that. And is your solution dope? Okay. Is generative AI the answer to make it dope? Or like Professor Shantanu in the morning session said, do you have a hammer? Because then everything is a nail, right? Right? Just do not apply generative AI just because it's around. But is generative AI the dope for your product? And if so, as an entrepreneur, I think look at the generative AI stack pyramid, I would call, because at the bottommost is your compute. It's your NVIDIA, it's your newer GPU companies. Above that is your Microsoft, AWS compute platforms. Above that is your foundation models. And it actually, so going above that, you bring an abstraction and then your application layer. Yeah. It's not a traditional stack. It's actually a pyramid if you look at it from a cost standpoint. So if your dope is really generative AI, figure out whether you need to touch upon compute. Compute would be maybe $100, $200 million. If you have that kind of money, of course, think about it. Is it AWS a competitor to that? I would run away in the opposite direction. Is it a foundational model? $50 million, right? But can you start thinking about customizing foundational models? Can you make it your own without taking the $50 million funding, which you're not going to get, right? So I have that spin on MDP. And I think as entrepreneurs, maybe think about the dope product more than just a product.
Okay, good one. Hariom, I think between Ayush and Deepak, they gave a detailed insights into what could be thought around Gen AI first approach. So I would want you to maybe focus a bit more on what are those 2, 3 trends, India specific trends you feel are very apt for anyone to start up. And at the same time, if you could also highlight a bit of challenges that you see right now in the landscape.
Right. So first I'll react to what Deepak said. So anybody who's willing to start a AI-led startup right now, there is a good news and there is a bad news. So the good news is that this technology is going to be relevant for a very, very long time. So you're not late. But whatever you're seeing today as a trend, you are slightly late to the party, because a lot of people have already started solving those problems. So you need to think a little ahead. So you cannot look at 2024 and start building a startup for 2024. You need to at least look at 2027, 2030, what kind of problems you can solve, 3 to 5 years down the line, and then start today. So that's one. Another thing is, AI is not going to be the silver bullet for everything. That means, you cannot just apply AI to everything. First of all, you have to look at real problems. Only if, say, real problems are being solved, then only your startup is going to be valuable and make money, like what Meher is doing. So it looks like an ad tech startup, but it's a fintech startup, because you're dealing with people's money. You are helping them make better financial decisions, and you're increasing the efficiency of every dollar that is being spent. Okay, so there is a real value there. That's why any technology applied to increase the efficiency of your customer is actually valuable. Now if you are really in the game to start a new company which is AI led, there are few things that you can definitely look at, and specifically to India. Okay, so AI is great where humongous data is required. And as a country, because we are such a large country, we actually generate a lot of data. Okay. So as a data rich country, India is poised to be a very important market globally as well as domestically. That means we can solve our own problems. It could be in healthcare, it could be in education, because just of the sheer scale, like we have so many people in our country, that if we just start any data company in the future which will harvest data to train these models, you're going to be very relevant. One big trend, I'll keep it short because the time on the clock is very little for my other panelists to react. So I'll keep it very short. So now you have to start looking beyond large language models. Okay. Now the multimodal models are going to be the king of the future. That means the big players have already ingested most of the language which was available on the internet. They have read everything. They have computed everything. They might have not released that, but they've already ingested the whole internet. Now, the second phase of AI revolution will come from other data sources. That could be vision data, that could be sensor data, that could be financial data. So if you are going to start a company of the future, look at other data sources. You can build a company on top of any of these multimodal trends that are going to be in the future. But for India, if you get into the data business, it is another big opportunity. So look at where, because all these big foundational models will need a lot of data to train themselves. The AI is only as good as the data you provided. Okay. And specifically, if India can harvest the training data for the world, it's like a $1 billion opportunity that you can look at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Chetan, if so, he talked about more on the opportunity side. If you could, maybe explain a bit more on the challenges side as a startup in Gen AI, what are a couple of challenges which you see there?
Certainly, one of the challenges that I see right now is every 3 months a new model comes in, and you now have to fit according to that. And if you haven't built a company, you haven't built a company which is flexible enough, you'll have certain challenges to replace the older models and put in the new ones. These kinds of challenges are very massive when you have built something very specific to one technology. Taking example of chat GPT. So 3.5 changed to 4, and it was just an API change. But if somebody wanted to shift to cloud 3 initially, it would have been a difficult thing. And probably if you wanted to do a fine tuning, had there not been a company like Together AI, it would have been very difficult.
Okay. Meher, coming to you. So obviously we need a lot of, enablement over there. Okay. We saw in the QX lab presentation, the kind of ecosystem that is there, and we need that kind of ecosystem. And they have been, fantastically working on for the past 8-9 years on it. So, within India, I have two questions for you, Suwan. Because tech has a universal appeal. Okay. So is it really possible that we or is there a need that we should have an India-centric, complete AI ecosystem? Okay. And second, what do you see right now, the status around it? I don't know, like how many of you have observed that, a simple tool like Mailer, you know, except for I think Zoho, we don't have any, major name coming out from India. We are using, mailers of so many, coming from Ireland, and we're not. So what's your take on it?
I think AI has no limitation, no boundary. However, India-specific AI is not something which I feel will fly for long, because it's a global knowledge, and any industry-specific, country-specific structured data can be plugged in to a model. It can definitely give a good output. Now, a very good line what Hariom said, and this is exactly what we are going through right now as a tech. And one of the biggest challenge is that amalgamating the domain knowledge along with the tech knowledge. So it's like shit in, shit out. So if you have a tech co-founder who knows the Gen AI piece, but if the tech co-founder doesn't have the domain knowledge, so if the domain knowledge doesn't fit in with the tech knowledge, so you're always going to be in a misery. And this is something that I feel that from the domain side of it, we are very, very strong, because we understand what we are doing. We understand the advertising to the depth of it. And hence we chose to bring in Gen AI into our ecosystem. However, it is becoming difficult to pass that domain knowledge into the Gen AI in order for that to give a right corrective answers. So I think that's the ecosystem which I believe the country and globally there has to be some community which allows the domain people to come together with the experts of the Gen AI to bring that amalgamation to get a winning solution. So I think that's the
Sure. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So one last question. We are kind of out of time. I'm sure if AI would have been scheduling, that would have factored the number of people I have the panel. But nevertheless, one last you. Where do you see as an organization by 2030? What kind of impact do you see creating for the society?
So, like 6 years down the line, what we see in our particular industry is like AI will be able to handle like all the kind of day-to-day task which are actually kind of a repetitive, whether it is a code fixing, code reviewing, generating the first level of code base to iterating upon the boilerplate code. So the more focused on will be onto the logic building side. Will there we believe still the engineers will be required upon, and all the junior level task will be automated by.
Sure. Deepak, quickly, like it's a rapid fire. What impact you're
Quickly.
expecting by 20?
That's a tough one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'll just make this thought, right? I think the path we are, Swayo included, is information to choices to answers to truths. In fact, if you really look at how data is progressing, it might touch upon these four things, right? That's what I believe. And I think we are in this phase where it's transitioning between choices and answers through generative AI. Generative AI is in some sense answering Turing's question, can machines think, right? But for Swayo and for the styling industry, I think it's about time that personal beauty and grooming becomes personal. It's not personal, right? It's boring. So we would expect that maybe we'll be a game changer in terms of how I get style differently compared to my elder son.
Great. Hariom, same question.
Yeah. So
again, a quick one.
Very quickly, yeah. So, like say 20 years back, India saw an IT revolution, and the great founders like Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, Azim Premji, they made India a relevant player globally in the whole IT ecosystem. I would be, more than happy if I can, play some contribution to making India a very important player in the AI ecosystem of the world. So that would be my 2030 goal. Yeah.
Great. Chetan?
So you must have already seen the surveillance things in movies like Minority Report and Mission Impossible. So that is the vision that will come alive along with the VR and AR. We will create a digital twin, and that's where you will be able to search each and everything however you want to, with the voice, with the text, whatever you want to use.
Great. Meher, last.
Okay. In the world of advertising, what we believe is the next transformation. What we are building upon is that in your ad platform within Hector, you can come in and mention that you need 4 ROAS, and it's the machine which is going to take care of this entire efficiency for you, and it's going to try to build and give you the 4 ROAS. So that's something that we are building at this moment, and I think we're going to get there very soon.
Fantastic. So it's great. Like these 5 gentlemen, they have great ambitions. Someone wants to create impact like Mr. Narayan Murthy. Someone wants to do the mission impossible, and somebody, wants to create a personal, and another guy wants to save billions. Thank you for being on the panel and sharing your insights. I'm sure probably among the audience, there might be some questions, but in the interest of time, I would request if you could connect with them offline. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Feeling like a buzzer right now, but thank you for this amazing panel discussion. I'll request all of you to please come forward for a group picture. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for all these talented panelists on the stage. While we discussed until now in this particular panel discussion about the revolutions that are coming in the AI industry, moving ahead now, we are also going to talk about the new age threats. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead for the panel discussion, once again, a big thank you to all the panelists for joining us on the stage. Thank you. Moving ahead, next up, we have on the stage, we are going to discuss the Gen AI and cybersecurity, as mentioned, how we can take care of the new age threats. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we have Mr. Ritesh Chopra, India Director, Norton. Everyone, let's please put our hands together and have Mr. Ritesh Chopra on the stage. With him, we have Mr. Rahul Tyagi, co-founder, Safe Security. I request Mr. Rahul Tyagi to please join us on the stage. And everyone, would be a little more better if we can make some noise, join our hands together and have a panelist on the stage. We have Mr. Raghav Sehgal, co-founder and head of sales, 821 AI Inc. Thank you. We have Mr. Kshitij Chauhan, Director of Security, Allbound Incorporation. I'll request Mr. Kshitij Chauhan to please join us on the stage. Mr. Rohan Vaidya, Head India and SAARC Region, CyberArk. I'll request Mr. Rohan Vaidya. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, I would say the leading lady. In the last panel discussion, we were discussing that on the stage, we were not able to see any lady. But now I'll request the leading lady to join us here on the stage. We have Ms. Rupali Mehra, Governing Council Member, Global Cybersecurity Association. Ma'am, I'm going to hand over the stage to you and all the panelists. Thank you so much for joining in. Let's go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, good evening to everyone. We just intend to keep this interaction slightly more interactive, if that's all right with the audience. I've been a part of the audience for a while now, and I think we'd also like to hear your views on the topics that we are discussing here. And we just kind of met Mr. Pavan Duggal outside as well. So, there are people who have, knowledge, which is, different for each one of us. So let's kind of share knowledge, and make the most of today's session. We're only hoping that we'll be able to go back home today with, slightly more information than we had before we started, to kind of come here today evening. Hey, thank you so much for being here, all of you. I just kind of pushed my seat back like a little because, yeah. Right, hi. So we're going to broadly cover today, and thanks to all the panelists, we have certain good insights. We're going to broadly cover, the AI and Gen AI particularly in the context of cybersecurity. You've been hearing, panelists and speakers talking about AI and Gen AI since morning. We've tried to kind of differentiate that and comprehend that, look at examples. But our conversation is going to be limited to cybersecurity only. All right. So let's just kind of hope that we do justice to the topics that we have. And the way the topic really reads today is Gen AI and cybersecurity, right? So we're only going to limit to that. And I would request, of course, interaction if possible. So the topics that we're going to cover within this broader aspect, number one, is what is the difference between AI and Gen AI in the context of cybersecurity, number one. Number two, what are the risks, the threats, the attacks that we may have either experienced or we are likely to experience in the coming times? So kind of a threat landscape in cybersecurity that uses generative AI, number two. Number three, we're also going to talk about, are there solutions? Are there mitigation strategies which are available out there? It may not be something that we all already know. We have spoken a lot about the risks. We have spoken a lot about the threat, the attacks, but do we also know if there are solutions and the kind of solutions available, right? And if we have time, finally, we're also going to touch upon, do we adopt these solutions yet? Do we integrate these solutions yet? Whether it's about our IT, IoT, OT environment, the answer is, I guess, going to be very individual to our use case. But are we ready to go ahead and adopt these solutions and integrate these solutions, to our use cases? So that's really long and short of this. And I think I've covered it well in terms of summarizing what we're going to cover. And towards the end, I'm hoping that we would have, touched upon all of these four topics, in a very structured manner. Our time has been reduced because, the kind of sessions before us have taken kind of longer. That's all right. So our goal is to stay very crisp, to the point, and invite certain audiences, people in the audiences to kind of, contribute if they like to. There are mics already, and we'll have people to kind of, hand over the mic to you if required. So over to the first question: how do we differentiate between AI and Gen AI, particularly when it comes to cybersecurity? And I think I will, invite you first, Rohan, and let's see, where we get with that, differentiate, and if we are able to leave like that understanding with the audience. Over to you.
Thanks, Rupali. I think AI has been there in our life for many, many years. I think Gen AI suddenly became very popular, or at least we could figure out what a Gen AI when ChatGPT was released and everybody got excited. So let me just go back a little bit from a cybersecurity perspective. And let me say that prior to Gen AI becoming very popular, what did AI do from a threat landscape perspective or from an attacker point of view? And as everybody knows that attackers are supposed to be the lazy guys who want to do things really, really easily. So the ROI is better. Now, if you are into the AI space, there are two types of attacks which people do. Normally, it's the volumetric attack. The other is the low and slow attack. The volumetric is like anybody creates a phishing mail, sends it around. You send 1 million mails, few people open it, click, you've got a few dollars coming in, but it's volume. The other is, there are really guys who would go to the Bollywood or a Hollywood movie and look at it, how they actually go through it, do the recon, go all over, spend years and months planning it and executing it with a lot of money put in. And of course, it's a good business model which you pay off. Now, when you have, this was all done with AI because there was historical data, there's predictive analytics, a lot of tools used to get there. Now, when you go to Gen AI, suddenly now you can actually combine both. You can do volumetric with low and slow, which means now you can go to every individual in that 1 million mails that you send out, which could be very specific to it. And it could be very, very, very specific to what the guy is doing and what you have researched through the Gen AI modules, and create something which he's definitely going to click the mail. And a very nice example, which if I wanted to bring it to the table, was there was a campaign which ran, was the grandparents romance campaign. Now, what they did was they basically had multiple grandparents been targeted with voice messages from their grandkids saying that either they've been kidnapped or there is an accident, and you need to pay 5,000 rupees right now, dollars right now. And if you don't do that, I would get to a police or I would have a case. And that voice was created with just one phone call, which would last for 3, 4 to 5 seconds, and they could actually create that. They had also used a lot of content windows to create a lot of data on their grandparents, so that the conversation was very, very relevant. So they would call their nana or nani in the way they would call. They would have basically few of those sentences, or relevance was built into that voice message which was sent. And it made people to really go and click and put that money on the table. So I think this is a larger difference that we see. And it would be a very similar difference I would compare to years before, when we were sending a postcard and when the email came in play. Life just got faster. So you started doing things more faster. And that is what we're experiencing, especially in the cyber world, in the cybersecurity world, when you've got Gen AI coming in.
Thank you so much. And I think that was an awesome example. And trust me, the only differentiator here, which is to be kind of looked at, is the voice which was generated. So the difference between an AI and a generative AI here is the creation of the voice based on the sample voice data of, say, about a few seconds. That's generative AI, right? I think, Ritesh, you had a point as well, right?
Thanks, Rupali. So I concur with what Rohan mentioned. AI, at least in the cybersecurity space, has been there for over a decade, and we have been using it. So I'll add a little different color to what Rohan mentioned, just to explain it a little better. So AI see it as a traditional model, which largely depended upon machine learning and deep learning. From a cyber security perspective, we would have models built up which would help us protect against some predicted malware attacks. So it was basically behavioral intervention. Now you have database available. AI through ML and DL was available to different organizations, individuals, to protect at a very basic level a malware attack. Now in comes in Gen AI. What Gen AI is able to do is that the biggest difference is that it builds on those machine learning and deep learning formats and creates synthetic data models. And it is those synthetic data models which could be then leveraged, again, from a cybersecurity perspective, to create a real network, but which is actually a fake. So it's a model which is real from a cyber criminal perspective, but it's actually been created now in a fake environment, so that again it misleads the cyber criminal and the attack doesn't come in. I don't know if that helped, but I thought
No, thank you so much. Of course it does. So we're not gonna, all of us are not gonna talk on all the points, but just in case there's a point from the audience, I'll just take it in a second. I'm just gonna ask quickly, Rahul, Ritesh, Kshitij, in case you, sorry, Kshitij and Raghav, in case you have a point in this question, you can make it. Otherwise, we'll move to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I have to concur with my esteemed panelist. See, the AI is very good at pattern recognition. So earlier, the attacks mimic the patterns, but now with the whole generative piece, there's a lot of things that generative AI is causing concern, mostly around whether you clone the voice, whether you clone or whether you do deep faking. There have been a lot of scams, telephone scams, or even KYC scams that have already caused millions in damages. So yeah, that threat is very true. But having said so, it is something that can be overcome. with the right set of systems in place.
Sure. We'll cover that in the threat mitigation. Rahul, I think you have a point to make.
Yeah. So I think I'll take two examples to make understand all the non-technical people that what exactly is the difference between AI and Gen AI. I'm sure you are all familiar with phishing emails, right? I'll give you one use case where with the use of, so normal AI is basically I'll put a login link and it create a similar type of a login page of that company. And now I have to send it to an individual who is a high profile person in the company who carry the most sensitive information, maybe especially from the finance department. And they are the most non-technical people, but carry the most sensitive information. So what they will do, a criminal will do is they will go to that person's Facebook profile. Usually our social media profiles are public and you don't see that there is a timeline on top of that. You can go as down and possible in your Facebook and all your post, all your text, which is publicly available. So with the help of generative AI, they will scrap that content and take a personality content out of that and then tell Gen AI, can you, on the basis of this data set, which is publicly available on the habits and liking of that individual, can you create a personalized email? Give me 10 emails and let me choose one from them. And the malware which will be attached to that, like sir mentioned very carefully, for the non-technical people, when I put a virus in your computer, there are two ways to detect that. One is the signature, which is a unique value of every computer file which is in your computer. It's like the IMEI number of your mobile phone, which is unique. And second is what behavior it caused, which is in the past detected by the malware company and they malware antivirus company, and they will block it. Now with the generative AI, based on the historical detections, they will design the malware in such a way which will automatically change their behavior and their signature based on the detection mechanism of a particular company. So these two ways how generative AI is being used in a landscape by the criminals. And the worst part is that now the low-hanging criminals who are like mid-level non-organized criminal gangs, with little bit of English, they can just write something and get out of something which can be used in the live stream world, right?
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rahul. So that was really a little bit, of an understanding on how generative AI is different from AI in the context of cybersecurity. Before we move now to, the risks, the threats, right, and the kind of attacks which have happened using generative AI, I would just want to know if there's anybody in the audience, you can raise your hands, who would like to, give an understanding of generative AI versus AI in the context of cybersecurity. Please, there's a hand raised there. If a mic could be given, I'll be grateful. And I'd also request you to kindly introduce yourself briefly before you talk.
Hi, first of all, my heartfelt greetings to all my colleagues. And thanks, Team BW, for this opportunity to mingle with people of higher repute. I'm Kapil Bhargav from Gurgaon. I run a marketing agency plus the academy as well. So we have been dealing with many things, and AI is to right in place. The picture is the problem that we overcome is that the change of the IP address also changed the results of the generative AI. Now, how that GDPR compliance can be sustained if IP address and the geography that changes? Because for every country, there's a different GDPR compliance. So I would be grateful if you can highlight something. Thank you.
I wish Dr. Pawan Duggal was inside the room. He's right outside. I'll request the organizers to kind of invite him, please. But, over to my panelist, if anybody would like to take that question.
Yeah, I can take that. So you talked in context of GDPR, right? Especially how you deal with, privacy aspect of it, right? There are two layers to it. One is getting user consent, and the specific item that you addressed, it is related to IP addresses. Now, how organizations like OpenAI are handling this? What they're doing is they are de-anonymizing or rather they are anonymizing your data, specifically PII data. And by doing that, they are actually de-identifying the data. So for instance, if you have a particular IP address, and if I just change that into a form which is not understandable, then you cannot identify what kind of data that it is. So this is what uh, organizations like OpenAI, Google Bard, they are all doing this.
But does that save uh, you know save you, or further kind of makes you vulnerable? Because
that saves you, because first of all, it makes you compliant with the regulations, because by de-identifying PIA data set, nobody can, even let's say if someone gets access to data, you cannot identify what exactly that data piece is. And the other aspect is by just doing something like this, you can transfer data seamlessly, outside of your, designated area as well. So like there are data sovereignty rules that come into play, but especially when you're doing data transfer to different jurisdictions, even this is helpful there.
Okay, all right. So I don't know if that answered your question, but yeah, there. Okay, thank you, thank you. So there's no hand raised, so we'll go to the point number 2. Now we've understood like broadly how it is different, the AI versus Gen AI in the context of cybersecurity. Now moving to specific risks, or let's say a certain attacks, the threat landscape out there, particularly taking examples from the enterprise segment, from maybe looking at the state actors and what have you. So I think a little bit of understanding on what this risk is. We're not trying to only talk about what could cause harm. We'll also come to the fact that there are solutions available, there are strategies. So adoption of technology is something that we'll always encourage, but we got to be aware of the threat landscape and the risk, so that we're able to adopt and integrate solutions which are available out there. So moving to the examples of a certain threats, a certain attacks, certain examples from enterprise, individual side, over to, I guess, Rohan, if you'd like to take it first.
Yeah. So I think there's an interesting concept now, which is in cybercrime, which is cybercrime as a service. It's a well-established business model, and you could probably subscribe that for about $400 a year on the darknet. Now, what does this all mean? It's like a toolkit created with the use of Gen AI. You can really keep improvising on the toolkit as you keep going along. And with new technologies and new disruptive technologies being adapted now at the enterprise level, because most of the business is now driven by the business guys, the CIOs, CSOs, CXOs are more of the fact that I need to be competitive in the business, and I am willing to adopt whatever it takes to be competitive from a technology perspective. So when you get into that kind of a space, the challenge is always, I don't know what I don't know. And especially with the Gen AI training models being changing, and they don't know what the LLMs are being trained on. So the outcomes are really unknown. And I think one of the very good examples has been Google, which really was not expected to have results which were completely different. So going back to the cybersecurity space, if you look at any kind of a model which would need a better ROI, instead of breaching, it makes sense if I can identify myself as that user or impersonate as that user and then try to enter. So your digital identity now becomes an important part to get in and out anywhere without being detected. The focus now seems to be using a lot of Gen AI to create those digital identities and being able to then navigate within all the possible cybersecurity barriers which are being put here, right from the endpoint management to the network management and all possible areas which you are there. Because if I am Rohan and if I'm going through that network, I'm allowed to do that unless and until there's some area which I reach, which I don't have the privilege to be there. And if I have a Gen AI, I can elevate my privileges and keep navigating with the system. So that's an easier way to do that. And that is, I think, is a part which the hackers, or if you start thinking like an hacker, that's a far better model than it is there.
Interesting, Rahul. Just correct me. I want to summarize that once again. So you're saying that, let's say if I am, a finance executive in an organization, I have authority to give, let's say, an SAP approval for a sale transaction. Now, that authority, if it is transferred to somebody who's actually creating my profile, generating it through AI, now that authority has already passed to somebody. So there is no point that I'm saying that, hey, this is the access given to me, so I'm the one who uses it. Now generative AI can actually create my profile and use that authority. Is that what you're saying?
A little slightly different, basically saying that in the system, if I'm able to show that it is actually Rupali who is authorizing rather than somebody else, then every process works.
Exactly, yeah. So basically it's mimicking my profile as such, and all the authorities that come to me are now gone to an attacker, right? So that's kind of scary, because we like to kind of save. I mean, we were at a level we are saying, oh, let's have difficult passwords. Now it's not about password, it's about your entire profile which can be mimicked, right? So I think, Ritesh, you have something to say there, right?
So again, I'll just add a little bit to it. PII, like Sir mentioned, is the key now. That's the most. You can change your name. It's easy to change your name, but changing your Aadhaar, PAN, email address, mobile number is just impossible. So those are your PII now. And what Rohan mentioned earlier about the grandparents romance scams, and there are many others like that, dating scams. They are all tagged under social engineered scams. So now if your profile is available, Rupali, or if for anybody else which is available, one could pick up the information, nuances, and then mimic that to create a result out of it. But the other thing that is much far more serious is the data poisoning that can happen. So, I mean, for example, we are seeing face recognition now helping us open doors.
Yeah, even at the airport, you do that,
Correct.
right?
Now, what data poisoning is that if somebody was to use Gen AI and give a different command, and imagine that tomorrow in the morning those gates don't open, and all your face recognition fails. I mean, imagine what happens. So that's the next level of threat that we're talking
threat is getting next level. Now, I've kind of heard the previous session as well. We really want to spend some time on the solutions, mitigation strategies. It's not really about the threats only. It's not really about what a threat actor can do. There's also a lot about what we can do, protect ourselves. It's about adopting technology and being safe, right? But still adopting technology. Don't be fearful of that. Now, I want to be able to ask the organizers here. The time's kind of up, but we really want to cover the point. So we really want to know how much time we have, because we also need to kind of have some question to the audience. Really, I mean, did we have less than 40 minutes for this panel discussion? No. So did we do 35 already? Really? Okay, that was quick. Yeah, that was a quick passing of time. So yeah, let's just kind of jump over. So allow us 10, if you don't mind, my dear. Thanks so much. So let's please jump quickly onto the risk mitigation side of it, and let's be all confident before we move out of this room that it's not just about the threat. It's not just about the danger. There are tools and solutions and services available. And so over to the panelist. And I think Rahul, you would want to take it first.
Yeah. So I'll give you our example now. We are a cybersecurity company. If we get breached while implementing
Let's
AI,
take 2 minutes each, because we just have 10 minutes and that's a grace
I'll
period.
take
Yeah.
60 seconds.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So as a security company, the biggest challenge for us is, while you have to be in the race in the game to implement Gen AI and use of AI in a very particular and subtle manner with some controlled frameworks on top of that, where on what you are using AI and for what you are using Gen AI. So in our use case, while adopting Gen AI, the biggest challenge for us was that CISOs and the CIOs, they don't have time to go to our platform and click here and there and generate that information what they want to consume. So we used AI, Gen AI, to create an application and connect that application with an API to their infrastructure, the dashboard. So now it eliminates the worry of going to features, selecting controls, and finding what they need to. They just need to ask the question, Data is already there and they will get customized answers. Now, on top of that, we have a 12-member red teamers who sits only feeding the questions to LLM model to train them that you should not answer this, you should not answer that. And to our customers, they learn from the mitigations of other companies in an anonymized way. The tactics and the techniques are visible, but who is using in among our customer, they don't know.
Great.
And that's a very selective use of your power of generative AI to really serve the purpose, the reason why you want to use
Thank you
GenAI.
so much, Rahul. So, Raghav, I would really want to spend some time with you because you haven't really, spoken much. So, please, over to you.
Yeah. So, I have a different perspective on risk and risk mitigation. Generative AI is amazing technology, and they have been malicious actors ever since the beginning of time. So it's just about mitigating a risk through having a right process in place. Your biggest risk is not that a thief is going to come into your place and wreak havoc, but rather you keeping the door open despite having the best locks in the industry. So it's all about implementing best practices, implementing best architectural and solutioning, and it's all about actually training your folks, training your people to make sure that they don't fall for such scams or there's a maker and checker in place. There would always be some amount of sacrifices to be made in order for mitigating risks such as prompt injections and things like that. That may result in some slow systems, but that will be temporary before we find a solution around it. But yeah, it's all about making sure that right systems are in place and you're protected enough.
Thank you so much, Raghav. I think that's a brilliant point. Please, let's take home this. If we leave our doors open and we don't put a locking mechanism, that's our problem. If we have 20 visitors coming to our house every day, we still lock it 20 times and open it 20 times. We don't leave it open that, there's a hassle in opening and closing the door every time. So there has to be a responsibility that we take with the right that is given to us of using technology, whether that's AI or Gen AI. I think Kshitij or Rohan or Ritesh, would anyone?
Yeah, so I think there are solutions around risk mitigation. Everything starts from a governance perspective. Specifically, you need frameworks to address risks and AI related risks. Now, is there anything that in today's age, something that can provide coverage, significant coverage to address those risks? The answer is yes. You have NIST AI risk management framework, along with MITRE Atlas, and not to forget the recently released ISO 42001 AI framework. All of these frameworks currently have the capability to be used in tandem. You cannot use any particular framework in isolation. When you use them in tandem, you can provide significant level of customer assurance. That's one part of it. The other part of it is you need tools, for example, detecting data poisoning related attacks on a particular model. There is a particular company known as Protect AI, which has open sourced some of these tools in the public domain, something called as Model Scan, which can actually detect, data poisoning attack or malicious code related things, malicious code related traces in your data model, in your specific AI model. And then the other part is how do you detect prompt injection attacks? So Protect AI is also delivered in this area. And there are a couple of other tools also, even proprietary and open source tools in the market that can address these risks. But it starts from a governance perspective first.
Thank you, Kshitij. So are we good or you'd like to take something, Rohan?
Yeah, I'll just put a human aspect to all this generative AI. I think all said and done, don't take everything what Gen AI gives you, because there is still a validation. You can have a fabricated story which comes out of it. So validate from a human perspective. So I think that's a human in the loop. And I would say a small message saying, like, you have common sense, have an AI sense. And I think that would really help. Take a step back and figure out whether it's really my grandson calling me or is it my wife calling me? Will she call me at this time? I think it's a little of your common sense which you use for AI sense, which will make your life much safer.
Great. So I think we'll wrap it up. And, finally, just 4 things. There is risk. Yes, we understand. But there is a framework available. There are solutions available. And finally, we're all human. We have our own intelligence. Let's just use it, right? So thank you so much to all the panelists and to the organizers. We're wrapping this session. Sorry we couldn't keep it as interactive as we would have liked to do, because there's time constraint. And but anyway, thank you for your participation and patient listening to our session. Thank you.
Much. Check. Thank you so much to all the panelists for this amazing panel discussion. We would have loved to hear more, but time constraints. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for this panel discussion that we learned from, that we heard a lot of insights from while we are taking the group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, can we just adjust the volume a little? If I'm not audible. And while we're doing this, we'll also go ahead with inviting the next panel, where we are going to discuss about Gen AI in business, unlocking different innovations, different opportunities, and different efficiency. With that, once again, thank you so much to all the panelists for joining in and giving us your precious time. Thank you so much once again. Moving ahead to discuss a lot more about innovation and efficiency in the Gen AI business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together and invite the panelists on the stage. First of all, we have Mr. Rahul Veerwal, founder and CEO at GetWork. Everyone, let's please join our hands together. I know we are less in number, so we'll have to put a little more efforts to make this room a little more brighter. Please join your hands together and welcome Mr. Rahul Veerwal on the stage. With that, I'll request Mr. Amitabh Roy Chaudhary, Executive Director and COO, Prisma AI. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. Gaurav Juneja, Chief Revenue Officer, Capture CX. Mr. Pavan Prabhat, Co-founder and President, Short Hills AI. Mr. Mangesh Pandit Rao, Board Member, Chief AI Officer, Grass. We have Mr. Sundar Ramaswamy, Senior VP and Head of COE AI Analytics, Happiest Minds Technologies. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, let's please have a moderator on the stage, Mr. Anubhav Srivastava, Head AI Stupa Sports Analytics. Giving it a little release, everyone, let's please put our hands together one time and welcome all the panelists on the stage, and handing over the stage to Mr. Anubhav Srivastava and all the panelists. Thank you so much for being here.
So first of all, thank you everyone for giving us this opportunity to discuss this very important topic of how to use Gen AI to unlock innovation and efficiency. And I'm very grateful to all the panelists who are here. I think you guys have already had a few sessions around generative AI, so we'll not probably do a 0 to 1 on that. But I think one of the most important things that we intend to discuss today is that while generative AI has been the buzzword for almost a year now, and different companies, different industries have been trying to get onto this bandwagon, also trying to figure out ways in which they can integrate it and outsmart the market, outsmart the competition. Every industry is facing its own set of challenges, and they have their own set of learnings that they have either figured out or in the way of, or in the process of figuring it out. As something that has happened with other technologies in the past, I think one thing that we all would agree upon is that the future belongs to a very collaborative approach, and particularly when it's come to technology, unless you discuss the problems, nobody will address it. And we live in a connected world. You might be facing a problem sitting somewhere in Delhi, and somebody in Latin America will solve it for you or for the entire world. So I think the best way we can address today's session is perhaps learn from the experiences of this esteemed panel here, what they have done so far, how they perceive generative AI, and particularly their own experiences and their own, we all call that Jugaad method, but everybody would have in some way built something using Jugaad in terms of how they are actually disrupting this market in whatever way they are. So why don't I start with Rahul, because your name was first called out. You are the founder and CEO of GetWork. Tell us about your journey with generative AI so far, and how you have approached it, And particularly, how have you addressed the innovation aspect of it?
So thank you so much for this, and thank you all the members out there. So yeah, so we established GetWork back in 2018, and when I graduated from NIT Allahabad, and when I saw there was a huge disparity when it comes to campus placements, wherein people graduating from NIT, IITs, and IIMs enjoy great packages, like nothing against them. They have worked hard their entire lives. But when I went back to my hometown, so I belong from Meerut, a tier 2 city based out of UP, I saw there was a huge disparity that was out there, and we have been solving this for the last 5 years, wherein we are helping colleges in tier 2, 3, 4 cities to increase their campus placements. So for them to actually have the exposure from just 5 to 7 companies that are visiting there to making the number go up to 70, 80, 90, 100. So in the first 3, 4 years, we were able to solve the exposure problem that was out there. But the problem that we still faced was, like, even when we throwing 40 opportunities, 50 opportunities, 60 opportunities to these students, they were not able to comprehend that in their regional ways. So essentially, India is not just India, it is an amalgamation of so many ethnicities, so many diversities, such diversities are out there. And when we saw for the first time, and I'll be very honest about that, that in November 2022, when ChatGPT came into being, and after like 2 months, I got to know, like, this is something that exists. And I was completely blown away. And how we are using it right now in terms of innovation with GetWork, we are using it in 3 specific use cases. First one is we are helping candidates, are students that we have onboarded from over 1500 colleges, and GetWork right now has more than 20 lakh users from 300 plus cities of India. So we are helping them create resume in English, wherein they are just giving input in any of the regional languages. So basically, if they are just telling their story in Hindi, in Kannada, in Malayali, in any of those formats, we are helping them there. We are not stopping there. When we are able to get what do they need and their resumes with us, we are helping them prepare for each and every job very specifically. So each candidate is unique, so their experiences are unique. There is no one formula fits all. So that is where we are helping them. And the third one is where we are helping them to actually prepare for the interviews, for the assessments and interviews, as essentially, like, what are the questions that are going to be asked. So that is how we are unlocking the innovation using the Gen AI in our product.
Awesome. Perhaps now I can, take a leaf and maybe hand this over to Sundar. Sundar, you work with Happiest Mind, right? And the truth is, this is one use case that we are talking about, right? Now, when it comes to Gen AI, I think this is one of the use cases. As someone who's building solutions to this space, and I think he mentioned the word India is very diverse, right? I do not recall the exact phrase. Then, when thinking of building out generative AI solutions for the industry or for your own experiences in terms of whatever requests you are getting from customers, how do you foresee this, or how do you actually inculcate innovation and efficiency, and how do you solutionize Gen AI solutions for the industry?
Thanks for that question. So at Happiest Minds, we pride ourselves being born agile, born digital, right? So that comes with our ability to work with new technologies in a much more creative and easy way. And our COE has been at the front of taking such technologies forward. Now, you can look at it as a two-dimensional metrics where we have the different industry groups, whether it's media entertainment, whether it's edutech, healthcare, pharma, BFSI, etc., on one axis. And you look at all the functions on the other axis, which is marketing and sales, finance, customer support, etc. We have populated the different use cases that we anticipate first from these, box cells in terms of application areas where Gen AI could be effective. I think that's the first step to recognize where Gen AI can be effective. The second thing is we extracted 3 archetypes of problems we try and solve, and it could be in any combination or individually 3 archetypes. One is on information retrieval in a very seamless and effective way. The other one is on content summarization, and the other one is on content generation, be it text or multimodal, right? So if you look at it by solving this problem in this manner, what we have then done is build accelerators and solution, kind of prototypes, which we can take and fit it to the industry specific problem. So we'll work with the, let's say, BFSI domain, let's say it's insurance domain, and create something which is focused on, let's say, looking at underwriting contracts and be able to summarize data from it, right? So that's the way we have been able to take the plethora of asks that come from industry and different clients to us, make it simpler by creating these archetypes of solutions we can go to market with. Now, what we have seen is successes in the form of paid POCs, where we have started work with clients who are interested in testing out this technology on their platform, on their data. We are starting to see early successes of scaling up those POCs from POCs to implementation, but we are still early in that journey. But I think that's the way we look at it. Create archetype solutions, create solution accelerators, which can be leveraged across, and then efficiently deploy them for client situations.
Awesome. So that sounds like exciting, actually. I mean, just a quick follow up to that. So the solutioning that you do, how much of that is reactive in terms of that's coming from the customer, and is there a part to it that's also proactive that you are building for the future? And maybe after this, I would perhaps ask the same question to Amitabh, who represents Prisma, but maybe first.
Sure. So typically, I would say 60-70% is something that we can create proactively, because we are doing the research as we speak, and we had actually started on GenAI journey much before even the recent hype cycle. We had worked with the Google birds, etc., for solving problems, etc. But having said that, contextualizing the solution to the client need is where the rubber meets the road. And that's very critical for a client to see success. A lot of clients are very, very wary about security, privacy, and ethical issues around it. So we need to prove that our solution is keeping to those boundaries. So a lot of it is then contextualized to the client's piece, but that'll be the 30 to 40%. But make no mistake, the 30 to 40% of contextualizing to the client is laborious and very, very difficult to close, because there'll always be those edge cases of hallucinations, etc., that you need to solve for, which takes a larger effort to solve for.
Thanks for that. Amitabh?
Yeah, thanks. So I come from a company called Prisma AI, where we build products, AI products, but we're only into the visual space. For me, Gen AI was a negative word. So, I mean, everybody's heard of the deep fakes. You've seen the Obama videos. So that is what I need to protect against. Having said that, there is also the Indiana Jones 5 happening, wherein Harrison Ford looks that young. So there are all those aspects of Gen AI for me in the visual space. From building my product point of view, your question as to whether the business or the clients drove my need to use Gen AI, honestly, no. There are 2 or 3 major areas where I actually use Gen AI in my own product development. Everybody will be aware, data, that is the biggest thing for any AI deep learning model building, or whatever method you're using. So in the real world scenario, where we are usually solving real world problems and not the a standard product, for me data has always been a challenge, and that's where we've been using Gen AI for synthesizing data which is relevant for my enhancing the accuracy, speed in my products. Another area which has been used to quite a bit is something called a super resolution, wherein basically given an image, if it's blurred in the real world scenario, there's dust, blah, blah. What can I do in terms of improving the quality of the image, not just by using an OpenCV manipulation, but they're using generative AI for improving the quality of the image. In terms of clients, most common usage, police using converting your sketches into a more realistic face for searching for a particular person of interest kind of scenario. We have reached out to a lot of industries, so I would say design and architecture has been an area which has been using it. If you ask me from a truly improving the business ROI, wherein you can do proof of concepts on the virtual world without having to build prototypes in the real world, which is expensive. So that's been an area which some of the industries, I know automotive industries obviously have done a lot in that space, and a lot of other architectural world people have also been using that. And we've, as far as possible, have been sort of helping those clients.
Wow, that's very innovative and interesting. In fact, the point where you mentioned that I mean, it's a negative connotation for you because uh, there's a lot of negative usages as well, and perhaps the domains that you are operating in requires very high precision, and you can't go wrong. I think at this point of time, I want to bring in Gaurav in here because he has also had his experience with LLMs, right? So all this talk about generative AI, hallucinations, usages, and applications. What has your experience been so far?
Thank you. Just some context. I am the CRO for Capture. We are a customer support automation platform, and we work with folks, with customers like Flipkart, Nykaa, Big Basket, Zepto, Meesho. So if you next time order groceries on Zepto or Big Basket and you have a customer query, that's being powered by Capture. Now, the reason why I've given this background is because customer support is one of the first areas which is being influenced by GenAI at scale. Just to give you an example, for one of the largest quick commerce companies in the country, they've been on Capture over the last 18 months. They've seen a 20 times jump in ticket volume, where the customers are calling in or wanting to have a chat with an agent, while their agent count or the person who are handling these queries, that number has gone up only 2 times. So 2 times versus the 20 times jump in queries. Now, why has that happened? Because close to 85-86% of the queries are automated on the back of GenAI. Now, to your question, where we are seeing this impact is actually through the entire chain of support. Now, when it comes to an inbound call or an inbound chat, tagging the ticket that why is the customer calling, right? Identifying that on the basis of the conversation or on the basis of the text. Second, helping the agent with a co-pilot, which is contextual. So if Sundar calls the Zepto helpline, it would know that most likely why Sundar is calling, because if he's placed an order, he's likely calling about that order. And even within that order, if there were 2 items which were fresh fruits and vegetables, and those are the items which are having an issue from that dark store, then you are able to identify that and make support that personalized and contextual. And all of this AI is not just making an agent a super agent, but it is also powering the entire Autobot or the conversational layer, where it is no longer rule based. So that's the impact that we are seeing for GenAI very, very practically, where it is helping some of these most customer experienced, obsessed companies in the country to help them elevate their customer experience while bringing down cost. To your question around LLMs, we've tried the large language models from all the large OEMs, whether it's a Google or OpenAI and Grok now. In addition, what we've done is we've built our own LLM, which is focused on support only. So it is able to identify the top 100 questions which customers could ask in the context of grocery, and basis that respond. Now, of course, these models, they require the right kind of data to avoid any hallucination, and which is where we are doing deep dive testing, so that we are able to address this. And even when we we are deploying them with the right kind of guardrails, so that we are able to avoid any of these issues. Thank you.
Great. I think the point that you culminated on, which is very, very important, that how do you build guardrails around from them going wrong, actually. At this point, I'll bring in Mangesh, right? I think perhaps, as Gaurav was mentioning, he's serving some e-commerce companies, right? And you build for e-commerce. What has your experience been, particularly in terms of what solutions to build, how to identify what would work, what would not work, and again, how do you build guardrails that they survive?
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot. So my name is Mangesh. I'm the Chief AI Officer at GRASS. GRASS stands for Growth as a Service. where we help brands grow online. So for us, AI was something that was a need of the hour, because as these businesses have gone online and have started to grow online, the volume of data that they got access to just kept growing exponentially. And it became near impossible for any company or individual to process all of that data manually. So for us, it started off primarily as processing data at scale and using it more as predictive AI to say what will happen, and how can you identify what are the levers that are making sale happen or sale go down, etc., etc. Where Gen AI came in for us is that all of this was represented in a lot of boring dashboards or very textual recommendations. Do this, and the user really had to take a lot of effort to figure out whether this is the right thing, etc., etc. So adoption was a challenge, and that's where Gen AI came in for us, where we converted all of this predictive AI into more conversational, where people could ask questions, we could keep context of the questions they're asking, go back to our own data and fetch answers for them. So started off with simple questions like, what was my sale last month? Or which campaign did the best last month? But now we are getting more and more into questions like why. So, for example, if we say something that this particular product or this SKU, the sale fell by 30%, we are now getting into being able to answer questions as to why did it fall. And that's a very loaded question, because it's very hard to get to the exact why. But I think what we are able to do with the help of Gen AI is lead people to potential causes, give weights around them, and generally help them with decision making. I think that's the role that Gen AI is playing for us. So coming back to your question about guardrails, for us, a lot of this data is proprietary data, so it can't go onto a general open source LLM, right? So although we are using a lot of that initially to learn and give quick results, eventually we'll have to ensure that this data is not in the public domain. So that's one guardrail that we have to have. And secondly, people are making business decisions based on what we are saying, right? So we need to be sure about the way we are saying these things, because ChatGPT is often guilty of sounding overconfident that this is what happened. And that's one area that we had to work on, saying this is the likelihood, this is what happened, there's a 70% chance, there's an 80% chance, everything is not 0 or 1. So those are the areas in which we had to put in some guardrails.
Thanks a lot, Mangesh. I think very comprehensive in terms of what you are doing with Gen AI. Pawan, I think I didn't pick you as the last person to speak just because you're sitting so apart. But having heard so many people speak on the table, right, about their own experiences, I think one of the things that we need to talk about today, innovation, of course, but then efficiency is also important, right? From your own experience with generative AI, how do you think, or how do you perceive, is Gen AI making things more efficient? Is it not? Or is there an uphill curve before it will start making things more efficient? How is your experience with the domain so far been?
Thanks, Anubhav. And I was listening to everyone. And so just, for the audience, my name is Pawan, and I am the co-founder of a company called Shortles AI. And we started this company around 6 years ago. And when there was at least no talk of AI. And we started with word to wake, and we tried to build AI models since last 6 years. And when in November 2022, when ChatGPT came, suddenly it became your talk of the town. At least all the board members, all the CEOs, they saw the power of AI somewhere, firsthand, they experienced it firsthand. And luckily, we were able to at least work with some very good companies. And one of the co-founders for a project was a proper hardcore maths PhD maths Olympiad guy. So luckily, we were on the frontier of technology to that extent. And that has given us some view. And so coming to efficiency, and that was the specific question, right? I'd also like to quote the recent report by Goldman Sachs, which is all about, which came hardly a week ago, and where they had done surveys with all the CIOs. And what they have been telling is that in the next 1 year, they don't expect to spend more than 1 to 3% of their IT budget on generative AI. Next 1 year. And in the next 3 years, this number will go up to around 10 to 15%. Now, I think that's a good perspective to have in mind. Okay. So of course, their IT spend is going to be there, but Gen AI or AI would be only 1 to 3%. And again, I'm giving a general number right now, average number. Now, what it means is then, so this can maybe answer this question about efficiency. Now, at least in my experience, all the large corporate, again, not talking about, startups, right? Where of course they can do a lot of things. And we are seeing this right now, right? I mean, you are from sports, into vision, into hiring, and we can see, and there are use cases which are established and well known. I think for large enterprises, it boils down to ROI. I think we just heard that term from Amitabh about ROI, and at least in my experience, this ROI is the key thing. So right now, all the large enterprises, they're asking this question: what is going to be my ROI? Great, you can build in generative AI. It can reduce my head count somewhere. It can do this for me. It can increase some efficiency, but where is the ROI? And that question is difficult to answer for one reason, because this technology is changing, evolving very fast every day, right? Right now, the accuracy or the levels which we get on a notebook with very small amount of data, and I'm sure we've got people from industry, they will just agree to this immediately. The efficiencies that you get on a notebook with I don't know, very small amount of data is not what you get when you start dealing at the production level. And there the question comes, what is the kind of efficiency or accuracy we're getting at production level data? I think that is one big question. And these models, when it comes to real-time data, when it comes to real-time interaction, these things become a problem. So that is one part. And the efficiency part, which was your primary question, I think the efficiency comes at 2 or 3 different levels. One, for B2C companies, it comes down to, can I increase my customer base? Right? If I do something like, can I do certain things in e-commerce? Can I do certain things where I can generate huge amount of content or personalize specific ads or personalize specific service? Can it help me get more customers? Can I reduce the headcount in support, as we just heard? Then will it lead to some increment in my overall margins? I think those questions are getting answered, and I think that's where we are looking at a 3 years time frame right now to really get to those answers. That's the general sense.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Pawan said. From a ROI, clearly the ROI point is echoing very nicely, across all our customers. And just to give sort of specific data points, at a customer support center, when the agent picks up the call and says hello, that has costed the company 50 rupees, right? When you account for the cost of the agent and the infrastructure and everything, right? But the moment you are able to automate, that conversation, either by voice or by chat, that ticket resolution with the help of AI today, we are able to do that today at a cost of anywhere between 3 to 5 rupees, right? So that is the kind of delta that the customers are seeing. Of course, what they want to ensure is that the conversation still remains personalized, it remains contextualized, it remains humanized, right? You don't want these large enterprises to have their customers just talking to a machine, right? They want to feel that connect with the business. So ROI, yes, but how do you deliver that ROI without compromising on that experience? I think those are the 2 big things, which these enterprises are going for.
I just would add a couple of points, because our customers become very excited about Gen AI and want to do it across the business, right? Now, knowing where to start and where to play on Gen AI to create value for yourself is very critical. And that's what we do, right? We first prioritize the ones which will have the maximum impact and the easiest to kind of solve. Typical change management topic. But once we do that, it creates the momentum within the organization to feel good and want to invest more. And then the ROI becomes an easier game to play because you already tasted success. So in a way, we do this as you already created the value, you created some money coming in, and it pays for the next step of innovation that you want to drive and investment you want to drive. So that's very critical in an organization to look inside, see where you want to play first, create the value, and then move that momentum rather than try with the hardest case where you may face a failure or not get success commensurate to the effort you put, and everything then stalls.
And just to add to your point as well, so yes, definitely, like, somewhere you can see the results where in as the delta that you said that from 50 it got to 5. But for companies in HR tech domain where the life cycle is a lot, like, a person is entering and applying for the first time and then getting hired, that is also a big one. So this is where, like, the companies have to make the investment to see the efficiency. So what we have seen in the last 6 months when we started using generative AI, that our selection ratio rose up by 37% on the same database where we were pitching those same students and their fellow people that were out there. Then with the help that we got them in terms of creating the resume, in terms of preparing them for the interviews and all, that is also something that increased by 37%, and which is again the return on investment that we had invested in the very beginning. So that is something where, like, the answers for each company is going to be different, wherein first they'll see the same thing that uh, you have said in the very beginning, that the results are very, very they can see it right now, but somewhere there will be need of investments, and later on we'll be seeing that efficiency coming in.
Right. Thanks, Rahul. Mangesh, on to you. I think my next question from this trail of conversations we had is that when it comes to innovation, right, and generative AI, is this and the need that is showing up from different customers and different industries, is this primarily driven by a lot of perception and is it primarily B2C, which is whatever is consumer facing, or companies also trying to draw or build innovative solutions for their intra-department conversations and solutions, or is it also inward looking, or are there also B2B innovations that are also happening in the industry?
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. I'll give you one example. So we work with a very large electrical equipment manufacturing company. This is a global firm, Fortune 50, etc. And we've always run their B2B e-commerce, so where their retailers and distributors can place orders. And we were quite surprised last year when they said that, I mean, we built a WhatsApp chatbot for it, etc., etc. They said now we are building an entire LLM in-house. And it's an electrical equipment manufacturer, right? There is no need for them to be building an LLM. So we said, why don't you define the problem? So the problem, they said, is we need to build an LLM. So there is a lot of craze going, especially in these large companies where they're seeing all of this happening. They are putting in a lot of time, effort, money behind building something which they don't really know how they're going to use. Which could be okay in certain cases, but in certain other cases, it's premature, right? You better have a good use case in mind. But I think there is a lot of pressure, not just from management, but shareholders and everybody, that what are you doing in this space? This is growing so crazily, and it may not apply to your field at all today, but you still have to do something. You can't go there and say it doesn't apply to me, I'm not going to do anything. So there are, good use cases coming out. There are not so good use cases coming out, but there's clearly a lot of frenzy around this.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. So I want to pick on the word perception, which you mentioned. So kind of adding to that. So I keep getting calls every now and then, usually from the IT head or the, of some large corporate. So what are you doing in Gen AI? Can you implement it for me? Has no idea what it is, has just heard has heard the buzzword. But then obviously the decision is being made by the business. The IT may be the enabler for the business. And if, as we talked about ROI, it's obviously the business is going to look at the ROI. And he doesn't care whether you're using Gen AI, normal AI, or simple mathematical business AI, what we did in the 30 years back. He wants his results to be improved, his efficiency to be improved. So unfortunately, the buzzword has also been mauled to some extent. And like you mentioned, that's why the report says only 1% in the next 1 year. Maybe once the industry, the business leaders start understanding, what it is all about, or they might even say, okay, I don't care, you are the integrator, whether Happy Mind or any other integrator is doing it, implementing Gen AI or whatever they're implementing, they should be getting the results. So that's where, one of the things which I would like to point out. For me, fortunately, from visual AI, for us, the low-hanging fruits, okay, we have been in this for last 20 years. Low-hanging fruit was security. I mean, find the terrorist, find the bomb, find the gun. There is no ROI, fear sells. So luckily for me, those initial few years, I didn't have to prove an ROI. Fear was a good factor to sell on. And if I can catch that, even that one bomb in 3 years is a good enough achievement for them. Another angle to it is there is the large corporates and there's the small medium enterprises who are not aware. I mean, again, they not even aware of Gen AI. They might have heard of AI. I mean, let's be honest, as in it's not in their line of business. So are we, I mean, me as a AI provider, am I still reaching out to them? Honestly, no. AI is still expensive. I think one of the previous sessions talked about networking costs and hardware costs and cybersecurity costs. So it's still expensive. We do try to explain what we are doing in AI, in Gen AI, where relevant. And usually, so far has mostly been in the government and or large corporates sector where it's really been prevalent. Hopefully, 3 years down the line, India will be richer and we will spend more.
Just one thought came when you said about the CIOs asking you to build something in Gen AI. That's a constant battle that I need to face with my clients because they want to solve a problem with Gen AI without really figuring out whether there are alternate better ways to do it. And many times we need to dial back and say, this is not a problem for Gen AI at all. We need to look at alternate ways. And that's a big trap. Otherwise, we can fall into trying to hit every nail with the Gen AI hammer, which is
I was about to say that Gen AI is the hammer, and they're finding a nail. And this is exactly, you nailed it actually.
So, Pawan, maybe you only can perhaps continuing in the same vein. Do you think, and with your own experiences and whatever we have heard from the panel today, do you think the adoption of Gen AI, and particularly in the Indian context, is it happening at an adequate pace? Are there any inhibitors, big inhibitors? Are there any big enablers that we need to change for driving particularly the innovative aspect of it? Spends is one, which we have talked about. Are there others?
At the anyways, the idea of spend or ROI was meant for large corporate. Now, just saving, one life or, saving a bomb explosion is worth more than anything, I think, that is given. Now, coming to Indian context, I think at least we don't see any difference in the way at least Indian companies are trying to adopt Gen AI as compared to, say, companies in the West. We don't see that. I mean, Indian companies are actually pretty much active. Anyways, a lot of work is being done from India. That's given. I think the real challenge over here is language. Now, essentially, all these models, if you look at OpenAI or all of these models, right, they have been essentially trained on data from in English, right? All the text at least has been in English. And if you look at the population of, I don't know, Tamil Nadu or population of Kerala or any state Bengal, these are as big as Germany or any large country, right? So I think the real challenge that we are facing right now is in terms of training these models on Indian languages, and there are nuances to that. Our languages are, in that sense, different from English, which is like, okay, these alphabets. So I think that's the real challenge, according to me, which these and these companies are facing. And there is Sarvam, which is doing a good job over here. Then Bhashini, the government is trying to work through Jugalbandi, and they've got, so people are working on this. The government is, I think, they're doing working very hard on this. A lot of companies are trying to look at vernacular languages. Even the way, say, even if we crack Hindi, right, the way Hindi is being spoken in, say, Bihar versus the way it is being spoken, let us say, in Punjab, is going to be different. But I think these are the real challenges right now when it comes to the LLMs or those parts. I think in vision, I mean, I'm not the best guy to answer that question on vision. The other thing which we face constantly, and I think everybody is facing, is the paucity of chips and GPUs. I mean, they are clearly much costly and they are not available. I mean, at the end of the day, with all the ideas, whatever we want to do, I mean, that is a problem. So the government has, of course, announced certain schemes that they will put so much money, they'll build so many GPUs. I believe once that happens and we solve the problem of languages for at least our 16, national those identified languages, I think then we really start seeing the progress at every level.
Thanks for that. Gaurav, since you picked it
Yeah,
up, anyhow, I
just wanted to add to that.
add one point is that language is a challenge, it's an opportunity. How do you see it?
No, no, absolutely. I think language is a challenge and an opportunity for sure. And what Pawan mentioned about the work that the government is doing with Bhashini, I think that's great. It's clearly solving that problem. I was at Google before this, and we were working very closely with the government around Bhashini to build those vernacular models which can serve both search, video, voice, all of that. So that infrastructure is there. Just wanted to add to the bottlenecks that you talked about. I think from a talent point of view, India is still running short. The ability to go out and find talent which can help you build these models or help you sort of build the wrappers around these models to sort of drive application. I think that's still very, very homegrown. It is something that we need to build on. Second, from a funding point of view, AI is a rich man's game. It requires that kind of investment, whether it's in terms of training a model or getting the data. Again, there, the funding ecosystem, the government, all of that has to kick in. We need to have a lot of corporates coming in to sort of provide that. And I think finally, policy. I think the shape that the government policy would take, that would drive a huge impact on how the AI ecosystem in India evolves. Basis the announcement earlier, it looked like it was being curtailed a bit, but then the government very quickly took action, was proactive, was listening, and they gave clarifications, which shows that the government has an open mind around this, to drive innovation. So I think these are the 2-3 things that we need to address to make sure AI gets adopted in the right way and we see the right amount of innovation.
It's on your question about India, whether it's lagging behind or not. We look at the few latest technologies that came up in the last few years, whether it was metaverse, blockchain, etc. Those technologies, at least our impression from a Happiest Minds perspective, based on our client conversations, have been India was never trying to adopt those technologies ahead of the curve. Whereas on Gen AI, the number of inquiries we are getting from Indian clients about wanting to work with this technology, do POCs, is maybe even ahead of many of our other geographies. So I would say on at least Gen AI, it's not lagging behind at all. I think it's at the forefront of it.
At least I can talk about my own experience in sports is that whatever we are building, and we are building for the world, whenever we go to any sports federation across the globe, they generally tell us that whatever we're building is cutting edge and they haven't seen it from anybody else on the planet. So I do think that generative AI has a very strong future. Of course, with some industries would have their own blockers, enablers. But I think if we try and work with all the stakeholders and maybe exchange a lot of good know-how and knowledge as we did in today's panel discussion, then the future actually holds a lot of promise, perhaps just taking our country to the world. Anybody else wants to add any concluding remark? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for joining us today. I'll request all of you to please step forward for a group picture together. Once again, thank you everyone for joining in. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion. Now, before we call upon all the panelists on the stage, we have been talking about the power of Gen AI. Moving ahead, we'll also learn a lot more about the capabilities worldwide of Gen AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together and welcome all the esteemed panelists on the stage. We have Mr. Mandar Mukesh Kiri, founder, Rare Labs. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and welcome Mandar Mukesh Kiri. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a lot, but a little stubborn. So once we call all the panelists on the stage, let's please put our hands together and welcome them on the stage. First of all, as mentioned, I'll request Mr. Mandar Mukesh Kiri to please join us on the stage. Next up, we have Mr. Ranime Samuel, co-founder and CEO E42. We have Mr. Nitant Tiwari, Director, SAP, Data Engineering Analytics Trends Inc. I'll request the panelists to please keep joining us on the stage. Next up, we have Mr. Praveer Kochur, co-founder and CTO, Kogo AI. And last but not the least, our moderator, Mr. Murugaraj P, co-founder and CTO, ILM Audio. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, let's please join our hands together one time in unison and welcome on the panelists on the stage and handing over the stage to you.
Hi, good evening in the first place. And I'd like to thank BW Online for giving us this opportunity to start with. And it's good to see this lovely audience who've been waiting, who've been, listening to all the panel, all the discussions which has been happening from morning. So, yeah, what we'll be discussing today is an outlook of Gen AI, uh, you know, its current and future transcending capabilities. So that's the topic for today. And, you know, I'll be happy to do it with my lovely panelists today here. So before starting this, what we'll do is we'll give a small introduction about ourselves. As a session chair, I'll tell what I do, and what my company does, and my panels will do the same. And we'll be adding an extra point, which is what is that one thing which comes right out of our mind when we hear the word generative AI, right? Like if you just wake up from your sleep and you hear the word generative AI, what is that first thing that's going to pop up in your mind? Can be anything. So let's see what the AI experts see and feel that way. So to start with, I'm Murugraj. I'm ILM Audio, which is the tag name for our platform is called Next Generation Audiobooks. So our goal is to make the experience of audiobooks up a notch, and like pushing its boundaries through generative AI. So it'll be like experiencing audiobooks in a way totally different experience. So we can call it as audiobook 2.0 or something. So audiobooks like never before, like not like Audible or not like any of the audiobooks you've heard before. Be a totally different experience altogether for you. So that's what I do, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of ILM Audio. And yeah, today we've put together an exceptional panel to dive into the wonders and worries of Gen AI. So let's meet them one by one. Let's start with Praveer Kochur, who's the CEO of Kogo AI.
Thanks, Murugaraj. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Praveer. I am the Chief Product Officer and co-founder of Kogo AI. Just taking some time to introduce Kogo and a small story of how we entered the world of Gen AI. 4 years back, me and my co-founder were on a motorcycle trip, and we wanted to build something that could automatically capture our trip and turn it into a travelogue and create some videos. Now, this is pre-Gen AI. So we built Kogo. Ko is for Kochur and Go is for Gopalakrishnan, my co-founder. And we built a AI travel storyteller. And we started focusing on travel. We got great traction. Yes, of course, we launched 1 month before COVID. So 1.5 years of a startup that just launched wiped out. But Kogo was adopted by Bajaj, by TVS, now launching with Hero. 4 million users of motorcycle and car owners are using Kogo to capture and tell stories of their travels. And we built an entire travel ecosystem around it. While we were building this, we built, legacy time, we were using NLP and a lot of other techniques. But with the advent of Gen AI, we realized that what we've built as a travel expert can now potentially build any kind of expert. So we started building tools to build any kind of expert. And that is how we've now developed something we call Kogo OS. And we are launching the Kogo store. So what you can do is any use case, you can use the Kogo OS, build an autonomous AI agent, use all the tools that are available to build an AI agent, host it on the Kogo store so that people have access, and automate any workflow. So that's broadly the journey of Kogo over the last 4 years. Passing it on to my other colleagues.
Yeah, before that, Praveer, that one question, what is that one thing which pops up in your mind when you hear the word generative AI? Because
I
that's
think,
the topic
I
for
think
today.
answers.
Yeah.
Answers is what I think is what has changed in people. Post Gen AI, you can ask something and you're surprised that it answers. And I mean, using many tools, you're surprised that answers were so easy to get, and so much accessible.
Or
and you still had to search for them.
a response with context, we can say.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And
Yeah.
still seconds to get an answer, right?
Uh-huh.
So I think that's one big shift that I would say has happened with the advent of Gen AI.
All right. Okay, so moving on to our next panelist, we have uh, Nitan Tiwari, Director of Data Engineering, Tridents. Over to you.
First, I would like to thank BW for having me as a panelist here. My name is Nitan Tiwari. I am Director Data Engineering Tridents. Tridents is a global data science and data engineering company. So we basically help organization achieve their business goals using leveraging data science. About my background, I'm from SAP, data analytics, data engineering, all kind of stuff. So I have experience around that area.
And that one thing which pops in your mind.
One thing which pops up in my mind, I would say, is innovation. I think GenAI stands, at the forefront of innovation right now. All the industries are getting transformed. Multiple industries are getting transformed with the ability of generative AI. With whether we look at content generation, or whether we look at solving complex business problems, or whether we look at, augmenting creativity, human creativity. All those things are coming, and I believe this is just the starting. If you look at other sectors, healthcare or climate modeling, or even education, there's a lot of work which is going to come up in the future course of things. So GenAI probably holds the key for the future, where artificial intelligence along with human, like it augments human capabilities, and it can change the way, it can completely transform the way we live, we work, and we interact. So that is what I feel about generative.
Cool, that's indeed an interesting perception. So the next person in our panel is quite an interesting person, I should say, before I introduce him. How many of you have heard about this guy who created a chat GPT for law, Indian law? It was getting like really, it was going really viral on Instagram and stuff. Anyone heard about him? Like the boy who built chat GPT for Indian law. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm the boy who's helping people get away from
with
crime.
a lot of stuff probably as well. And that's the boy we have here, the founder of uh,
Rare Labs. Yeah.
yeah,
Rare Labs is the parent.
is Mandar Mukesh Giri, founder of Real Labs, who built LawBot Pro, which was the first Indian chat GPT large language model for Indian law. So over to you, Mandar.
Yeah, thank you for the great introduction. My name is Mandar Mukesh Giri. I'm the founder of Rare Labs, an Indian legal tech company, and I'm also a practicing advocate at the Supreme Court of India. So Rare Labs is building AI powered tools for the legal professionals. And why that is necessary is because, as you may know, we don't ever have our weekends free. Call your lawyer friends, they will always tell you that shit, yeah, I can't go today out with you because I have work. So what I've seen throughout my childhood is that, first of all, legal informative aid was only restricted to certain regions in India or where lawyers were. And secondly, my father is extremely busy. So the only way to tackle was to use the power of Gen AI to allow legal professionals to do their legal tasks in the least amount of time possible. So for example, our first product called LawBot Pro has helped over 330,000 citizens solve their legal issues. And you just have to tell it what sort of issue you are in, and it will tell you about your legal rights. But of course, that's not sustainable for us. So recently, we've pivoted to a subscription-based model to help lawyers and law students do legal research. And we've been covered by B-Bomb, Bar and Bench, and reels made on Lawbot Pro have reached approximately 15 million organic views. And the second product that we've recently launched in beta is actually a drafting bot. So it's called DraftBot Pro. DraftBot Pro allows lawyers to do legal drafting and research in just one click. And it's taking the time which used to take approximately weeks to now minutes. And it's actually solving three of the core issues that we've seen. First, as I've already outlined, is that I don't have my weekends free. Second is the fact that lawyers are always so busy that they cannot take in more clients. So if we are boosting productivity for them, even 2x or 3x, they're actually making a lot more money than they used to. And third is reducing the burden that cases have on the judiciary. So faster disposal can only be done when the case goes from scratch to filing very fast. And cases don't get dismissed because of delay. So yeah, that's what we're building at Rare Labs, and we plan on launching a lot of other tools to help legal professionals make a lot of money and save a lot of time.
And to finish off that one question we've been answering.
You actually answered that. That was actually context length, because that has been very helpful for me. As you may know, that GPT launched with 4K context length.
Yeah.
And what that allows a person to do is input a lot of data, and then the AI will
You're
answer it.
talking about the tokens, number of tokens,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Ah.
So now if Google is offering up to 1 million tokens,
Yeah.
that's a lot. I
Gemini,
can
Gemini Pro, yeah.
Yes, yes. I can put in a lot of documents and then just get all of the work done from the AI only. So I don't have to do other sessions.
All right, great. So moving on to the last person in our panel, we have Animesh Samuel, who's the CEO of E42 AI. Over to you, Animesh.
Yeah, thanks, Murugan. And it's a pleasure to be here with such an esteemed panelists and amongst you all. So yeah, like Murugan said, my name is Animesh, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of E42.ai. We are a no-code platform on which enterprises are building what we call as AI co-workers, which means like, large consulting companies have built AI recruiters, large manufacturing companies, they've built AI HR executives, or, AI AP executives, and so on and so forth. The list, I mean, there are more than 40 or odd AI co-workers built on our platform. Um, we are a funded startup where we have raised over $12 million so far. And we are right now on the cusp of going global. So we've just expanded to the US, and yeah, that's where we are today. To answer your second question on generative AI, what is the first thing that comes to mind? It is basically the power of human imagination multiplied by 10.
Great, cool. So well, how we have planned our panel discussion today is we are just gonna jump into three different segments. The first segment is gonna be the current capabilities of AI. The second one is like the future potential of AI and its challenges. And the third one will be the ethical considerations and the societal impact which Gen AI is gonna pose. Yeah. So the first session is gonna be done by Nitant and Mandar. They'll be having a discussion on that. And yeah, before we get into the first segment, I think I still haven't answered the question that what's that one thing which comes to my mind or pops into my mind when I hear the word generative AI for the first time. It's this analogy which always comes to my mind when imagine a student who excels in all the topics in school, right? Like from sport to math to science to everything. Like he's an all-rounder kind of thing. So that's one thing, it's kind of an analogy which comes to my mind when I kind of relate with Gen AI, and probably I mean, that's gonna be related to a different level of growth and evolution of AI with that particular analogy. So yeah. So we'll go on to more the first segment, which is current capabilities of AI, and over to Nitant and Praveer. Yeah. Nitant and Mandar, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Want me to start? Yeah. So one thing which I would like to start around the current capabilities thing is like a lot of large organizations with whom we are working are sitting on huge amount of data, and they have certain use cases that needs to be tailor made. So in terms of current capabilities, one thing which is coming out very largely is the custom foundation models which are built over custom generative AI models built on top of foundation models. So we work with a lot of companies who have a lot of data from ERPs or external data that can be leveraged here. So one use case which I would like to highlight here is one of the organizations, pretty big organization having lakhs of employees in multiple geographies, speaking multiple languages. Their employees, whenever they had any HR related questions, the SLAs used to be pretty high in days. So this organization reached us and how we can help them, and then we help them build, the customized generative AI model on top of foundation model, so that we don't need to do the training from the scratch. And then we put all the data sets which this company had along with there's specific documents related to HR, and then we were able to build an application on top of it. And this application basically helped these employees to get real time answers to their queries, of which SLAs were pretty long before. So this is just one example. If I talk about, there are multiple areas like companies who have implemented ERPs have a lot of business processes, be it finance, be it supply chain, HR, and when these data is, and when they are sitting on huge amount of data on these platforms, then there are multiple use cases which they are looking to solve using this data. So one of the other things which I would like to highlight here is like these companies, like one of the use cases which was there was the data was there and SAP, and they were looking like the users were not technically proficient enough to write SQL queries, or neither they had access to flashy real-time dashboards. So certain generative AI models were built so that they can easily query in plain English and then get answers from the ERP data, which was not possible before. Like they were simply they can simply query like what was my top 5 sales for the past month, or they can be question around invoicing, like in certain region what are my top 10 invoices which are pending. So these kind of questions where users are not that proficient with technically proficient, the generative AI has been helpful in solving those kind of problems, and we have been helping a lot of those customers who are looking to solve their problems using generative AI. So that's it, what I would like to say on this topic.
Yeah. So, Mandar, how do you think India can leverage on generative AI? You know,
Well, I guess
India in particular, amongst the global market, India in particular, how do you think they can leverage on Gen AI?
I think the one thing we saw with Lawbot Pro, which led to it go viral all over social media, was that generative AI was answering a lot of the questions that people cannot get answers to anywhere else. So although that may be a huge risk because it may spread misinformation, but it's also very necessary in a country like India with such a large population to have access to knowledge. So in that manner, that you can access knowledge at any point of time, or you can get answers to your questions. You don't have to Google and go through 10 things and then think what may be the best thing possible. So I guess that is where, as a population-rich country, we'll lead. And Bharat, working in generative AI will always be catering to a lot of people. And for that, I guess AI is the only thing which can help a lot of people in an instant. So it's not a very long way to go for a person to get answers or for a person to do anything. It's a very short thing, but which can help a lot of people at one point of time. So talking about one thing which I saw was that once B-Bomb posted a reel We saw about 1,200 people on our website in a second.
Wow.
So that sort of reach, and then our systems being able to, hold on to those many people and answer everyone.
Mm.
I think that is very special. And
Mm.
instantaneous answers, which are correct,
Mm.
they will help India a lot.
All right, great. So, one interesting thing which I recently saw, which Gen AI can do is, in the industry of gaming, it can generate render real time environment. You know, as the player plays, and the AI kind of understands the mood of the player, like what he's trying to do, and it kind of opens up those kind of environment, be it a beautiful waterfall or a good city landscape, or whatever it is, whatever he's feeling like, and whatever is the he's moving on towards. So imagine like a game where the world is not pre-built or like pre-modeled 3D model, rather it's real time, it's rendered based on the movement, or whatever it is. So that kind of like is really interesting on what's going on forward. So uh, pretty much good on the first segment. I guess we'll quickly move on to the next segment, which is what will be the future potential and the challenges in Gen AI. And Praveer and Animesh will be taking on that. Yeah.
Sure. So, yeah, I think future potential wise, we are not even at the tip of the iceberg, right? So, everything that we know in life, everything that we are exposed to is going to be totally transformed in the next few years with generative AI, right? So what is generative AI? We are all actual. I mean, it all emerges from our kind of neural networks, right? So if you see that as we grown up, we learn more with every experience. We have more and more information in our brain, and the problem with the brain is that it's got limited space, so it can only take in that much data and process that much in real time, right? With AI, that's not the problem, right? So whatever we have learned till now, the whole history of the world or whatever we are exposed to can be put into a couple of GPUs today, right? So now you take that and multiply that with hundreds of thousands and millions of experiences. So that is the kind of potential. So when we are talking about the future, it's going to be so transformed, and it's going to actually define what transformation is. Transformation is basically the older version indistinguishable from the newer version, right? So the first time you'll actually see transformation in every aspect of our lives. Coming to challenges in adoption, we are a B2B company, so I can tell you what challenges CIOs face today. When it comes to AI, one is when it comes to generative AI. One is basically how do they justify the expense, right? Second is security. How do they, how can they be sure that not just the data but also the intelligence is secured, right? Which is a more important aspect to protect nowadays than data. We were always taught data is the oil, but actually today, if Amazon flushes out your data, it can still tell you when you'll order your next phone, right? So that's the future. So the intelligence and like humans, when we became intelligent around 10,000 odd years ago, when we developed our cognitive skills or our ability to be generative, and express through language and through numbers, we suddenly came to the top of the food chain in a small span of 10,000 years, right? And we pretty much determined which other species survived and didn't survive. And so it's going to be with enterprises, right? They are the enterprises that are powered with AI will pretty much determine which other enterprises survive and don't survive. Like, in one of my conversations with one of the largest appliance manufacturers in the world, out of the US, when we were talking, and he said his actual competition today is not from the LGs and Samsungs of the world, right? Then I was wondering who it can be, right, for an appliance manufacturer. Any guesses? Who do you think, an appliance manufacturer's competition is if it's not another appliance manufacturer?
I have no idea.
No, it's his reseller, Amazon, right? Because Amazon knows when you're buying a washing machine, what features you're looking for, how much you're willing to pay, where you stay, right? To set up the assembly line to manufacture a washing machine is not that difficult anymore, right? So if a large one of the largest appliance manufacturers have that fear, which means it's real, which means that today there is no other option but for enterprises to adopt generative AI and make it a very core part of their business strategy going forward. So that is the if so the opportunities, rather I would say the misses are much more than the opportunity. Opportunities are obvious as going to be there, but if you're not part of it, you're going to miss out and lose big. And yeah, and on the other side, like I already said, there is, I mean, there are these few very, very typical issues that CIOs are today challenged with. But I think, like for example, we give ROI for any coworker built on E42 platform within 2 weeks, right? So I think those are not real concerns, but I think they also have concerns with regard to security and ROI. But that's just because it's pretty new, and these challenges are what the CIOs today, I think, face with from a B2B point of view. Maybe Praveen can add to that. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Possibilities of the future. I mean, it's very difficult to predict the future, the way and the rate at which things are happening. But we at Kogo have taken some conscious decisions while building our platform. One of those decisions was an ethical decision, right? What is the kind of company that we want to build when we are looking at building with AI? And the core of that message is realizing human potential. We think that in the medium term, AI is going to help save a lot of time for people to do repetitive tasks, and they can focus on doing more strategic and more creative things. That is what people are meant for. And I think even in the slightly longer term, this might be the answer that the whole world is looking for, a very, very good work-life balance. I think AI can deliver a work-life balance, which is not only enhancing and saving you time at work, but also giving you more time with your family. And I think that's what human potential at Kogo for us means. So that's the guiding force. We even wrote a manifesto around human potential, just so that we have a guiding light when we build and push solutions that help people save time on our store. Having said that, challenges are also many. We live in a country where the demand is huge. To cater to that demand, one thing that AI is very, very hungry on is compute. And I think compute is going to be a very big challenge. Imagine building hundreds and thousands of small language models, fine-tuned, requiring hundreds and thousands of GPUs to run on. Compute and hungry, resource hungry AI models, whether small or large, as demand increases, is going to be very, very challenging. And I think India, as the emerging power, is well poised to take on that challenge, and we must address that challenge. The second challenge that I feel is very little talked about is the cost of running AI solutions. I mean, we monitor our agents, and we know how expensive it is to run an agent. Is there somebody who's willing to pay that much amount of money that every question goes to a GPU and a language model is in the loop? So there will have to be techniques developed to reduce cost of serving content and cost of using these solutions. So these are the two big challenges that I see. Of course, the next segment is about ethical and legal issues. So
Yeah.
so I'll leave that.
Yeah, and we are running out of time as well. So
Yes, so let's move to
yeah,
that.
let's move to that, and just give a small continuation on that. We Gen AI has already gone through a lot of evolution, right? And we are in a very good spot in terms of Gen AI. But imagine it still has to go through a lot of evolution, because there's something called as a continuity issue in terms of Gen AI. Let's say you ask your DALI or your ChatGPT 4, generate me an image of blue alien. It's gonna generate a good image of a blue alien. Okay, and you're gonna ask next question to the blue alien to do something else, like drink a coffee from Starbucks. It's gonna show you a different blue alien, not the same blue alien, right? So that's a continuity issue where we all see this amazing video outputs from Sora, but you can't actually create a full film out of it or a movie out of it with continuity issues. This continuity is there which has to be fixed, and I think that's on the right direction of evolution which is going through OpenAI and that stuff. That's the challenge I felt, and we have very little time, so we'll touch the last point, which is uh, the ethical considerations and the impact on society, on the ethical this thing, because when it comes to ethical, the moral compass moves both the ways, a good way and bad way, and how Gen AI is impacting over it. So we'll just have a quick word from like all the panelists on.
Yes, I think these tools are new. We don't know how to use them. We don't know the repercussions of these tools. So they all come with conditions apply, and we know how they hallucinate. So I think responsibility will have to be two-sided from the person who provides the solution and the user. The user also has to be responsible for asking the right questions and getting those answers. So I would say it's two-pronged when it comes to ethics.
Yeah, what I would like to add here is that in terms of ethical, there are a lot of challenges, as it's mentioned, deep faking, and this misinformation, all those things are coming. But one of the things, a lot of research is, one of the things which I want to point out is that the way the research, a lot of research is going on, if we manage to get more information around explainability of data and more control around the data, that is something which would help in figuring it out more in terms of how we can address the big challenge around this ethical bit, because it's a pressing concern and it needs to be addressed. So that's what I would like to add there.
So I'll tell a little funny story on this to touch on this. So I think 2 years back, an AI made a painting and it was sold for like millions of dollars, and people didn't even know, the person who bought it didn't even know that it was done from AI, right? So imagine a student, a kid now wants to learn arts, wants to learn painting in his college, and 20 years later when he graduates, super AI is doing like thousand-fold better work than him or her, right? So where is the relevancy of like what should that kid study? The kid wants to do art, painting, and other stuff, but when the kid finishes his college and comes out of the college, there's a AI tool, a technology which does the work way better than whatever it's doing, right? So that's one thing, I think it's gonna affect this thing, because that's what I'm calling it as relevancy. Like, uh, what should we learn? What should we study for the next 20 years? Because I think for the next 20 years, AI will be better in almost all the fields or industries which we are learning now. The kids are learning now, right? Over
Yes,
to you.
sorry to interject, but
Yeah.
I think a kid can't even become a software engineer now because of Devin, as you may have
Exactly. Yeah.
seen. Yes. So
Yeah.
I guess labor-intensive tasks coupled with the intelligence of AI, that may be a better field for a person to go. Specifically talking about the legal sector, an AI cannot argue yet, or it cannot judge yet because of the biasness issue. So it also touches upon the ethical concerns that an AI may be slightly biased towards a particular group, or any sort of profiling that can be done. So I guess to answer what your question poses would be that maybe people learn how to work with AI, and I guess as more organizations adopt AI, they will always allow a person to oversee that work. So it's like computers coming in the early 2000s, that people thought computers would take all of their work away, but that has actually not happened. People have gotten a lot of work because of computers. I mean, a digital nomad can earn a lot more money now sitting anywhere in the world. So that's all due to the computer, but it's not
So
that
what you're trying to say is there's always going to be a human touch,
there is always going to be a human
but it's
touch.
not going to be the same like how it is. It's going to be totally different.
Yes, because then morality cannot be, I mean, an AI, in my opinion, cannot judge legal morality or social morality. So the morals and everything from which, sorry.
Uh,
I'll
yeah, we'll wrap it up. We are wrapping it up.
Sure. Yeah. Very interesting discussion. Yeah. So I think just very quickly, I mean, AI in judges, right? I think for AI to clean up the act of bias, it might be very simple just by ensuring that there is no that you correct the data, right? You clean the data of bias and put it. In judges, there might still be bias, right? But yeah, but we never know. But yeah, the world is changing very fast, and also to answer to your question, also like what we are seeing is you don't train children in a particular field or a skill nowadays. You train them how to adapt to new skills, right? So I think that's a better way as far as that goes. And yeah, we are seeing, and as far as the future from a social point of view, I think we are in the middle of a huge transformation. And like Praveer said earlier on, we are talking about, a very, very exciting future because, humans, thanks to the Industrial Revolution, we were made to think that the only thing that we need to do is study to get a good job and work as part of a large enterprise, right? But if you ask anybody, who's in the finance department as an AP clerk, he doesn't want to get up and say that, hey, today I'm going to process 400 invoices, right? So there are many jobs that people are not super excited about, and they can do other things like they can do art, or they can play football, or they can teach scuba diving. So they will, because the enterprises will do well because AI will take a lot of this, and there will be a lot of jobs and a lot of scenarios coming where to manage, to build, to create, run AI workers, all of these kind of things will also, like with every new revolution, that's going to come up in a very big way. And I think it's given us more time to be able to do exactly what we want to do, which is continue this discussion. But I don't think.
Yeah, I guess Animesh, you're also not going to Mumbai.
So I think to wrap it up, it was a really good conversation with my lovely panelists. And again, thank you, Business World, for the opportunity. And thank you for the lovely introduction from the anchor as well.
Thank you so much.
Continue. Yeah.
I'm sure I'm not going to be there in Mumbai, but there's going to be somebody else being a buzzer. So, but for this amazing and interactive discussion, thank you so much to all the panelists. Will please come forward for a group picture. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and just prove that we are all attentive and listening. Thank you. Thank you once again for being a part of this panel discussion. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to discuss about how we can harness Gen AI for our personalized tailored experiences. On the stage, we have our esteemed panelists who are going to join. First and foremost, we have Mr. Praveen Bharada, Head of Generative AI Persistent Systems. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for Mr. Praveen. Just request, particularly from this table, when other panelists join, we are also going to put our hands together. Let's make it, a little more good room and more energy. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Jigar Gupta, Head of Product, Raga AI Inc. Thank you. Mr. Arjun Reddy, Co-founder. Hi. Mr. Lokesh Nigam, CEO and Co-founder, Converse.ai. Mr. Karthikeyan Girija Nandan, Senior Director, Engineering at Sendium. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request our moderator to please join us on the stage, Mr. Kiran Kuchimanchi, President, Digital Engineering Services, Signity Technologies. Handing over to you, Kiran sir.
Thanks everyone. I think the audience is a little bit light, but we'll try and keep this as entertaining and as useful as possible to the audience. First up, I thought it will be I'm delighted to have the panelists here come from varying backgrounds, a couple of them, from companies that are advising other companies on how to use generative AI for the business benefits, and a couple of companies that are actually developing software and products that are used by companies in the generative AI space. So exciting to talk to them about the the experience benefits that they're able to deliver to their customers through the products. So maybe a quick round of introduction, your background, so that people understand the context with which you're speaking will be useful. So, Praveen, if you could start, we'll just do a quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd written a lot, but I thought it will be better that you guys speak about it.
Happy to. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you, Business World, for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Super excited about the entire theme. I think this is the need of the hour to talk about GenAI at stretch and figure out the art of the possible here. Just as a background, I work as the head of generative AI at Persistent Systems. We are a global digital engineering and enterprise modernization provider, about $1 billion in revenue and 7 billion plus in market capitalization. Been in the industry for about 34 years now, and as the name suggests, right, we've been deeply rooted. Our inception, right from our inception, we've been focused on solving complex data-related problems for our customers. So GenAI happens to be a natural extension of what all value propositions that we bring to our customers. So super excited to be leading this charter and hoping that this becomes the key vector of sustainable growth at Persistent. We are one of the fastest growing IT services company in our space, Indian origin, Indian heritage. So again, a proud moment in that sense, shining bright in the global, market landscape. Prior to this, I was actually working as the chief of staff for the CEO, looking at all kinds of other strategic programs and vectors of growth. Obviously, GenAI was a conversation for the last 15 months. And here am I looking at this and trying to figure things out and work very collaboratively with our customers and ecosystem to unlock business value. Thank you once again and look forward to the chat today.
Thanks. That's great. So I'm Jigar. I lead the product team at Raga AI. At Raga AI, what we're building is a testing platform for all AI applications. We think that testing is something that most developers excel at when it comes to regular software. But when building and deploying AI applications, it's a big gap in the industry, where we don't know what to test for, how to ensure that AI is robust, safe before putting it in production and ensuring it stays that way. So we are building an automated platform, first of its kind, to automatically detect issues with AI, diagnose them, and provide actionable recommendations. And in order to do that, we have a very comprehensive test suite on our platform, which includes issue identification across data problems, across model problems, operational details, and integration problems. So that's the product we're building at Raga AI. It's designed for both data scientists as well as people developing AI applications and validation and verification teams. Before Raga AI, I've built machine learning AI applications in the finance industry and also in the autonomous vehicles industry. So I think we have seen all the pain associated with putting AI out in production, 10 years of building autonomous vehicles and nothing in production. So we're leveraging on all of that pain and experience and making a very scientific process to get AI and Gen AI out to the world in the best way possible.
Hi, everybody. I'm Arjun, and thank you, Business World, for giving us this opportunity to showcase what we're doing and get everybody to catch up on what's happening from various parts of the country. And I co-founded Hive, which is a on-premise AI company, and we believe that any company that wants to use AI should be building their own and hosting it themselves. And either it's on-premise or private cloud or in any way they form. So the idea is that we've all seen, we can go ahead and name it, Swiggy or any other kind of service where they come in and they disrupt the industry and they say that they make your lives easy and they get all the hotels to list their inventory with them. And they get all the people to be able to order and get things delivered to them very easily. Now, what's happened at the end of the day is that they now know what any suburb is going to order for breakfast that day. And they open cloud kitchens with exactly those inventory items. And, they've now become they're going to probably become the largest restaurant in India with all the data. So that's the thing with data that we never want to depend on a third-party provider for. And that's what we're trying to help companies. And we're right now working with BFS sector companies in Australia and some in India as well. And yeah, so we, for example, one of our customers have their entire call center in a box right now. And they want to open up a new, state for their service. It's already there. They have like 10 people attending calls in Bengali or any new language that they want overnight. And yeah, so it's incredible scale, and the data is still with them. Even we don't have access to it once we set it up. So that's the way we want people to embrace AI. And yeah, cheers. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. My name is Lokesh. I represent Converse AI here. We essentially are a behavioral and language research organization. So we have a background of almost 10 to 15 years in actually analyzing and researching behavior, human behavior and language, so the human spoken language. So we have leveraged the language analysis in the form of conversational intelligence and created something called Converse AI, which essentially is a conversation intelligence engine, which actually does a lot of psycholinguistics. So, psycholinguistics is a field where language is analyzed to predict human behavior, predict human traits, predict a lot of things that humans would, value as their skills. So we are leveraging that part of it in the human resource applications. And as you know, there is a huge challenge when it comes to standardization and bias-free recruitments. So, when I say bias free, a human agent is always biased towards caste, color, creed, variety of things that a human can be biased with. We actually leverage psycholinguistics to remove some of those biases and even language biases. So, people can actually interview on our conversational intelligence platform in any language, and we can analyze the behaviors and skills. So, what we are doing is pretty interesting. The psycholinguistics actually predicts the job fit, and it actually reduces the entire use case or scenario from screening till initial recruiting or initial interviewing of candidates. So that reduces like 70% of the work and maybe 60% of the costs that you incur in hiring, and also reduces the time of hire by about 50%. So we actually leveraged our research, and some of this is in the process of being patented. So we are actually working on patents in psycholinguistics and in the area of job fit AI, which we have actually created for this particular mechanism. We have some partners like XLRI and some of the best in psycholinguistics globally who are helping us with the process as well. So out of India, because our subject is about India, we actually want to create a science and research based AI system out of India. That's what we are not working on application layer. We are not working on the layer of how it should be done. We are actually working on deep research, and that's what we want to do in the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I'm Karthikeyan Girijanandan. I head the products and platform engineering within Ascendion. Ascendion is a digital engineering solutions firm. We are a COVID-born company. So we are digitally native, and obviously AI comes first. So whatever work that we do, all our offerings, we put AI first. So it's an engineering to the power of AI. That's our core mantra. And we bring in different solutions, AI solutions like business solutions, engineering solutions, and internal enterprise solutions through AI. Now with the GenAI, we infused all those things into all our existing offerings, which we are already doing with AI. So we also created our own product, which is actually a platform, to be say, which caters to the engineering as a service. So any of the engineering work that what we are doing goes as part of a platform. We call it as AVA. Now with the GenAI infusion to that, it becomes AVA Plus. So it actually does all the engineering work in a more productive way.
GPT Plus.
Like GPT Plus, yeah. So and then what we do is, right, like we do consulting and do advisory to all our clients, and then also do take them to the roadmap of the complete implementation path. So we bring in and then tell them, right, like how to make their enterprise as a GenAI enterprise. And we make the GenAI real, giving the GenAI into the hands of all the stakeholders for easy consumption. So that's what our platform does. And we are very proud to do that too. Actually. Thanks for that.
Fantastic. Thanks. So I'm Kiran from Signity, about $250 million in company, doing primarily services. I'll not go beyond that. But just putting things in context, about a year into the launch of ChatGPT, Bill Gates said that this is perhaps the most revolutionary, sort of leap in the technologies from the time the graphical user interface was invented or discovered. Despite the monstrosity of the statement, I still think it is, it doesn't do justice to what ChatGPT has been able to accomplish since the time he made that comment. Based on some of the stats that I've collected, GPT-4 can beat 90% of the lawyers trying to pass a bar exam. It can create, what you can really see through a brain scan. And most people believe that the cost of digital products in the future, because of so much of automation, is literally going to become zero. And basis this, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, based on this. So there is art generation, there is music composition, there is drug discovery, and things like that. But personalization, and this is a question, Praveen, if you could answer, and maybe others can chime in as well. Personalization based on what's consumed before, been there, done that. That's identifying patterns, recognizing what people have done before, and trying to evolve an experience for the next customer based on what's already been there, done that. But do you see Gen AI particularly helping in creating new experiences that have never created before? That's where I think that, if there is a merit in calling Gen AI truly revolutionary, then it may be able to, will it be able to do it? If it can, do you see that happening at all?
Yeah, I think great question. The straight off the bat answer is yes, Gen AI has the potential to be able to do that. I think that's the most obvious one. The reason I believe in that is because if you look at, what hasn't changed in the experience part of it, right? Experience to my mind ultimately boils down to three things, right? The context of the individual, which is the personalization aspect of it, the convenience that you can provide to the user, and the personal care that you can give, right? So the three C's, very simply put together, right? Those are sacrosanct, right? Technology waves have come and gone, but any user, when you think of the experience, it's boxed into these three C's, right? The context, the convenience, and the care, right? So that is not changing. That probably is not going to change even in the world of Gen AI, right? And any other new technology that will come over the years. What has changed, though, in the last 5 to 10 years is the fact that the customer loyalty is on an all-time low, right? Customers are the most disloyal today, right? You don't think twice before changing your provider, partner, vendor, whatever products, etc. Right? So because the optionality is there. The second thing that has really changed is the channels through which you engage with brands, right? It used to be largely offline. Today, we are all fairly well aware about the omni-channel kind of way of doing things, right? And those are the two things that primarily are changing in the way any experience get delivered, right? So the intersection of the three C's and the two disruptions in the form of these new types of channels and the broken loyalty about products, I think is the point where GenAI can create massive disruption. Obviously, the historic way of doing things, looking at historical trends, past data, AI, ML, the world of AI, ML actually did a great job at solving some of that, predicting, analyzing historical things, etc. The potential of GenAI is really in terms of creating new experiences, right? Creating new content, creating new marketing material, creating newer ways of engagement, maybe even creating newer ways of experience, right? We all use phones today, for example. I'm pretty sure 10 years down the line, you won't be interacting through a phone, right? Your devices like this table could be a phone, right? And the reason I believe so is because biometrics like facial recognition, my voice, could actually be connected to a sensor on the table, and it can automatically figure out who to dial based on my personality, right? So all of those things are possible, and those can only happen with the revolutionary aspect of GenAI that you talked about, right? I think people have tried these things, imagined these things in sci-fi movies, but I think some of that is starting to become real. In the next 10 years, I think it's going to be fundamentally different in terms of the kinds of experiences, the devices, the tools, the products that you use. We'll go deeper into this, but I just want to start with those broad level thoughts in terms of what's not changing in experience and why disruption is coming in, which is where GenAI can potentially play a big role.
Right. Thank you. The three C's are nice, something that I think is very appropriate to how you think about experience per se. Um, um, you know, I think, from again, just noting down some points that I came across over the internet, if you look at the evolution of the technologies itself, steam engines already disrupted the world in a large manner, electricity, Gen AI seems to have created the most impact, and Lokesh, from taking that as a cue, so the true unlocking of AI is not within the technology itself, but it's in the ways it can enhance human potential is what I think perhaps that we are seeing as Gen AI being different. Obviously you're working with something that is very close to humans, amongst the bunch of us here. So could you tell us if that's probably why it's that much more impactful?
I think this is a beautiful question, and having actually thought a lot about it in the last year in particular and many years before that, I have my own three C's on this. Uh, so if you look at the AI, and for a large part of next decade or even next 2 decades, or maybe even 3 decades, it largely will be about human enablement rather than changing the human, or displacing the human. And where is it augmenting the human? It is augmenting the human in decision making. So if you really look at a human and analyze what motion does a human go through the day? The human works, human handles some information, and human takes some decisions. Correct. These are the three things. So work can be in context of personal life or in context of professional life, but essentially these are the three things that a human does. All three can be augmented by different aspects of technology. The work and information already disrupted. We have seen that in industry 4.0, even in 3.0, humans have been augmented. The way they work, they can use robots or they can use automated systems, etc. Information disruption started happening almost 30, 40 years ago as we had started having devices, computers. Now, decision enablement is more recent. And if you see generative AI or any, I mean, for example, psycholinguistics that we are doing is all part of enabling decisions. So I'm enabling a decision that a human is taking. And in its rudimentary form, it can be filling up the fridge when the quantities are low, So, and in its higher form, it can be looking at certain parameters and pre-deciding for a human. So that's how it goes. Now, if you see three C disruption, which I have my own version, is human uses the mind, which is cognition. Human connects with others, which is about connections, and human is about consciousness, which is irreplaceable. You cannot really replace human consciousness. So if you look at cognition, AI is or generative AI, and then the subsequent versions of AI, we know GPT-5, what is going to come, and what is going to come in the future, few years down the line, as you rightly said also. Uh, so cognition is going to have a massive augmentation. The thinking power is going to be a million times, maybe, from a human aspect. So I can make decisions faster, quicker, better. Looking at more scenarios, how the outcomes will impact me, etc., etc. Connectedness already done. All the social media revolution is essentially about connectedness and how it has enhanced connection globally. You've created a global village out of connections. I don't know how much of those connections are actually real connections, but at least virtual connections. There are infinite, and we work on social connections as a theory. So the whole social network as a theory. So how that has enhanced human decision making itself. But the third one is very crucial, and I think in our society, and when we talk about India in particular, from a human perspective, we should invest in that third revolution, which is the consciousness revolution. How can we now use our free time to enable humans to do better things? Because somewhere empty mind is a devil's whatever. So how do we make use of these empty minds is going to be a very very crucial question. And from the point of view of products, uh, we have one kind of solutions and products today which are enabling the connections, which are enabling the cognition, but we definitely need much more. And I think which is a completely parallel field of revolution, mindfulness, consciousness, using all this information and decision making wisely. So that's what I feel. Yeah.
It's something that is very close to my heart. We'll talk about that in more detail, and maybe if we have the time, we'll probably probe into that as well. But Arjun, just AI MLS technologies have been great at framing decisions based on past data and trying to help you decide on the present. But do you think the personalization experience can be taken further using some of the Gen AI abilities? What's the sort of experience that it might be able to offer in the future as you sort of embrace some of these Gen AI based technologies?
Thank you, Kiran. So I guess a lot of students who are in rural locations don't get really good teachers to come over there because ambitious people want to go to metro and better cities where their own livelihoods can improve, and it's not their fault. So since Google and all these the internet and the whole phenomenon happened, data was available on demand, not the information. So Google will just throw a PDF at you and say, hey, you asked something, and I found traces of that here, and more authoritatively said here and here. But now what you can do is you can give that link to ChatGPT and say, hey, digest this for me and teach it to me like I'm a 10-year-old. And embracing this philosophy, what we have done is that we've launched something called, so you all know Devin, the world's first autonomous software engineer. We have created Muller Teacher, world's first autonomous professor. So what she lives in an E2E server, and she is well versed with all of Anna University's curriculum, all engineering disciplines. And you can chat with her on WhatsApp. She can answer you about 24 questions per day in a 24-hour period in the free tier. And if you want more than that, or if you want sample examinations to be conducted, you will have to pay her through UPI in WhatsApp itself. And we've worked out with Mohan, who's CEO of Ipopay, who's a UPI startup based in Chennai. And the money that comes in directly goes and pays for her livelihood to E2E. So she's completely autonomous, and she lives inside of a GPU. She touches so many lives, and you can take. I mean, even when I was doing engineering, mathematics 3 M3 paper was the toughest that a lot of seniors carried on with their even final semester. So all of those concepts can be broken down and taught really in a way that they would respond. So we've taught Muller to talk to and respond back to people in the, for example, when you talk to a AI, we have so much data that's coming out of it. So we are counting the number of words that you're saying in a minute, and we are trying to match that so that you have a better rapport with the AI, and you connect well with the tone and the pace of the student. So she immediately knows if you're a backbencher or a front bencher. And imagine you having your favorite teacher in the entire world teaching you all the subjects, and that would make a world of difference for the students, both in metro and rural regions where there is actual lack of it. And so that's what we've done.
Sounds a bit scary, but brilliant thought. On how people can benefit. Profound impact that you could possibly create. Because I could be chatting with it any time of the day and still be getting an expert feedback on some of the points that I need guidance on. Brilliant. Thanks. Were you going to say something else? Done? Okay, cool. Karthik, if I could maybe take your input on how the underlying technology architecture is shaping up to be able to deliver such exceptional experiences. I keep hearing that, and this is something that I've been and I have had the privilege of having multiple conversations with my team internally. This whole notion of three-tiered architecture or n-tiered architecture, whatever you may call it, is GenAI going to disrupt every layer? Is three-tier architecture relevant anymore at all? Or is it just the experience part of it? No, just the communication part of it, NLG part of it, or NLP part of it that GenAI is trying to help. If you could shed some light on how you're seeing the architecture itself evolve to be able to provide these exceptional experiences that others have been able to talk about, that will help us.
Great question, right? Like, so three-tier architecture and an n-tier, right? Like, so after Fast and Furious 10, there's going to be a Fast X sequel. That's what it's all about, n-tier, right? So the three-tier architecture is still going to stay. So we cannot see this GenAI as another layer of architecture, right? Rather, what we will be seeing that as an infusion of GenAI into each of those layers. So literally, GenAI is going to act as a sidecar for all the components that's lying in each of those layers. So let's take an example for the personalization that what he talked about. How does the personalization architecture need to look like, right? So typically, you'll be having a content delivery layer where it provides a personalized content to different users and different touch points. And you are going to have an intermediate layer where the core business logic and some kind of input orchestration need to happen. And that is a data layer, which is going to provide you the information, right? These are all the three layers anyway, right? So how does GenAI can get infused into all these three layers? GenAI can get infused into the data layer to provide a dynamic insights on the information retrieval. And it can be infused in the business layer to actually provide or make the decisions, right? Like what Lokesh was mentioning, right? Like, so you can make the decisions on the fly, dynamic decision making. And on the content delivery area, it can generate the dynamic content. So there's no more fixed content, right? Let's take an example of an e-commerce website, right? So typically, if you go, what kind of personalization it does based on your demographics and your past purchase history and things like that, right? I was actually browsing a fashion website. I don't want to name it, right? Like, but for getting a dress for my wife for a birthday party. But unfortunately, even after I browsed certain women dresses, when I searched for a dress for a birthday party, it still showed me the shirts and pants that I bought already, right? So I cannot get that for my wife. So the personalization still is at the historical data level, right? So how can we make this more real time? Does AI does that? Yes, AI can do it, but GenAI can do it even more better. The sophisticated way of doing things, right? So it actually what it does is, right? So when the input comes from the user, the GenAI can automatically create the prompts based on the browsing context that I have already did. Not just with the historical data, rather it can consider the browsing context and feed in that information to the data layer. And data layer, which has an historical information about me, can also apply the real-time context, what it's been fed from the business layer to give a meaningful insights. So when it all get passed back to the content delivery, it can generate the product description in a very lively manner. And also think about how it can give an image, which is actually with the dress, with the birthday party happening in the backend. Today, that's not happening, right? Like all the product descriptions and the images are all predefined. So how can it make it even more personalized? And that actually increases the engagement, right? Like, so as he was mentioning, there's no more loyalty, right? So it's all about how you can engage the shopper at that particular session with maximum interest. So the architecture is going to lie the same for all these apps. But to add to the another point, think about, right, like I talked about an e-commerce app. That's a one part of it, right? There is a whole user journey that happens when it comes to the personalization. It's acquire, engage, retain, right? Like convert and retain, right? So we talked about engaging part of it. Right? What about other systems? Everybody creates these kind of GenAI into their own applications. And that's where the challenge comes in. We talk about omni-channel and unified experience across all channels. When every system start building their own GenAI solutions, we'll end up in the same problem what we have with today with the data. There are a lot of silos. and there is an information asymmetry across that. So how can we address that is where we need to build a centralized governance GenAI platform, which can feed in or create applications in such a way that those GenAI applications or GenAI services can orchestrate between themselves or talk to each other between themselves. So that's the other part of it, right? Like, so one from the consumption angle, another from the administration angle. So that's how the architecture need to slightly change. The governance and centralized governance and the control takes more precedence rather than the consumption part itself.
Perfect. Thank you. And Jigar, so I was thinking, obviously you are a product company and you work with companies that are using your product for the testing of the GenAI/LLMs that they use. So tell us how you are able to set up these guardrails so that it's not the experience that eventually the company that is using your product is delivering to the end customer is not compromised in any manner. It's not intrusive in any manner. How is it able to manage privacy and stuff like that? And if you could just shed some light on that, that'll help.
So that's a great question. A really top of the mind concern for anybody building and deploying Gen AI or AI solutions in production right now. Many dimensions of quality are important. One of them being hallucinations, right? We keep hearing about it all the time, like Gen AI making up answers which are not based in fact, or if you're using a RAG application, not based in past data context DB. So being able, so that's an example. We have there are multiple metrics and ways of trying to see if like GenAI is trying to make up answers. None of these are perfect, but all of the dimensions of evaluation I'm talking about are active areas of research. So that is where our team and R&D efforts are focused on. But at the same time, even today, we are able to catch 80 to 90% of possible hallucinations by just monitoring for that in real time using state-of-the-art systems. So that's one on hallucinations and output quality and accuracy. Guardrails that you mentioned, right, are important when it comes to another dimension of quality, which is like bias, toxicity, fairness. So trying to understand when somebody puts in a prompt to an LLM application or a GenAI application, if there is bias inherent in the prompt itself, right? Or if there is any toxic question that is being asked. So doing that sanitization in real time at a prompt level, also when output is generated from the LLMs, doing that sanitization again at a response level are big pieces of the LLM application pipeline already, right? You don't build an LLM application or a LLM pipeline without putting these necessary components into your framework today. So that's a big piece. Privacy, we talked about, is another important guardrail. So there are things like detection of PII violation. So if there is, let's say you have a customer database, right, of who has purchased what over the years, and like you're asking somebody else is asking, why are you recommending me this, right, to a chatbot? The chatbot can actually throw up because so and so is very much like you, and they bought this at this point in time. You don't want that information to get out, right? So detecting that PII, which is being fetched and generated as part of the response. So we have guardrails like that are available on our platform that our customers use and set up in order to prevent those problems. And by the way, many of these things are open source. So that's a big piece. The third dimension is adversarial attacks, right? I mean, the potential of an adversary, if you're working in some critical application, to use or try and trick your AI system. So that's another important dimension of quality. There are plenty of like evaluation methods and as well as algorithmic solutions in order to prevent things like red teaming, prompt injection attacks, data corruption attacks, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are things that, like, POCs are great. A lot of the world is focused right now on conducting POCs. But as soon as we start thinking about moving that from that POC to a production stage production grade LLM application and actually serving customers, these are like first order concerns that need to be solved.
Thank you. A few points that I made note of, but I'll go back to Praveen. And Praveen, maybe we probably have less than 5 minutes. I'll request everyone to keep their answers within a minute's time. But I just wanted to check as to, any transformation program generally that you deliver as part of your company to customers starts with experience and ends with experience. How has Gen AI been able to add to that, in terms of what it was already delivering? Do you see this being able to take it even further, and give us some examples of how it is being done today, based on your work with your global clientele?
Yeah, maybe less than a minute is too short for covering all of that. But I just say, like, look at the panel itself, right? The terms that we are using, right? The psycho-linguistic aspect of it, the contact center in a box part of it, and many other things that the folks have talked about. I think these were scenarios that were not possible maybe 18 months ago, right? And the advent of Gen AI, the power that it brings with it, and the creative unlock that's happening all around it, I think is opening up a lot of possibilities. We actually today are at a point where we actually cannot envision what could happen in the future, right? What kind of newer experiences could come in. My colleague Prakash is sitting here. He likes to say this, very often, that, historically we were all as human beings trying to learn computer languages. And today with Gen AI, we're actually teaching computers human language. And once you cross that barrier, right, it just democratizes access to everyone. And like the NVIDIA CEO also talked about, right? I think going forward, you don't need to really learn programming. You don't have to be a software engineer, right? Every one of us can be a software engineer and can build application, right? So I think the long story short of this is that the world of possibilities is wide here. I think we see that in every conversation with our customer, every project that we're delivering, the expectations about newer experiences. Obviously, a lot of this is POC right now, but as we scale, right, customers are going to be very, very demanding about the art of the possible, right? So we're all in that journey. I think the ecosystem is coming together, but the possibilities are endless. I think we are probably hitting an age where it's, right now we are probably, the world is human led and assisted by AI. But I see a world in the next couple of years where it'll be AI led and accelerated by humans. And I think that'll be an interesting time to live in, actually.
Thank you. Welcome to the machine species. But quick couple of questions, Lokesh. Obviously, given the work that you're doing as a platform company, it's going to put a lot of people out of jobs. As a country, as the future of, we are a growing economy, and I don't need to speak about all of that. But how do you see this impacting people, and what do you see happening in the future?
Okay, I see buzzer going on automatically in the future rather than pressed by a human. But that apart, I think work changes. So work, each time we go through a transformation, I'll just take half a minute. Each time any transformation happens, the work itself changes. And that is what is going to happen even this time around. So, and in the previous panel, somebody was speaking about it. How the work changes is maybe, for example, much lesser recruiters are required. But to those people who are actually hiring, we need to create good experience. So stuff like that. So work itself will transform. And I don't see any reason that we should be worried about it.
Any last comments, Arjun, Jigar, Karthik?
So I just wanted to add one thing. Like he said, we are in a place where whatever is happening now would have never been possible in the past. And I started my company in a spare bedroom. And 7 years ago, and we built to a 450 people team, and we raised $12 million from Kalari Capital, and all good in that. But along the way, the whole office was in my house, and so I found a new home for my parents, and they moved out. So I was running the company from my home in Chennai, and I think in Bangalore it caught on a little quicker, the startup culture, and people were accepting of such an office space, but not in Chennai, and definitely not iOS developers. We couldn't hire a single one. They would come, look at the space, and walk away, and I'd be seeing them from the balcony. And so right now I can probably invent somebody like Devin, and
we'll have to walk away from here very quickly. But on that note, Karthik, Jigar, just
yeah, just one liner, right? Like, so you just equated Gen AI to the electricity, right? Imagine how many electricity board workers are there today. That's why it's not going to take away your jobs. It's going to create new jobs.
And finally, just in the terms of
what this means for personalization and user experience. I mean, one very tangible, immediate thing we see coming up is like experience is becoming multimodal, right? It's not about just interacting via text or voice at one point in time, one modality of interaction, but text, voice, audio, visuals, right? All of it, as well as like, structured data, all of it coming and user is interacting in a much more in a very hyper personalized form, what suits them best at a given point in time.
Thank you. I thought I'll summarize the conversation, but I'm not going to take that time. Thank you, the distinguished panel here, for the excellent comments. Enjoyed the conversation, learned a lot of things. Look forward to probably having the opportunity again to speak.
Thank you so much to all the panelists, everyone. Let's please put our hands together, and I'll request all the panelists to please come forward for a picture. Now, while we are doing this, you know what, when we were just closing up the panel discussion, all I was thinking of being in an examination hall. We start with writing the full answers with 100 words and 200 words. And because when the time is up, we have to end up with one word and fill in the blanks. Thank you so much once again. To all the esteemed panelists for joining us here today. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, further ahead, we are going to discuss about investing in AI startups. I'll request our panelists to please join us on the stage. We have among us Mr. Deepak Sharma, co-founder and managing partner, India Accelerator. We have Mr. Kapil Kotnala, Vice President, Investments, Mumbai Angels. And our moderator, Mr. Tapan Sangal, founder, MAI Labs. I'll request our panelists to please join us here on the stage. Once again, reminding everyone, I'm sure that if you're here in the room, we are very interested in listening, learning. So one more time, let's please join our hands together. Let's put our hands together and welcome on the panelists on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, handing over to the panelists.
Don't worry. Fire out here. We'll do a rapid fire. Hi, everyone. My name is Tapan. I'm founder of My Labs, and I've been asked to basically chair this very exciting session. It's about money. It's about the moolah. We've been talking about AI for so long. What about the investment into AI? And unfortunately, we've been just given, 30 minutes? So let's just start rolling. We have two rock stars out here from the investment world. And we have Deepak, who's, like she just mentioned, he is the owner, he is the founder of the Accelerator, yes, India Accelerator and AI Labs. He's a coach, he is an entrepreneur, he is an angel investor, and I'm also told that he's also an aspiring yogi. So that was something very interesting. I was just wondering how it's, that Zen focus in the investment world, if the investment world is ready for that Zen focus. And of course, we have Kapil out here. He's a VP investments from Mumbai Angels. Mumbai Angels, I'm told, is very, very rigorous in terms of doing the due diligence and also evaluating. I'm told they reject 90% of these startups that come to them, and they select only 10% of them. So startups out here, believe me, if you can stand their scrutiny, then you are doing something really good. Now, I personally feel that AI is basically a productivity revolution. We at My Labs are using AI for our own purpose. We are not an AI company, but we're using AI where AI has helped us reduce a turnaround time on the immersive content that we are creating. AI has helped us prioritizing the patents that we have. We have patents on the 5 senses, and we are productizing them. AI has helped us in automation of our the quality checks. So as the world that we see is going to change really, really fast, and it's going to bring a lot of challenges and opportunities for both the investors and the startup community. So without further ado, let's just get rolling on this beautiful journey. And so, like I mentioned, she was just talking about, so why don't I do a Karan Johar and I do a rapid fire question and not so much rapid fire answers. And shall we start? So who should we start with? Deepak? Okay. So let me, as he says, let me open my ABC. This, whatever lights he talks about. And of course, when we are talking about rapid fire, there has to be some kind of gift hamper. So what do you say if we present to you a bouquet of startup pitch decks, and either of you can choose, whoever is the winner can choose where to invest? Is that fair? Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So we'll start with Deepak. And I need to wear my reading glasses. So I'm actually doing a Karan Johar out here. So Deepak, first one for you. What are the major global trends in AI development and how does India landscape compares to that? And we are talking about from a perspective of an angel investor and the VC.
Thank you so much, Tapan. That's a very interesting question. Generative AI, as we know, is sweeping the world. We have seen what microprocessors did to personal computing, to internet, to smartphones, and this is the next wave of digital revolution, which is happening, unfolding into our eyes, in terms of generative AI. When I look at generative AI and the broad trends which are happening across the globe, I would want to bucketize under four broad categories. The first one is around the infrastructure, the GenAI infrastructure specific layer, where there is very interesting things which are happening on the chips specific side. So when we look at NVIDIA, we look at H400 GPU, H200 GPU. We look at the memory, which some of these chips hold, in terms of 141 gigabytes, in terms of the processing speed of terabytes per second. So very, very interesting space, which is unfolding in front of eyes. We also look at Amazon and some of these other big tech companies coming out and investing into chips manufacturing. While they are using NVIDIA's chips, they are also trying to invest and move into the manufacturing specific space. We also look at very, very specialized data centers, which are hosting some of these AI servers, which have a very, very different kind of requirements in terms of hosting these servers and applications, whether it is respect to the energy, whether it is respect to the cooling kind of technology, which is happening in that. There is also a trend in terms of the energy which is needed. Some of these small fusion nuclear power plants are being invested in terms of providing energy to these data centers. So this is one broad trend on the infrastructure side that I see. The second one is unfolding on the foundational LLM specific sides, where we see multimodal LLMs, we see open source LLMs in terms of Mixtral. We are seeing also a trend of SLMs, or small language models, which are very specific to enterprise specific use. So that's another trend that we see there. Then we see a very interesting space in terms of human machine interfaces. So our esteemed panelists from our last panel, they were talking about phones. So we are looking at screenless wearables. Generative AI is hunting for the next iPhone, which will come out of AI. We are looking at Devin as an artificial intelligence developer, which will replace humans. So very, very interesting things, and that's in that specific space. And then not to forget on the app specific side, plethora of apps which are there in terms of on the text side, on the video side, on the speech specific side. When I look at from an India specific perspective, we all know Kritim is positioning itself as a full stack AI platform. We also look at there are a few interesting use cases which are coming out in terms of Sarvam AM, which is producing a Bharat specific LLMs of native Indian languages. And then India, by virtue of its prowess on the app specific side, is leading the space, on application development of generative AI. faster time to market, cheaper in terms of the costs, the quality, and overall very, very interesting trends which are sweeping us on the generative AI side.
So while it was supposed to be a rapid, not so rapid answer, but I think we need to concise it a little further. I'm sorry. So the next question is, how do you assess a AI startup product market fit? What makes a solution stand out as a potential winner for you as an investor?
So if I look at, what do we look at in a generative AI specific startup? Again, we have laid out benchmarks and principles and frameworks which we leverage. So there is a 4T framework that we use at India Accelerator. There is a 3R risk framework that we use. So we map the startups against those specific frameworks. Specifically, when it is generative AI startups, it's very, very new in the market. We look at the team, the kind of experience the founders have, the kind of tech, the kind of IP, that they are building, and more importantly, the TAM, that we'll be able to have as part of that specific startup. So these are some of the things that we look at in terms of evaluating the startup. And then from a valuation specific perspective, again, it's very difficult to put specifically if you have a startup which is having revenues, which is having some CAC and numbers and so on and so forth. You could have a lot of valuation specific models to value a startup, but when it is pre-revenue, a lot of deep tech specific work which is happening, it's very, very difficult to measure it. So typically what we do is we look at comparable market analysis somewhere else, and when we see the median seed fund rounds in the range of $5 to $8 million, when it is Series A, it is like $10 to $15 million. So we look at comparable market analysis in terms of where those things are going. We also try to look at when it is very difficult to put a trend in terms of what the valuation is, going for CCDs or CCPS or safe specific rounds in the US.
Yeah.
That is something typically that we do.
Nice. And since you are part of this India Accelerator, how important are incubators and accelerators in specializing in AI?
Specifically, I can talk about, from an India Accelerator perspective. So what we do is we provide 4 C's to our startups. So the first one is capital. So anywhere between 50 lakhs to about $500,000 is what we invest as a seed fund or initial check into the startups. We help in terms of improving the competency of the startup. So we have more than 120 plus mentors. They are specialized domain mentors. They are horizontal mentors, which help the startups and help them with their specific business. Through our network, we also help them acquire businesses. So through our connections, and then we have a 220 plus startup founders, which are part of a thriving community. So in that, they also learn. We have offices in Dubai and then a presence in US. So through that, we also give them access to other geographies in terms of growth. That's typically, how as an accelerator, we help the startups in terms of their growth and take them from 1 to 10, in their specific startup journey.
That's really commendable. And how do you assess the potential value of data sets and algorithms and team behind the AI startup?
Again, as I mentioned, it's very difficult, specifically at a pre-revenue specific stage. So what we do is we have a framework called 4 T's, where we look at the team, we look at the traction, we look at the technology, and we look at the overall technology which they are trying to build. So considering if traction is not there, we look at the kind of technology, the IP, the kind of experience which the founders have in terms of building some of these technologies. Do they have a healthy mix of people who can do sales, who can do marketing, who can win businesses at the same time? They can also build the deep tech which they are looking for. And then we also look at the TAM in terms of how big this business could grow. So for example, if it is more on the app specific side, and if it is more on the vertical specific side, there is a specific TAM, that you could look at. But when you go deeper into the different layers, when you are working on the ML ops layer, or when you go further deep into the foundational models, or when you are trying to build frameworks like LangChain, which helps in terms of interface with the large language models, or when you are looking more onto the semiconductors, cloud specific areas, then the TAM is much, much bigger. So we look at some of these specific criterias and then comparable market analysis, and then, value the specific business.
Okay, so that brings me to the last question. So looking 5 to 10 years out, where do you see the most impactful application of AI technology?
So primarily, if we look at from an India accelerator perspective, we work on investment thesis. So we have 6 theses on which we are betting our investors' money on. So Singularity is our generative AI vertical, and we are quite gung ho in terms of our investors and putting in our investors' money, LPs' money in terms of growing it. So we are trying to find out young founders which are working on very promising ideas, which have exponential returns for our investors. 4 broad areas that we have marked out in terms of generative AI. The first one is in terms of software engineering on the product specific side. So a lot of tooling, a lot of code generation specific work. The second one is more on the sales and marketing specific side in terms of content. So if it is content, video content, helping in terms of accelerating the sales and marketing side. The third specific area is more on the customer support and operations, where AI assistants could replace, what you could have on the phone specific side. And the fourth area is more on the product R&D, helping the R&D teams with their specific research, with bots and assistants. So those are 4 broad areas which we believe, and I have a hypothesis on which generative AI will really drastically revolutionize, and where also the enterprises will put in a lot of their money and a lot of their investments, and hence it will be a win-win situation for the startups, for the enterprises, as well as for our investors.
Great. I think you did very well on your rapid fire. Now, coming to Kapil. So, Kapil, like we started and we were having a discussions, it's more you reject than you select in terms of when you analyze for the purpose of investment. Now, my first question to you would be, beyond the technology, what are the key founder traits that inspire confidence for you to considering investing into that AI startup?
Sure. Yeah, so basically, it is not just about the Gen AI startups that we evaluate that way, but mostly any startup that comes to us for the evaluation, a high percentage is given to the founder traits. Because at the end of the day, it is the founders that we are betting on. So some of the traits would be, if they are into generative AI, do they have the technical know-how to build that product? If it is related to a specific domain or a sector, do they have that sector expertise? Apart from that, we would also want to see, are they able to onboard good talent on the board to make a good team, a team which can run the business, and it should have like supplementary skill set, right from your building the tech to selling the product per se. So basically, these are the traits that we look for. And apart from that, we also speak to founders multiple times to see how comfortable are we with the founders, how coachable are the founders, are they rigid? So these soft skills make a huge difference, which also gives us a confidence that if anything does not go the way it is planned, do the founders have the capability to pivot at the right moment and come out of that situation? So basically, these are few traits that we look into every startups, be it Gen AI or otherwise.
Great. As they say that I've noticed that investors largely say that we don't invest in companies, we invest in people.
Exactly.
So yeah. So my next question is, which metrics are important, especially in the early stages of AI startup? For example, is there a key difference between a normal startup and an AI startup? What are the key metrics that you would see actually in an AI metrics in an AI startup? Because it's a new area and there are a lot of comparables which are not available to you. So what are these key metrics that you would see?
Sure. So since the sector is evolving right now, so few of the KPIs that we generally prefer not to oversee is one, the data that they are training that AI on, because at the end of the day, it is the data which would determine how the output would be driven. So one is the data set that they are using. Second, we also would like to see the accuracy of the output.
uh, apart from the data and output, we also try to see, I mean, how are the customers or the early pilots users are finding the results? Are they happy with the results or are they asking for any changes? So how happy is the customer? So these are few of the early signs that we see whenever we evaluate Gen AI startups. It is not that difficult when we are evaluating the traditional startups because there we have lot of KPIs. uh, so here it is more about the data, their accuracy, churn rate, adoption rate. So these are kind of the data we look for early stage investments when we do it from Mumbai Angels.
So
You
just
want to add something to
just
it?
to
Yes.
add to what Kapil mentioned, I think all of those are great, metrics, which are, kind of lagging measures. We also look at considering generative AI is more like a product, PLG. So a lot of metrics around product-led growth is something that we also look at. So very comparable that we'll be able to see is more on the OpenAI front. When we look at OpenAI, is the fastest app to 100 million users, in just flat 2 months. So we look at, so if there is no revenue, is there a, PLG led, is there a user, growth which is happening, week on week, month on month, or, quarter on quarter? That's something that we do. And if those things are happening, the revenue and all those things which will already, fall in place.
Yeah.
So if you look at OpenAI, year before this, their revenue was $200 million. Now they closed December with $1.6 billion revenue. So in that sense, the product-led growth, and even if they're 10% of the users are paying, I think it's a huge upside, that you see with that PLG.
Yeah, great. So while he is taking your time, but I'll still give you your 5 questions. So my next question would be, so AI, and there was a session on ethical thing. AI is facing ethical and regulatory concerns. How do you, as an investor, assess these risks? So one is, of course, data, like you mentioned, but are there anything else that you would want to? Because I would like to share with you a small thing that we did. So one is that all the startups, AI startups, are following all kinds of ethical policies and everything. But is their AI actually behaving ethically is a very important question. And right now, time doesn't permit. Otherwise, I would have shared some POC that we did, which showed that actually Claude is the only AI which is behaving ethically. Unlike OpenAI and even Gemini, they are not behaving ethically, while they claim that we have all the ethical policies in place. So from an investor point of view, what are the risks and how do you mitigate that risk because of the concerns around ethical development of AI?
Right. So, as you mentioned correctly, that there are great risks when it comes to data. And we have seen multiple examples where the companies, the startups have been sued. And as an investor, we would never want that our money is not used as a growth capital, but to fight these suitcases. So, basically, we have a team who looks after, testing the product and seeing if they are complying with it. And then we also speak to the experts in the sector to extensively look into the software or the product that they have made to see if there are any breaches which is possible. And once we are happy with it, we also do a deep due diligence into it, which would go more into the legalities and those aspects as well. So anywhere, if we find that there is any single red flag as well, so we are very fast in dropping the deals at later stages as well.
Nice. I think because uh, you are the guys who have the stick because of money, and you can guide these startups to stay on the right side of the law. Otherwise, this is something, we are living in a regulated environment, and we cannot be oblivious of that.
And also the AI regulations are now becoming more and more mature. So we would not want to invest in any company which might end up being shut down because of exploiting these laws.
Yes, sure. So that brings us to our last question. Same question, looking 5-10 years out, where do you see most impactful applications of AI technology?
So personally, I would like to see lot of exciting works in the field of automation, maybe robotics. The advanced generative AI can be used to mature the robotics software and all. The other, I would say, would be the personalized medicines in the healthcare domain, and some work around the clean energy field, the climate change. So these are few of the areas I am very positive that the generative AI can contribute a lot.
Great. So I think that brings us to the close of our rapid fire and not so rapid fire answers. And I think this hamper will have to go to both of you. Thank you very much. Guys, a big round of applause for both our. And if any of you have any word changing ideas, please meet them afterwards. They're the people loaded with money. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapan.
Thank you so much, sir. I won't say that you were Karan Johar, but yes, you were sure, Mr. Tapan Sangal. Thank you so much. We have finished before time. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's please put our hands together for this interesting panel discussion. And thank you to all the panelists here for joining in today. We'll come together for a group picture, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead towards one of the last panel discussions of the day, which is going to be about Gen AI impact on media and in creativity. I'll request the panelists to please join us here on the stage. We have Dipali Nair, Group CMO, CK Birla. Everyone, let's please put our hands together and one by one, let's have all the esteemed panelists on the stage. We have Rajiv Dubey, Head of Media, Dabur. We have Sumir Mathur, Chief Strategy Officer, Dens2 Creative. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be partial for our team members and let's please join hands together. And last but not the least, I'll request Reema Bhaduri, Editorial Lead, BW Businessworld, to please join us and take the panel discussion forward.
Good evening, everyone. So firstly, thank you for staying for so long and being with us at the last panel discussion for the day. So our topic for the discussion is Gen AI in creativity and the impact it has on the media mix. So before I delve deep into it, firstly, please give a round, big applause to our panelists, please. Good energy. Thank you. So, if I would like to start with you, Dipali, actually, it's a question for all the panelists here. How do you envision the generative AI being in future? How is it influencing the traditional advertising aspect when we come to targeting, when we come to a personalization, measuring campaigns? Because as a marketeer, what is your outlook on it?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for inviting me and having me here. I just want to leave 3 pointers. This is just the beginning of the discussion. One is that whatever I'm hearing about generative AI deployment in any aspect of marketing, be it media, creativity, at the marketing end, like you said, measurement, etc., is all currently only pilots, except for the mid-journey platform being deployed, at some of the marketers' end for generating repetitive creatives. That's what I would say. Otherwise, it's all pilots. I myself am doing a pilot with one of the big 4 consulting companies, which is in the measurement space, and not so much in generating creative space, right? So one is that. Second is, I think the whole ecosystem has to learn what the power of Gen AI is. Just like, we were facing this issue 10 years ago on deployment of MarTech tools, where they didn't really take off till the whole ecosystem learned what they were meant for. Your agency, all of your agency partners, your acquisition team within the marketing team, your brand team, the CIO and the tech team. Everybody needs to understand what it is for, what it can do, and that's when the deployment becomes successful. Similarly, I think today we are on the path of learning what all Gen AI can do. And that is more experiment, anecdotes, news headline kind of stuff that we are encountering. But I don't think the ecosystem has learned how to deploy it in a manner that either our efficiencies go up from productivity perspective or costs go down. So, what is the ROI on this model? We've not even arrived at the model, forget knowing, how we will measure the ROI. So that's the second point that I want to, leave you with. The third is I see generative AI usage far more in increasing personal efficiencies as of now, rather than increasing enterprise efficiencies from a marketing perspective. There may be deployment opportunities in outside the marketing domain where Gen AI may be very useful, and we're not discussing those today. But when it comes to making a brand manager, making a creative person more successful, making a person who is doing media mix modeling, more successful, I think it is more in the space of making my own life more efficient. I think each one of us, and I think all of you sitting in this room also today, would have experimented with definitely ChatGPT, okay, or Perplexity, or one of these tools. But we are still experimenting and seeing how it can work for us. I, for example, have figured out a way of how I use ChatGPT, okay, which is I am more efficient. I speak to it, I get a draft out, which is correct in English, so on and so forth. I think I'm saving perhaps an hour every day on account of the fact that I'm using ChatGPT. But that's just business writing. That's not, I'm not writing an ad. I'm not doing a digital banner. I'm not writing long form copy at all, right? I'm just becoming more efficient as a leader and using my time better, right? So these are three thoughts, initial ones that I have that I want to leave you with.
Thank you so much, because you brought the that authenticity part, that it's not a long form. It's, as a marketer's perspective, it's making us more efficient, and that's true. So Mayor, if I come to you on it, like when we talk about authenticity, when we talk about creativity, a creative agency has a lot to deal with. When we talk about generative AI, how do you foresee the inclusion of or influence of generative AI in your industry?
So I think fundamentally, it raises the ceiling, right? Sorry, it raises the floor. I think what's happened with generative AI is that everybody can get an acceptable level of creativity by using the tool, right? But the real challenge becomes then how do you stand out? So to give you an example, they did this research. MIT has done this research where they gave authors access to AI, and some authors were not given access to AI, and they were asked to write a story. What they found was that authors who had access to AI wrote more interesting and engaging stories on the whole. However, they all sounded the same. So they were better, but they were better in the similar fashion, right? While there was greater inconsistency in the creative output of people who were not using the AI tool, but at the same time, the quality differed, right? And there was a greater self-expression. So I think that's where the real challenge comes in, right? What tasks do you think you can farm out and take away? And as I think Dipali mentioned correctly, especially the repetitive tasks, right? The things that bog us down. Because let's face it, a lot of communication today it's a content monster, right? You need so much content out there all the time. Some of the times you don't even need high quality original content, but you need the content, right? For example, you may need to list out everything. You may need to be able to answer consumers' FAQs. For stuff like that, AI could be brilliant. From a creative perspective, you could be using it to ideate. You could be using it to inspire. Now, is your end output something that came out of an AI function, or is the end output what you did with the AI function? That's where the magic is.
Lovely. Rajesh, same for, I mean, you're from a, you are the head of media. You handle the media mix altogether as well. In your vision, how do you see, like when using Gen AI, when it comes to targeting, and particularly, the areas that we are trying to capture, brands are trying to capture? How do you foresee AI's role in it?
So, like, suppose I have this product, I make this product and I have to sell it to him, right? Journey starts here, right? I make a product and I have to reach out to him. So whatever happens in between is all the touch points is where one can use it. Like in our company, what we are doing is that right from product testing, right from the time we have concept of our product, to packaging, to testing the product with say with communication, on communication, to targeting in the sense that way to target, how to reach out to consumers. From there to media is just a small part of it, which is like everybody knows about it, how to use it. From there to say demand forecasting to supply chain management, till the time the product reaches him, one is able to do it in every aspect. However, the most important thing is whole chain is that how it is helping is basically is helping in more personalization, so that I can communicate with the consumer on one-to-one basis. Secondly, is more targeted, so one is able to target more sharply and hoping that it is the money is not wasted. Whatever single rupee I spend on media, it has to result into some business. So that's the aim of the company. So I hope it helps us in that. Having said that, the challenge is that it's all garbage in, garbage out. Like if for example, if you give wrong kind of inputs, you'll ultimately keep getting wrong kind of outputs. Like if you keep asking same question again and again, or say reworded it in a similar manner, you'll probably get a similar kind of results. You have to sharpen your questions to ChatGPT. Similar way, you have to do the similar kind of thing when you are working with these models. Yeah.
So thank you. So I think all the three, I mean, whether it be marketing, whether it be the creative agency or the media aspect, one aspect of generative AI is that repetitiveness is there. So it's an enabler to human beings, of course. The human creativity is far more out there. ChatGPT doesn't have emotions. So on that note, when we talk about authenticity, when we talk about credibility, again, Dipali, if I start with you, like when you carve out your marketing campaigns, how do you connect with those audiences? And plus, we are trying to reach out to more consumers. Tier 1 city is fulfilled. We are trying to reach out to tier 2, tier 3, and even tier 4 cities. They have the purchasing power as well. How do you see generative AI getting in touch with them on a personalization level on this train?
I don't as of now, because I don't think there is a GenAI tool that is doing that just now, right? I am dependent on MarTech tools that are available in the market for me to deploy, be it for creative, be it for personalization, be it for media, right? There is no GenAI tool as yet through which I can write a better brief. There is no GenAI tool as yet which will produce an ad or a storyboard, or give me a script, okay, or go and shoot instead of a photographer, right? The generative AI images and videos that are coming out are not yet comparable to the ones that we are used to prove authenticity and superiority. And, when you're talking about Lux brands, it's not matching up as yet. Will it get there? I hear that it will get there, right? When? I do not know. Having said that, it still needs to be a commercial model that comes to me. It needs to be a platform. We have 12 different companies where we work, 12 different businesses. Each one of those businesses is not going to experiment to make Gen AI work as a tool, for deploying inside their organization to replace marketing or to replace brand manager or to even replace an agency, right? Unless some platform comes and proves it to us, here's a deployed tool, and here's the ROI. Before this, I worked 5 years in IBM, right? And I've seen the deployment of Watson, which was not Gen AI, but which was an AI tool, right? there were organizations such as IBM which enabled AI for the world. Right? They weren't companies who on their own developed models to use AI. Very few companies, very large and very few companies developed AI models for deployment completely on their own. Right? You needed the help of somebody from outside to come and do that platform. So that's one. Having said that, let's do some crystal ball gazing. What can happen? I think we've all agreed that repetitive tasks or lower order tasks or creatives which are not of that kind of importance but may require personalization, right? So personalization at scale. There may be somebody who will develop a platform which can do that. That may change my ecosystem. And I suspect what's going to happen therefore is that I may not replace my main creative agency. I may not replace my main media agency. But let's say I have this line item called a BTL agency, who's doing adaptations for me, right? Everything today requires some 90 adaptations. That may change. That may happen through a tool.
You almost took my question, because this is another question that I had, that how do you see the relationship between agencies and marketers changing with this advent of generative AI?
So I think, let me answer that.
Yes, yes. So then I'll come to you after that. For
Yeah.
sure.
So how did the relationships change over a period of time? We've seen changing relationship with the agencies over a period of time. I've worked inside an agency also, right? Long ago, there used to be an integrated agency. Even media was not separate. Then media became separate, right? Then came the advent of a digital agency. Then those got specialized into digital media and digital creative, right? We are back to doing some sort of integration because we are realizing that suddenly a marketer is dealing with 6, 7 different agencies, right? So that model is happening. MarTech tools are coming in. I suspect with the advent of Gen AI tools, the only person who will disappear in this whole thing is either my BTL agency might disappear, or the person who runs the studio inside a large creative agency and whose money is made only out of those 90 adaptations might disappear, right? The other is the MarTech tool companies themselves are working on experiments today on using Gen AI for offering personalization platforms to me, right? So those will continue from there. There'll be updates from there. Or, some XYZ company may replace a Clever Tap, or some, YZ company may, replace SFDC. That can happen over a long period of time. But that is the way of the technology businesses that we've seen. At one point of time, there were automation tools, then came AI tools. Now will come, Gen AI tools.
So maybe your thoughts on this, how the relationship is changing?
Actually, pretty similar, because I think one of the things we forget is we always look at the impact of Gen AI on a particular relationship, right? So it's like, what am I doing for my client which will get replaced, or where would I find value? But imagine everybody's using AI. Imagine every client is, every agency is, right? Then you have leveled the playing field. And once you've leveled that playing field, you're back to where we are today. Creativity will be asked for, creativity will be valued, because who can then build on top of this will become the game, rather than with this or without this, which is what I think we are discussing nowadays. Because as I think she mentioned earlier as well, we are all in pilot phases. So, it reminds me that the first time a photograph came out, there was a French painter who said, painting is now dead, because, now we have photography. But it's not, right? Painting just changed.
Lovely. So, since we are on generative AI, of course, Rajiv, when you are...
Yeah, I want to give an example, though. This happened recently. And this is because Sumir said that the current agencies are also going to use and deploy Gen AI. They're free to do that, right? We're developing new logos for something. Okay. I have briefed, and we are working with a traditional design agency, what is called traditional, right? A design agency who works on brand identity, who works on new names and logos and so on and so forth, right? And I was talking to them and I said, look, we need something in 3-4 days, right? And I know that that's a stupid ask. No design work happens in, 3 to 4 days or whatever. It takes a few weeks for it to come. I have a very interesting idea. They said, we can actually try a Gen AI. So I have a young person in my team who may not be such a design expert, but is a very good briefer to the Gen AI tool which designs, right? Now suddenly that person becomes important, that skill becomes important. They did present a logo to me, which was because now my interest was, picked. I said, look, I want to see what happens. We may or may not use, that logo, but there was a logo that got generated. I mean, we would still leave it to saying, okay, I want to see better designs and stuff like that. But, these are interesting experiments that are happening. I just wanted to share that to say, okay, what's happening?
Of course. I mean, I think talent is one of the key trends that we are also again looking at. Rajiv, okay, since on Gen AI, and we literally have 8.5 minutes. So, on that note, like when we talk about Gen AI, it's synonyms to this digital age. Consumers, Gen Z, Gen Alpha is also very advanced with the generative AI. When you see at promoting those your products and your brands in front of the consumers, how do you fix the media mix into it to across various platforms?
So, Gen Z anyway is very hard to reach, right? I was just reading somewhere that, attention span for, say, millennials is about 8 seconds and Gen Z has come down to 4 seconds. So it's not about, how you can reach, and it's about how well you can reach within those 4 seconds. It's about how impactful your advertising is. And that takes me back to the thinking part, right? Thinking part and the briefing part. So when you brief somebody to make an ad for you, or you brief a computer to make an ad for you, or AI tool to make an ad for you, or create something for you, your briefing has to be sharp. Briefing has to be sharp. It'll always be garbage in, garbage out, because all these models are built on large language and large models, and all these have whatever you feed into them, and it basically behaves the way you've been trained. You have trained that machine to behave. So you're training that machine is the most important thing in this whole process, and ultimately reaching out to consumers who are a very short span, or say, or not so much exposed to, say, television or say print, or they are exposed to a certain kind of a format of video on, say, digital medium. So you have to devise your strategies to suit those consumers.
I just wanted to add to that point, what garbage in, garbage out, what Rajiv.
I also had that very point in my head.
So, there is another skill set that's come out, which is how good are you at prompts, right? Because prompts ultimately determine where you will end up, right? So you can actually now even buy prompts. You can get sections of prompts if you wanted in a certain, and that in itself tells you that it on its own it's not doing it, right? It's requiring input. Which is, I think, the point Rajiv is also.
Yeah, one more point I wanted to add is that emotion, the human emotion part. That human emotion part can only be done by humans only. It can't be done by a machine. For a same set of, say, question, you can have 10 different answers and 10 different reactions from 10 different people. Same way, one AI tool is not trained right now to do that right now. I hope it does in future, and I don't know how we're going to use it, but yeah, so emotion part is the most important.
Right,
That can't be copied.
Understood. Sumer, on that aspect, like you were also, when we started, you were also saying that, content is like, honestly, content is king right now. Everyone is, craving for more and more content. How do you think AI is helping in creating more content, and the impact of storytelling is becoming very stronger day by day? To again, as you mentioned, the attention span of a Gen Z is 4 seconds. So when the storytelling happens, that 4 seconds needs to be very impactful to create an impact on the mind of the consumer. So, what do you think? How do you envision the generative AI's impact on storytelling?
So, a couple of things, and more than just the creativity aspect, right? You can actually work off data insights, because AI can tell you which insights have a higher data set behind them, right? Which are more important. So you can actually personalize content also, depending on who's viewing it, right? Again, to your point on attention. The other aspect of AI in terms of storytelling that we sometimes forget is that because it's so prompt led, it can actually make your storytelling very adaptive in real time, change itself. Again, these are things conceptually that can occur, but who knows who's doing it and who's piloting it. But the ability exists within the technology. So storytelling itself can change. The way we arrive at stories can change, which I think is the most of the focus and conversations is there right now. But even the way we tell them, even the way they're distributed, or the way consumers engage with the stories, that can change as well thanks to AI. And I think that's probably a segment people haven't thought of as much yet.
Storytelling has been given a lot of importance right now because naturally when we are seeing a lot of ads, we're seeing a lot of promotions which are adapting a lot of silver screen, and marketing is also getting mixed. Do you see with these new advent of AI, we'll be able to see more? And we saw Shah Rukh Khan's ad where it was even more interesting. People were getting engaged more. Do you see storytelling has a long way to go in order to attract consumers more and more?
Yes, it does. And I think what will happen in the next 4 years probably is that the novelty factor will wear off. Everybody would have made their first AI powered ad, right? Whether it's in the song, whether it's in the Shah Rukh Khan, whether it's in Mid Journey. So what happens then, right? Uh, I think right now a lot of it is novelty. A lot of it press coverage you're getting. I was walking out of office and somebody said Chat GPT, and I stopped and I said, I'm going to on a panel. Tell me, what are you saying? He said, no, client ne kaha hai kuch AI karke de do. So, AI has become the new viral right now. But I think we will move beyond it, move beyond seeing it as a novelty item and see its true power manifest itself.
Well, Dipali, my last actually question is that what are the challenges that you see with generative AI coming forward? There's with market especially, there's a lot of thought that is given to data, privacy, security. What do you think? How can we overcome these challenges?
So two things. In jest, I want to say this, that I see the biggest challenge is that everybody is posturing and it's very fashionable to say I'm doing something with Gen AI. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge that Gen AI is going to face. But on a more serious note, I don't have an answer and I worry about it, because you're uploading, let's say, your data and telling Gen AI to, let's say, clean it up. It could be a write up, it could be data, it could be anything that you're doing. What's the sanctity of where the data is going, how it's getting used? Gen AI is learning at your expense. In a manner of speaking, you're training Gen AI to become more and more, powerful, whichever tool that you're using. You're the subject. And I really, as I say, as Aam Aadmi, I don't understand the implications of this, right? So there is conversation that's happening already about self-regulation and things like those, which is why there are these concerns that are emerging, and at a global regulatory level, these discussions are happening. So those are very valid discussions in that sense. So those are the challenges.
I just wanted to give an example about one show on Netflix called Black Mirror. There was an episode called Bandersnatch, in which the story kept changing. Depending on the way you wanted story to go, you press that button and story would change. So I see a huge possibility of something like that in storytelling. If you've not seen that episode, please go and watch it. It's really, really interesting. Called Bandersnatch, Black Mirror, Netflix.
That is definitely going to be on my watch list now. But yes, I think with generative AI, since we have indulged with it, there are challenges. Of course, there are pros, there are cons to it. It enhances human creativity as well. But any last comments you'd like to share?
I think I just wanted to add that, we always talk about creativity in Gen AI, and creativity has always been about originality, right? And that becomes a very, very big area, gray area when it comes to AI. So if Rajiv wrote a book and I put it into Gen AI, and on top of his book, I wrote a book using him as my base, is the copyright mine or is the copyright his? Am I the original creator of that book, or do I, is it also his? So those kind of questions will probably come up more. Those challenges, deep fakes, misinformation, personal data being used, where is it stored, who has access to it? All of those questions will come.
Thank you. Got it. Got it. Thank you so much, my dear panelists. We are out of time now. Okay, it's just fine. Any Dipali, any thoughts?
No, I just want to repeat what I said right at the beginning, that till the ecosystem finds a commercial viable model which proves efficiencies or cost savings in some manner or the other, I think we'll keep on listening to anecdotes, and we will keep on looking at examples of how somebody's doing it. But except for Midjourney, I haven't seen another tool do it.
Great, great, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Please, can we have a great round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing all these insights. I'll request all of you to please come forward for a group picture. Thank you so much once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for all the speakers, the panelists that we have here on the stage until now. I'm sure that we have learned, we have shared a lot of insights. Now is the time, before we go on to the awards, I'll request for the closing headline address. Everyone, let's please put our hands together for Mr. Sunil Gopinath, CEO, Rakuten, India. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and have on the stage among us Mr. Sunil Gopinath.
I want to see the prompter.
All right. Can you all hear me okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Anurag ji, for inviting me to this prestigious conference. I think, just getting everybody together to think about Gen AI, all the different startups, what's going on, state of the art, is itself a very commendable effort, and I commend BW for making this happen. Thing is the slides moving? I'm not able to. Slide is not. This one, no? Sure.
Can you just try one more time? Maybe try it on the screen. No? Can you just give them a clue?
Either way is fine. Yeah, next slide. You can move it.
You have given them a clue? And it's been very
Sorry, looks like they're going to get the logistical thing sorted out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that we are learning a lot about AI today. If we would have learned it maybe some days back, we would have sorted it out until now. But we are just taking a minute. We'll sort the technical glitch and we will be back on the stage with the PPT. And of course, until then, we have Mr. Sunil Gopinath on the stage. And he's going to tell me why am I the one who's going to be in trouble. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, till the time, we're sorting it out. Can you... Why not? Let's talk, let's interact. And when the PPT is ready, ladies and gentlemen, please, my team, give me a thumbs up, okay? And we'll get Mr. Sunil back on stage. Now, it's been a long day. And I can see a lot of faces that have been here for a lot of hours. Let's share one learning, what you have learned today, and you're going to take it back. I was like, okay, work again, yes. Sir, you have been very attentive throughout the day. I know a little sleepy, but you have been listening everything that has been there. One learning that you have learned, and you're going to take it back with you.
It's a very good session, very insightful. One thing I want to take away from it, that the good uses of AI in the human life. That's what I am looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope that you have taken a lot of notes. Yes, I was seeing a lot of students and a lot of attendees here who were taking notes. Anything, sir, that you would love to share?
Not beyond what I already said, but yeah, it's quite interesting to be here. It was wonderful to listen to some of my co-panelists and some of the other insights. In fact, we have learned a lot by being here. Thank you so much.
I'm sure that you have learned a lot. Any one, I'm sure that you have been there on the stage, you have shared your learnings, but one thing that you have learned today, new.
Uh, yeah. Yeah. So I think when Sam Altman said that India is not capable, I listened to that. We were budding players at that time. But I can safely say that in the next 5 years, a lot of stuff is going to come out of the India stack, just like what we experienced in the UPI. And I heard a lot of people talk about different applications. And with 150 crore people, the kind of testing and kind of grounding of products we can do, I don't think anybody else can. Given the resources, of course, and slowly with semiconductor coming in, I'm very sure that is going to happen. So 2 to 5 years, very interesting. 10 years, awesome. 20 years, vision 2047. Yeah, that's how I see it.
I'm sure we can conclude that India is much more capable, and this is going to be an Indian decade and an Indian century. So you were also sharing something.
Yeah, I think in just to extension to what Lokesh said, right? Because as somebody who's working on Converse and also working on LLM or Gen AI, I think one interesting thing that I found today was that a lot of startups, I met E42, who's working on foundational models. So I think that was a good learning for me because when you speak about LLMs, tech, Gen AI, AI in general, a lot of companies or maybe us also, we focus more on use cases, but the deep technology which enables it at the back end, right? So if the people who are building it right at the foundational level, I think that's a very interesting thing I found today. And I know the nuances in terms of how you enable something or we build something similar, the cost, the time, energy, everything. So I think that was an interesting thing that we have people right in this room who are also working on foundational stuff and not just maybe on use cases and products. Yeah, so that's about it.
Thank you so much. I always remember this one thing I used to tell my mother that when I was a kid, that हम हमेशा अपनी गलतियों से सीखते हैं और ठोकर खा के सीखते हैं. And my mother used to tell me that, why don't we learn from others' mistakes? And let's keep making new ones. And that's what, attending, it's an honor to attend all these conferences and learning from people who have already made mistakes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are all ready. So on the stage, one more time, I will request Mr. Sunil Gopinath. Everyone, let's please in unison put our hands together for CEO Rakuten India. So
Thank you. I hope the marker works now. I know it's end of the day, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. So you guys know more than anyone else what the Gutenberg printing press moment means. About 16th century, Gutenberg printing press was invented. And what it did was it just unleashed all the information that was sitting in the heads of thinkers, physicists, scientists, mathematicians out into the real world. That was the moment the printing press actually was mass manufactured, unleashed on society. So now the Gen AI is going through a Gutenberg printing press moment. So artificial intelligence was there before. Everybody is like, hey, what's the hype with all of this? You look at when AI was invented, it was invented in 1950. The word AI was coined at the Dartmouth conference. The first AI programming language, Lisp, was actually invented there. I've actually used Lisp, even though I'm not that old. And 1958, the concept of perceptron, which was actually about taking feedback loops, right? Back in, so that a decision could be made based on the experience the system learned, was in 1958. And there was a huge AI boom in the 1960s. AI applications like ELIZA, which was a psychotherapist for defense folks in the defense space, and was actually unleashed, and it had tremendous effect in specific narrow vertical functions. And there was a huge winter in the 1980s because people were figuring out where else can I use this, right? The both evolution of the algorithms, the models, and data was pretty low at that time, and so there was a huge winter. And then came NLP and computer vision in the 90s, deep learning in the 2000. But what really happened in the first decade of 2000 was the rise of big data. Because if you know the three most important things that are required for AI to succeed is data with high volume, high velocity, and high variety, without which you really cannot unleash AI at scale. And so that's what happened in the 2000. And then, beyond 2010 was generative AI. So all of this sort of culminated in the exponential growth in Gen AI that we are seeing today. And what ChatGPT, DALI 3, and Google Gemini did to make this so pervasive, so useful, and so novel was that they have made AI applications accessible to all. It's no longer sitting in the laboratory of Bengio or Jeffrey Hinton or any of these founding fathers of AI or in Google's lab. It's there with you and me. And with this, Goldman Sachs is predicting that Gen AI could raise global GDP by almost $7 trillion in the next 10-year period, right? That's the impact that we are going to have in the coming decade. So it's never going to be really the same again. And just to even give you an example of some of the things going on, look at this. This is Meta's Emu, right? Short video clips generated by AI based on your behaviors, personal preferences, choices, likes, and so on and so forth, so that you can go and like it even more. And not only that, their Gen AI system is also, their ad system is now Gen AI based, so that it looks at, okay, did you like this video created by Gen AI? And so my ad system will create an ad for you, so you can go actually click it, and that leads to buying and commerce and so on and so forth. So entire companies are moving towards possibilities of being run entirely by Gen AI, if not 100%, at least 50 to 60%. And this, of course, has led to exponential growth in Gen AI-based investments. Right? We see investments increase by about close to 500% in the last 3 to 4 years. And we all know about Microsoft's $10 billion investment with OpenAI and a lot more going forward. But all of this also comes at a cost. I mean, sure, the market size, we are looking at 6 to 7 trillion GDP. Already there are 5,000 plus apps, 100 million plus ChatGPT users, probably 150 million now. But then all of this comes at a cost. And you just look at the number of parameters that went into GPT-1 probably like 6 years ago. 117 million parameters went into the AI model for GPT-1. And you fast forward to 2023 with GPT-4, which is basically ChatGPT, it has 1.8 trillion parameters inside the model that's responding to you when you say, hey, what dress did Modi ji wear to the Ram Janmabhoomi inauguration? And it will tell you. But then the model is going to have 1.8 trillion parameters, and all this is going to come. Just by the next 3 to 4 years, the amount of increase in data center cost purely because of Gen AI is going to be 100 billion plus. Even in our own case, the cost of search, right? Traditional search, we used to go in and say, I want a black shirt, or, what happened with Israel and Palestine yesterday? But that's not how youngsters of today are doing search, right? They're going to come in and say, hey, give me the dress. I want to buy the same dress that Jennifer Lopez wore to this particular concert, right? And then traditional search, whether it's Flipkart or Amazon, is not geared up for it, because you have to bring a lot of contextual information in, right? You have to go into the internet, figure out what happened at that event. When did this movie star go to that event? What was this concert about? What did she actually wear? Which brand was it? Where is it available? And then come back and assemble a results page for you, right? So yes, Gen AI is going to be interesting, and Gen AI is the solution for a semantic search or a problem statement like that, which will lead to higher conversions, but it's going to come at a cost, and the cost is 10x increase in cost per query. Somebody's going to have to pay for all of this. Now, that aside, there's of course fundamental challenges for the industry, and as the media industry, you're also very well aware of many of these. Privacy, of course. I mean, today, I'll give you some examples later of how is Rakuten using Gen AI in our internal systems. For it to give phenomenal answers or give summarizations or create content, you've got to feed it great content as well. Now, if I am a multinational company, or I am a corporate firm, what happens to my privacy laws? In fact, in our own finance team, they're using ChatGPT to say, can you give me a summary of the P&L of the last quarter and the next quarter? Right? Nobody's going to want to write charts and graphs and plot them anymore. But then you got to input all financial data into that, right? And my corporate privacy laws tell me you cannot do that. You can't just upload Excel sheets to ChatGPT and say, give me a summary of this. Who is going to enforce all of that, right? Privacy, IPR. You look at just 2 weeks ago, OpenAI CTO was caught in an uncomfortable position when they said, can you tell us what all data you have trained your algorithms on? Right? Of course, they've used public data, public information, and petabytes and zettabytes of data that's out there. And so your model has now become smart because of his data. And whose IP is this now? So a lot of difficult questions to answer. And of course, things like bias. Right? We all saw this, that somebody asked who are the founding fathers of America, and it showed 7 African-American gentlemen as opposed to, predominantly white founders of America, because the data was trained with a certain set of data and it gave it answers based on that. So it's not necessarily bias in terms of the algorithm becoming biased. It became biased because the data exposed to it was biased. And of course, safety related issues, profanity, hacking, prompt injection, got to deal with all of that, right? I mean, this is not child's play. Anybody can come in and do a prompt injection and then enter the company's information network. So we've got to solve for all of this as an industry. Now, I'll talk a little bit about AI at Rakuten so that it gives you a sense of what do we do. We are a pretty large Japanese conglomerate, over 70 plus companies, 27-year-old. Everything from e-commerce to fintech to payments, media, streaming, messaging. We own Rakuten Viber. We operate in 20 plus companies, sports, media and entertainment. And pretty much around 8 to 10% of Japan's digital GDP flows through Rakuten. So that's how big we are globally. In India, we have the largest technology center of Rakuten globally. We have a 4,000 plus technology team, half of whom are working on AI and GenAI, working out of Bangalore. And we also have a technology business based out of India. We are not entered India in the commerce or B2C space. We are in India in a B2B space. Similar to AWS, we have a whole bunch of application software, web scale software, AI software that we sell to as SaaS software to other companies. From an AI perspective, there's many different areas that we look at, in terms of applied AI, right? Customer. What do we mean by customer? Customer behavior across our platforms, about 70 different platforms, helps us scale our business faster and provide more amazing experiences to our users. Just understanding customers' purchasing power on their commerce platform, the amount of loans that they have taken on Rakuten Bank gives us a sense for their risk and their ability to pay, and it helps us better tailor different products when they come in and say, hey, here I need a collateral to buy stocks and trades on Rakuten securities, right? So we have about 6,000 different attributes for every single customer on our platform as we look at them continuously and their performance across all our 70 different businesses. We work on things like computer vision, face detection based payments. Somebody comes in, they walk into a 7-Eleven store in Japan, they use Rakuten payments, face recognition. You just go and put all your groceries in a basket, show your face and just walk out. And that's because your identity is linked to your Rakuten credit card on the back end. And so it just makes it seamless. We work in areas like curing cancer. In fact, in India, we have the cancer research team that's working on immunotherapy to deal with cancer, right? Of course, chemo and all these other different ways of cancer cure are already there. But for head and neck cancer specifically, we are using AI to be able to not only detect, but excite the immune cells to go after the cancer cells. The reason cancer is incredibly hard is because your immune system, it's not that it's not there, it's just asleep, right? It just doesn't know that this other thing is a foreign particle that's trying to take over your body. So you got to retrain the killer cells of the body, which is the T cells, and train them that these are cancer cells, so go after it and start killing it. So a lot of amazing work is going on in AI in cure cancer space. And similarly, language and voice. these days, a lot of our merchants, for example, come in and they just dictate, their catalog, right? We use Gen AI to build out their own catalog. Search, as I told you before, has become extremely complex. There are kids from 18-year-old to 68-year-old searching on our e-commerce website, right? And the search algorithm cannot be, based on one single customer type. And that's where we use Gen AI to understand meaning and context and semantics so that we can customize and personalize our responses to our customers. As I told you before, we use Gen AI in multiple different areas. Just one example is something called AI Programmer. I mean, one of the, for some of you who are from the computer science and software background, our Rakuten securities business, which is stock purchase, sales, mutual funds, buy, sell, and so on. I mean, this is like the Grow or Zerodha type of business of Rakuten. This is written over 15 years ago. And it's written in C++. It's written in C++ because that's the language that's, about as fast as it gets, right? In security space, you need milliseconds latency. That's also too late. You need microsecond latency because people are doing algorithmic trading at scale, right? 1 billion trades are happening every second. So you do see, that code is all written in C++ 10 years ago. Now, one of the challenges we have today is go try finding a C++ programmer in the university today. Nobody exists. Try to catch a 21-year-old or even a 28-year-old who knows C++. They don't. So then how do I maintain the software that's running a $2 billion business for me? Right? So we use Gen AI and say, okay, Mr. Fresh grad who just graduated from IIT Delhi, you code in Java, I'm going to use Gen AI to translate it to C++. We go and use that to continue to upgrade our software, right? So this is stuff that's actually happening. It's an existential problem for us. It's not some, novelty out there that we're trying to solve for. Similarly, securities assistant, I'm giving an example, for us to be able to scale, there are people who come at various different life stages. People come in and say, hey, I'm a 28-year-old or 28-year-old. I need to buy a home when I'm 35. I need to plan for my kids' education, blah, blah, blah. I need a portfolio. Again, we are using Gen AI there to do portfolio management for clients because it's able to piece together a lot of information on life stage and, economics and compensation and salary and risk and, risk versus reward, age, and comes back and assists them through their portfolio management. So a lot of very, very interesting things going on in the generative AI space. Now, of course, as application scale, like I would say in our company, about 50 to 60% of our applications are using one or the other form of AI. And so then what happens? Application scale. If I have 75 businesses and each business runs around 1,000 applications, that's 75,000 applications that we are running at our scale. All of 50% of this uses AI, which means data, as I told you, we generate about 150 petabytes of data in a week, right? So you need to look at what your data pipeline looks like. We are doing all of these business analytics based on the data that we are generated, but nobody knows how good is this data. How secure are these algorithms? How secure is the data that's being generated? And finally, the Gen AI model itself can malfunction. You guys know about hallucinations. You guys know about Gen AI models can get hacked. And the model itself, AI all said and done is not 100% accurate. Right? There's something called precision versus recall. If you shoot for 100% or 95% precision, the trade-off is something called recall, which is how broad of use cases can I solve for? If you solve for recall, which is how broad of use cases I solve for, precision goes down, which means I give you things at 80% accuracy. Now, if you're not aware of this, all the assumptions you're making are going to go for a toss. So we have a product called 6sense, which basically goes in and just observes generative AI itself 24/7, right? It's looking for, is this particular Gen AI app protecting sensitive information? Is it following the policies of my company? Is it looking at toxicity and fairness in terms of the content being generated? And this performance of Gen AI itself. I mean, if you're an engineer, you're going to fire up those NVIDIA chip and that OpenAI API on Google Cloud, and you'll just let it open. Every hour, you're probably raking in few $100,000 of bills. Who is looking at it from a corporate perspective and saying, man, you got to shut this down. Otherwise, I'll end up with a $10 million bill that my engineers ran up just because they're testing out LLMs. And finally, as I said, accuracy, relevance, hallucination, drift, all of these things need to be protected, which is why we have taken this product called Rakuten 6 Sense Generative AI, and we are now marketing it, as I mentioned to you, as part of a B2B business. We are selling it to all technology, large technology and non-tech customers who are deploying AI everywhere. So with that, I'll end with 2 points. One is, for us, AI is not just artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence, because you can't really remove the human in the loop. For the reasons I told you, it's not mature technology yet. It will eventually get there someday, but until then, you still need human in the loop. And so for us, it's augmenting human potential through AI. And finally, with all of this, at the end of the day, we are all going after large markets, we are going after higher income, higher profits, but it needs to be tempered with responsibility. I know some of you may have spoken about AGI. Sure, there will come a day where AGI, or automatic general intelligence, will run the show. It can run a company, it can run a state, it can run a company, it can run a country. But we do have a responsibility to our society and to customers. So let's be empathetic and be extremely responsible in the way we unleash Gen AI on society. So that's all I have. Hopefully I'm within time. Thank you again. Hopefully you were able to relate to this. And if you Delhiites happen to be in Bangalore someday, please come by, say hello. We are in Bangalore in Cubbon Park, and I see a lot of great tech startups out here. We are happy to talk to you and see how we can enable each other. Thank you. Thank you, Anurag ji, again, for your warm invitation. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, sir, once again for sharing all the insights. Everyone, one more time, let's please put our hands together. Now with this, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural BW Gen AI Summit 2024, this also needs a bigger round of applause, by the way. One more time. Thank you. The objective today of this summit was to celebrate the massive opportunities in India, especially in Gen AI era. But as we believe, and do you think that any celebration is complete without an applause? I know you would be tired after giving so many amazing applauses throughout the day. But yes, we are talking about another applauses that need to encourage. And so I welcome you all to the special segment of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural BW Gen AI Leadership Awards. Yes, that would make it much more better. Thank you. Now, tonight, we will be recognizing leaders and path makers who are pushing Gen AI forward in India. Now, before we move forward, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our partners for the day, Knowledge Partner, Kickfi Group, Event Partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. Now, today's digital broadcast, as we all know, is being streamed across all the platforms of BW Business World, including our social media channels and on www.businessworld.in. The BW Gen AI Leadership Awards followed an editorial process, just giving you a little background, wherein the Business World editorial team, along with a select advisory of BW sibling companies, looked at various companies and their work, and they're doing all the work that these companies have been doing in this space. We are going to soon see who stood out. But before that, I would also request everyone, let's please put our hands together one more time for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening. Give Sumathi a big round of applause. She's been on till 9:45 and bigger round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscle. There's nothing artificial about it. I'd like to just say that today was a very good day. We got all of you together. I would say it's a start of our journey to be able to do more in this space and connect the users of AI to the AI ecosystem, because the test cases and the use cases and the applicability of AI is what will make sure that the augmented intelligence really becomes augmented intelligence. We are a CXO platform. We have a CFO community, CEO community, CHRO community, Chief Legal Officer community, the GC community. It's called BW Legal World. We have the #1 hotelier community, hospitality community. It's called. So I think while we are B2C in the main product, we can. So really, Gen AI is. He talked about healthcare. Sunil talked about healthcare. In the morning, Sandeep Patel of IBM talked about how they have addressed the point of legality of data of IPRs. He talked about the product features in the new product. I think you saw what QX AI Lab talked about in their product Ask QS. So really, I think a lot of you are doing pioneering work. You're really building the building blocks of this domain. And I'm sure the purpose of today's deliberations was also collaboration amongst all of you. You may have got introductions with some new set of leaders who are doing good work. In business world, we do run awards through jury-based processes where we are custodians of the process. We have no say except in deciding the process and working with the jury to be able to award the right people for the right reasons in the right process. But this event was put together at a very short notice, almost 25 days, little more than 25 days, maybe 28 days. So I want to be able to acknowledge my team that has done it just before the awards. Because so first of all, our group editorial director, Ms. Noor Fatima Marcia, she's based in Latvia now, but she is between Latvia, Mumbai, and Dubai. So she is here, and when I entrust Noor with anything, it does get done, and better than what I visualize. So really, Noor, thank you. The most of you would have interacted with Mehak Surti. I don't know where is Mehak. Yeah, she's still on the phone. She's one of the few people I can call I called her on Sunday in the afternoon, Sunil. Right? I called her yesterday night. We were in the office and then we left. And then Subi was calling me, so I called her. She's very responsive. And the reason I requested her to work on this, she's based in Bombay, not in Delhi, is because I know she has the capability to build it well. So thank you, Mac. Give Mac a big round of applause. Then there are other colleagues who have worked on it, and Noor be able to take their name. I just want to invite Noor to be able to. This year, the 3 awards that we are giving is our own choice. And there is the CEO of Exchange for Media who keeps telling me we don't need juries. We're an editorial product. Sunilji keeps telling us we can decide. We don't need a jury. So this only because of paucity of time. We still add jury as a layer, but I think we're an editorial product. We have an understanding. Like tomorrow in this room, we are a Women Entrepreneurship Summit and Awards. I think the 7th edition. And it's a half-day event, and the half days are retail 40 under 40. Both are through a jury process. Very good jury members, very good jury chairs. But even in the women's awards, we're not giving awards to people. We're not giving it to Priyanka Chopra. We're not giving it to people who already accomplished. We're discovering out of our awardees, 90% first award. I want to say this. When we gave Aman Gupta an award 5 years back, he wasn't the Aman Gupta that he is today. Right? And, since I see my friend, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, we do our news broadcast awards. He was on the jury this year. It was on Tuesday. And, we do things in a certain way. Right, wrong, nothing is perfect. Except Lord Shiva and my wife, nothing is perfect. Okay? It's an honest process. It's not perfect. So we are discovering new people. I was with the chairman of Ficky Flow, chairperson. She's here tomorrow doing a keynote. She'd approached us 4 years back for a collaboration. And we couldn't do it because we want a lot of money to collaborate. Okay. That's the honest. They went and partnered with someone, which is okay. But, she did an event with another media company, and I love all media companies. And I said, what is the point in awarding these people? Either children of very rich people who are yet to prove themselves, without taking names. I don't want to take names, but you can look at the list and figure out. Or they're people who are already accomplished. What is the point in giving them awards? I mean, अब आप हेमा मालिनी को अवार्ड दोगे, जया प्रदा को अवार्ड दोगे, फायदा क्या है उसका? You not discovered them. The need for media companies is to be discovered new ideas, new people, new stories, new concepts. You know, apart from these days, we get couple of legal notices. Our managing editor Palak does very aggressive stories every day. I get calls. That's okay. That's investigative journalism in the financial space. He's doing that. We respect him. We deal with it. But I think we discover new people. Tomorrow's in the BW retail world also, 40 under 40. Ved has discovered at least 25 new people that have never been awarded. And they're fantastic quality of companies. We're not giving 40, we're giving 33 because our jury team said, you know, out of this, your shortlist, we think only 33 can make it. Okay. And Ms. Dipali Nair is there. She's been part of our Exchange for Media juries, Business World juries. So we do everything through a jury process next year. But we've taken an editorial call. And, you know, I also have some understanding. I'm a student of AI and what's happening in this space and generally try and keep myself abreast. Then we took inputs of our colleagues. So just we, Deep, there are other people in the team. And, you know, Noor can share a little bit about these three awards and we'll get you on stage. But a media company's role is both critique and appreciation. It's neither one. You can't be either or. You have to be both. So, you know, we're an editorial product. For us, critique is also important. You know, I can give you example in last 10 days, the kind of calls we have got on stories. And, you know, now that I've lost all hair, I don't worry about it. You know, और कितने जाएंगे? ठीक है? So I just want to invite Noor to be able to talk about how we decided these three awards. And it was more my talking to her I was talking to her for 15 days, but on Sunday, I think in the evening, we figured out this. And I have no qualms I landed at 4 p.m. in Delhi and I was calling Noor. I was normally don't call her on Sunday, don't call anyone on Sunday, except Ruhail and, you know, they're around me, so it's okay. I can call them. Mostly, I don't call anyone on Sunday. But I called her. I called Mehak in the morning at 10, and I called her at 12. And we figured this out. So she's going to talk to you a little bit about why these three and why did we choose who we chose.
Thank you so much. My team has literally told me try and finish it X style in 5 words, etc., etc. Therefore, all I can tell you right now is that Dr. Bhatta literally covered it all. We were looking to applaud some of the work that's happening in the space, but the moment you see the people whom we zeroed down on, you'd already resonate and relate to why we did that. You saw some of them earlier today. We had more than 50 speakers today who joined us. All 50 turned up. We didn't have any dropouts, which is very typical, which shows how important Gen AI is. And the reason I'm mentioning that is we, of course, went back to them also after we had done our discussion and after we believed that this is the segment of people that is a very good representation for the inaugural year of the BW Gen AI Leadership Awards. We tested some of these names with some of these leaders, and there was absolutely no difference in the feedback that we got from what we believed was the correct set. Therefore, I cannot delay you any further. I promise you, I will be without a team tomorrow. They will fire me. So I'm going to get Sumati back here and we'll get this thing going so that you can also have your dinner after this. Very, very, very patient audience.
Just before Sumati comes in, I did mention, Sunil, that this is our second AI event. I think 7 or 8 years back, we did an event at the Leela Gurgaon, and it was 1,000 people in attendance. Yeah, Noor was there and some of my other colleagues were there. It was possibly the best event we did in the last 10 years, apart from Devika's Wellbeing Festival, which happened in this room on 23rd of November 2022, or the IHA, which happened on 20th October last year at the Pullman. No. Last to last year was thought, this year was Pullman, which was even bigger. These 3-4 events, the scale. So I think we've started with Gen AI, but the scale that we will do shortly in 3 to 6 months will be much bigger, where we bring CEOs from corporate India to be able to interact with companies. We bring investors. So I just want to say today we seeded initial conference and we are proud of what we've done. We'll cover it editorially in June. We're bringing out a special Gen AI issue. We do an annual tech issue. Yeah, do this thing September.
Yeah, because we have a lot more.
Yeah, we have magazines have to be very, very, planned in advance, feature-rich. So I think we'll track this space. I said I'm starting a podcast called The Prompt. Because I want to learn. Everybody wants to learn. We're also getting into AI appreciation, learning and development for CXOs and CEOs in this Gen AI space. We are tying up with a venerable company in this space. So we'll announce that sometime in April. So for us, it will be a space that we'll watch, cover, track a lot more than what we do now. So I just want to say that today starts. Harbinder is there. I was telling him that why don't you do a conference whole day on how Gen AI is changing healthcare? It is. Legal services, healthcare, education, and government are four very big, domains that can really transform the country. So we've only chosen three winners, three categories. All the three gentlemen are here. Four gentlemen and three categories. All the three companies are, as I said, it has been done at a very narrow window of time, looking at people looking. And I remember Rajiv, our first INBA. INBA is on Saturday. Here is the ballroom, is the conference in the day. In the evening, in the lawns, is the award. And I remember the first award to Arnab was given by INBA. First. I remember my wife was in the family way. It was at the Taj Palace. Veer Das was at the awards. And my daughter was very, very small, 6 years old. And that's when we gave Arnab the first award. I can tell you, we've discovered many people. Srini, his first column was on Exchange from Media 20 years back, the country manager of WPP. So I think today the people that we are awarding are already very accomplished, but in this space, they will become role models and icons for other people to follow. When we hire in any domain or we talk to entrepreneurs, people are presenting in our jury, they always have role models which kind of propel them to do what. So our attempt is to be able to create those role models, bring them upfront. They already exist. We are not doing. And as I said, me, Noor, and two more people discuss. I don't know where is Hoshi. And that's Mr. Gaswala. I don't know where is he. Diwali, our friend, he wanted to have his drink, right? So he's left. So I will not stand between Sumati announcing the name and we giving away the award.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, now we have Dr. Anurag Batra. We have Noor Fatima Warsia on the stage. With them, I'll also request Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Everyone, let's please join our hands together and have him on the stage. And now it's time to have a look at the winners. The very first category that we are going to learn about is the Gen AI Founder of the Year. Any guesses that you want to give? And we'll have a look at the winner. Any guesses before we have a look at the winner? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Gen AI Founder of the Year award goes to innovating at the intersection of technology and doing good. Vishnu Vardhan's efforts have shown how democratizing generative AI can not only boost economic growth but can also create solutions that make a far-reaching impact on people. This recognition today celebrates his extraordinary achievements and efforts and his unwavering commitment to pushing the boundaries of AI to create a better world. Congratulations, sir. We love to listen how you are feeling.
I was I'm really overwhelmed because I didn't expect Business World to give this award. In fact, I was not expecting any award. Just called me to talk on Hanuman, and then I was coming here, and then I got this great news. But it really spurs us because I don't even belong to the AI world or a tech world. I'm a doctor, and I'm trying to build India's foundational models. So it's a huge inspiration for my team. My team is super elated. Three of them even came here. In fact, my wife also wanted to come. So it's been really inspiring. And when Bhattaraji told about the people he has recognized, I felt even double happy that he has a knack of recognizing great things. So maybe that's what might happen with Hanuman. So thank you very much, Business World, and we are building AI for Bharat. And when we started, India didn't have even one single foundational model, while China had 130. I'm sure that we will beat everyone in next 5 to 10 years. Thank you very much.
Everyone, this needs a bigger round of applause. And one thing I just, sir, congratulations. With that, I think next time you're going to make sure. Also, sir, I believe next time you're going to make sure you're traveling with your wife. There are a lot of awards, that are going to come along the way. We'll come together for a group picture, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vishnu sir. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, the next category is the Gen AI Innovator of the Year. And the award goes to... Let's have UX Lab AI to please join us here on the stage. A big congratulations to the team joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, QX Lab AI stands as a beacon for innovation in the generative AI landscape with a mission to revolutionize how industries and societies engage with and benefit from AI. QX Lab AI has successfully harnessed the power of generative models to create solutions that are both transformative and practical. With that, this team have contributed not only accelerated the pace of innovation in Gen AI, but has also opened a lot of new avenues. With that, ladies and gentlemen, QX Lab AI, a big congratulations to the team. Tilakrat sir and Arjun sir.
So thank you, everyone, for the great support. This gives us a lot of inspiration, a lot of motivation, right? Because as Sir rightly said, we want to be Bharat ka AI, and we all have to work together to make this bigger. That's the idea behind it. There is no individual company is India who is fighting against AI, and we want to be number one in the world again, as we are number one in a lot of stuff. We like to be number one in AI too, right? That's the idea behind it. And I'd like to thank Arjun and the team. Without them, it's not possible where I am today. And yes, Anurag sir, just amazing. The way you are and the way just stay what you are. And thank you so much for arranging this event. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And once again, a big congratulations to the team. Thank you. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, the category is the Gen AI International Company of the Year. And let's have a look at the winner. Gen AI International Company of the Year is Rakuten India MD. Use of generative AI to enhance and revolutionize its diverse range of services in India. Rakuten has integrated AI into the fabric of its operations, showcasing the power of AI in enhancing customer engagement, operational efficiency, and innovation. With that, Sunil sir, a big congratulations to you and the team. I'll request you to please join us for a few words.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, Anurag for the warm welcome. This has been a successful conference. Just two quick things I wanted to say. I think particularly with respect to Gen AI, I think even though this award is for international, I'm always rooting for India. This is our moment. We can't let this go. I'm always reminded of, back, all of us were reading in history books, right? When the Brits were in India, cotton would be exported from here to London. And then the finished product is built there, sent back here. And we were paying for those very same suits and shirts that we sent cotton for. So we cannot go from a producer to a consumer. Same thing here, right? We cannot become a user of OpenAI. I mean, that's basically it's just we become a consumer and never a producer. But I'm so encouraged when I see a lot of you, when you're building companies, fundamental LLMs, fundamental technologies, algorithms in AI, where we are generating value, right? Not just consuming. I mean, that gives me the utmost pleasure. So that's point number one. Point number two is, I think while we go through this transition of Gen AI, we really, the part I suggest, I alluded to before, the empathy part is very, very important. I mean, I sit at the very, at the cutting edge of AI. As I told you, we have a 2,000 member team working on the absolute cutting edge generative AI stuff. So I see the power of it and the havoc that it can unleash on society if it's done blindly, without applying thought, without being empathetic, without looking all of our people around us and keeping them in our mind and doing it in a gentle way. Because of course it's going to replace jobs, but then we have to separate out the people from the function. Just because a function is automated doesn't mean that that person doesn't have a job anymore. We have to do it in a way that they become users of it. We upskill people, up-level people so they start doing higher order jobs. And this can be everything, anything from somebody who is just doing everything manually all the way to the CEO of a company. Empathy is important. Social responsibility is important. Thank you again. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to please stay back. Sunil sir, I'll request you to please stay back. And with that, I'll also request the winners, the awardees of today, to please join us back on the stage one more time for a picture together. I'll request Vishnu sir and QX Labs once again to please join us on the stage for a picture together. Now, with the awardees on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, I would say one more time, let's please put our hands together and celebrate this evening together. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, just want to thank all of you for being here today and being patiently listening throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to share one thing. I have been looking at it since morning. I just go back to the screen and there's this one line written here. Can India become the Gen AI capital of the world? I'm sure we can finally say that India is becoming the Gen AI capital of the world. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I am Sumati Anand. I was your host for the day. And today, this was BW Business World Gen AI Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great evening ahead. Celebrate together. Thank you so much once again for giving us your precious time. Please enjoy the evening, everyone. Thank you.